humans. Hello women. Hello men. Hello non-binary humans. Hello cells. Hello bacteria. Hello microbes. Hello projector. Hello speakers. Hello concrete. Hello light. Hello shadow. Hello air. Hello protons. Hello neutrons. Hello electromagnetic energy. Hello world. Thanks for sharing your presence with me. I am SOFF, and today I am your interdimensional neurotransmitter to build a new reality. I have been looking forward to this with indescribable excitement, because to me, there is nothing more fun than having an unusual experience. But before we start the deconstruction of our current interface to sensitize our perception for what's beyond, I would like to introduce you to the creator of our collective journey, Rafael Dernbach, and officially welcome you to the conference of the New Now Festival, Hypernatural Forces. Please welcome Rafael Dernbach.
Hello, SOFF. Hello, everybody.
Rafael, as the curator of today's conference, what made you create this event and what are hypernatural forces to you?
Well, hypernatural forces, first, I would say, are an open concept. That means you can attach many different contexts, observations, and also experiences to it. And at its heart lies the observation that nature, as we experience it and as we imagine it, is really changing right now. And the digital technologies have a huge impact in this change. So, for instance, we wouldn't know a lot about the human-made climate change without big data and climate models. So only the digital allows us to get a deeper understanding of nature. And at the same time, digital technologies are also very much complicit in a lot of ecological destruction. And this tension, I think, is really embedded and really interests us in the term hypernatural forces.
And do you think we have to rethink the concept of nature that we have as a species?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. I think all of us very intuitively understand today that nature is changing, so there's nothing eternal about nature anymore. Maybe there was never something eternal about it, although we thought, okay, nature is something eternal. But I think today we understand it when we see how the weather is changing, but also when we experience other kinds of intelligences, like having an encounter with a robotic dog or a chatbot that seems somehow intelligent and alive. And these experiences do not only change us, but also our idea and relationship to nature.
And where do you think we can experience hypernatural forces nowadays?
Well, I think here at the New Now Festival, we really want to focus it, but I think it's something that really permeates into our everyday lives. I don't know, for myself, I always feel like the way that I pay attention to things has changed in a very hypernatural way or in hypernatural ways in the last 10 years. And I think this is something for people spending a lot of time online that they can observe about themselves as well. Yes.
And how do you think digital technologies change our relationship to nature exactly?
I think this happens in manifold ways. If you look at the exhibition here at New Now, you see a lot of like speculative, genetically modified beings. You see speculative evolutions, and you see how these different like scientific and digital processes really inscribe themselves on the materiality of our surroundings. So how our environments look like, how we look like. This very stage was not the idea of a human being. It was generated by an artificial intelligence, more concretely DALL-E, which we prompted with certain images and ideas that we as curators had on our minds, but then this very environment we're standing in is a merger of human and machine intelligence.
How does that feel to you?
It feels good, actually. I mean, I can understand a lot of the anxieties that come with hypernatural forces, but I also feel a certain euphoria when connecting with these kinds of intelligences.
I feel the same. I'm so excited for today. Could you tell us a little bit about what we can expect today?
Yes. So our day today falls into 4 phases. And the first phase, which is about to start right now, is called Welcome to Hypernature. And it will feature different artists and researchers who are interested in exploring hypernatural forces. And it will be a little bit of a reflection of where we are right now. So where can we experience hypernatural forces and the hypernature right now in our lives, and reflected in the practice of digital artists. Then the second phase, which starts this afternoon, will be a symposium by the KWI Essen, which was organized by Katrin Jakavone and Anja Schürmann. And this really is like a deep dive into academic and scientific positions on the digital and on hypernatural forces. After that, after this deep dive into the world of academia and the sciences, in the late afternoon and evening, we will have a series of keynotes that explore the politics of hypernature. There will be Geert Lovink, Rafael Rosendahl, and Pina Yoldasz, who will give very specific impulses on their position on hypernatural forces and the politics that are involved in them. And then, for the last phase, which starts into the night, we'll dive into the night with different performances exploring hypernatural scenes, hypernatural environments, hypernatural sounds and images. So the entire day will be dedicated to discussing hypernature, but also to experiencing it. Yes.
Wow. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And thank you all for being with us today, for sharing your attention, and I wish you a hypernatural day.
Thank you. Wow. Learning about how this current moment that we are experiencing collectively was created is so meta. I love it. Now that we know what lies ahead of us, we have to prepare for it. We have to get ready for this adventure. We have to sensitize our perception for the hypernatural forces that surround us today. It's time to put our neuronal networks in a default mode. So, I would like you to look around a little bit and get aware of all the objects in your environment. The chairs, the lamps, and all the subjects in your environment. The human beings, the animal beings, the plant beings, and yourself. Feel your body, the physique of your avatar, the hardware of your conscience, the medium of your presence. And now, close your eyes. Even though you cannot see any of the entities anymore that you just witnessed, you know that they are still present. They exist in your reality. Even though you could think that they dissolved or merged into a shapeless mass of dark pixels, you know that you just closed your eyes and the world around you stayed the same. You know that because you've learned to reflect your perspective. You've learned that the condition of your body shapes the way you perceive reality. And reality is more than what we experience individually. Reality is our connection to other individuals, the shared habitat, the collective multicultural body that we animate together. Reality is the space between what we identify with and what we don't identify with. A realm of interaction and animation, transformation, a feedback loop, a playground. Sometimes the data structure of that reality is digital, and sometimes it's physical. Sometimes it's one-dimensional, sometimes it's multidimensional, and sometimes interdimensional. Reality is the connection between us and everything else. The connection between us as human beings and nature. It consists of everything that we have created and everything we don't know, don't understand, and don't control. Therefore, reality is always a mysterious place. Something that we cannot see directly, but experience. Full of surprises and full of magic. It's something that we have to create a map for, paint an abstract picture of, write a sign to point on it, in order to find orientation inside and to not lose our experience of it. A paradigm is nothing but an interface, created in dependence of our bodies, its needs, fears, desires, and its environment. An interface that protects us and helps us to survive. And because a more complex interface offers better orientation in life, therefore a higher probability to survive, we as human individuals share our experience with each other to build our paradigm collectively. Throughout the history of our species, we created a lot of different interfaces together. We as human beings believed that the Earth is flat. We believed that the planet we live on is the center of the universe. We believed that matter was built of tiny solid particles. And we proved ourselves wrong, over and over again, because we have had experiences that pushed the boundaries of our thinking, transformed our bodies, and enlarged our environment. So, where are we now? In a time where different dimensions of so-called reality interact. In a time where we as human individuals identify with virtual bodies. In a time where we can communicate with other beings independent of time and space. Do we believe in another interface to be reality? Are we still searching for an objective truth? For an indisputable portrait of nature? Or did we learn from our past experiences and grew smarter to know that every perspective on life is reality for those who believe in and live by it, and an illusion for those who don't? Do we still frame our perspective in life with the certainty that there is nothing beyond? And are we still not aware of the fact that we create our paradigms in total freedom? What is the fuel of your curiosity? What made you join this adventure today? Are you searching for another frame of mind? Or do you want to expand your reality? Let's look at the world as a cyberspace today. An abstract sphere in which we create entities and the laws of nature ourselves. A place where our perception is a hypernatural force. Let's build a new interface of reality today that matches our last discoveries and experiences as a species in order to find better orientation in life, adapt to our environment, and to not go extinct. To do so, first of all, we have to look at our current interface. The way we perceive reality and how it affects our life. If it does, or does not help us to find orientation, to cooperate, to build communities and networks of experience, and most importantly, if it helps us to survive. After we filtered out what isn't useful anymore, we have to look for new perspectives, tools and functions that we can add to our interface. And finally, we have to install the update, let go of the older version, transform our perception, imitate the art that we created to bring it to life. The canvas that we paint today is our perception. The brush that we strike is our imagination. The paint that we use is our attention. And the art that we create is our reality. Right now, phase 1 of our artistic adventure called Welcome to Hypernature starts. For the last 6 months, 7 artists and artist collectives reflected in residences of New Now on hypernatural forces and worked on projects that are exhibited here. Let's listen to 3 of them talk about their work and learn from their experience about what art is and how art is made. We will now hear Eva Papamargariti, an artist from Athens, whose work explores symbiotic procedures between humans, nature, and technology. Ali Fi, who is a new media artist that's embedded in art sci, code, and poetry. And Sabrina Ratté, an artist from Montreal that works on post-human visions of life. The conversation will be hosted by the philosopher Mirjam Schaub, who is a professor for philosophy in Hamburg. So, let's enter the world of hypernatural forces. Please welcome Eva Papamargariti, Ali Fi, Sabrina Ratté, and Mirjam Schaub.
What to do with this?
No? Okay.
Nothing? I can wait.
Okay.
How we're going to sit? Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. It's lovely to be here in the morning. The morning is good for philosophers to speak up, not to speak about what they know, but to think about what they love to know, love to get to know. Thank you very much for the brief introduction of each of you. We agreed on trying to put our interest here together. So my first question would go to Eva, who's an artist originally from Greece, now based also in London. She was part of the residency program here, and her work is deeply into the entanglement of the virtual and the actual, and one sees the objects, and one sees screenings in the Mischlager. I don't know what's the English term of it.
Mixing plant.
The mixing plant. The mixing plant, yeah, good. So, Eva, my first question goes to you. How did the site, when you first came here, and its scale made you changing your original ideas and concepts about what you might consider as an appropriate art piece for this specific site?
Mm-hmm. First of all, I've never come to this part of Germany before. So for me it was a very intriguing experience when I first came to realize how monolithic, in a way, and how big the scale is of the industrial complex. And because my formative studies are architectural studies, somehow I always, found lots of interest in this type of buildings. So the first thing is that I started looking at the infrastructure and all these different materialities and the textures that the building structures obtained. But slowly my interest moved to other elements of the area, So I started looking at how nature occupies, you know, like the surrounding areas of the complex. And my research in the beginning was focused mainly on creating a video installation, which is also a big part of my practice. Like I create immersive moving image installations with sound. But slowly I started moving into a world that was focused more on the micro scale elements, and especially after I started researching on the history of the soil and the grounds of the area, and all the traces and the remnants that these grounds were carrying within them, and they started becoming visible through human-made processes, which could, at some points, of course, could be quite aggressive, with the digging and excavating and everything related to mining. But when I visited the Ruhr Museum as well, and I realized all the diversity that of human and organic creatures that once were habitats of this area, I started changing and shifting my work towards an approach of, I would say, to the politics of care that are embedded into looking at things that are hidden or invisible. And also that's the title of my project. It's called All That Is Hidden. So yes, gradually I started creating these connections and entanglements in my work that connect basically the past, the history of the area, with the present, which is the condition that we are all experiencing now. And I started collecting elements from the natural habitat with a microscope. I started collecting like textures from not human and non-human entities. I started recording them, 3D scans, everything that can somehow represent the Stimmung, that's a German word, by the way, you know, of the landscape.
The mood.
So after that, I started also, you know, adding another layer of information, which is the digital, my kind of interpretation.
I think the layer aspect is of the folio principle that you see through these different layers is also very crucial for every on this panel. So thank you very much, Eva. Next to my right, there is Sabrina. Sabrina, warm welcome to you. Does that concept of layering relate to your work also when you approach this site? And we're working with what we call Elektroschrott in German.
Yeah, I mean, for sure in this, when you visit this space, you feel that, I guess, the layer of time, like the different temporalities, and I think this was also a strong inspiration for this work for me, because I started being more interested recently about the idea, yes, of trash, of detritus, like garbage, and what does it say about our way of living, and also how did we learn to throw away things, and all of these questions, philosophical, theoretical, historical questions about the idea of waste. And for this project, I was specifically interested in electronic waste, because mainly because I work with a lot of electronic objects, and I'm questioning this through my work while using them. And I'm interested in imagining like the runes of these objects, how they will persist through time. And in some way, you know, Zollverein has this quality that even on site you have these electronic objects that are on displayed as part of history. And I was interested in this idea that, you know, maybe the object that we are throwing away, they are actually very valuable in terms of historical.
You show in the exhibition only the back of it, so there's no screens left. But you see the back of it. You see all the little
Exactly.
cables, all
The inside of it.
yeah,
yes.
you see all these little pieces that were meant to work together but have become totally dysfunctional now. And
Yes,
then, yeah.
definitely.
Yeah. So that's, I think, a good transition to Ali on my left hand. Ali was born and trained in Iran and lives now in Toronto for 5 years and is very prolific in what he does. And as I learned recently, he goes into data trash. So Ali, might you give us some idea what is data trash and what are you making out of it?
Sure. Not necessarily data trash, but digital waste. And it's a bit different from e-waste, the concept that we've started thinking about it since like 10 years ago, early 2000, that what happens to computers and all of the devices. But the term digital waste remains where we're all producing digital data, especially on social media and all of the websites, any images that you posted so many years ago on social media. And they still exist somewhere. They're hosted on a server, which needs electricity and power to be working, and we're constantly producing more and more, which is the same idea of the project as presented in the last floor and the other building in the mixing plant, which is a system that utilizes AI itself, not for creating meaningful stuff, but constantly calculating the amount of CO2 and emission produced and amount of energy consumed for each click that's happening. And that's mostly coming from my background as a technologist. I usually get so many requests from big brands for running cool, artistic 3D experiences and web experiences for them. And I was like, over the past 2 years, it was my concern to see how much data we're using for each project, and the project is done and left somewhere. There might have been, like, they may have some visitors somehow, but usually those projects are left somewhere. And this whole context of internet seems to be a very, like, claiming to be a very clean platform seems not to be very clean, because there's no landfill for it, and everything that's produced remains there. And then it's using our physical context as well for the nature that we're consuming, for keeping those data servers alive and parsing the data. And that's what's happening here in connection with the theme of the festival, like hypernaturality, because like each click is traveling to North America where the server is, getting some content delivery networks and libraries from other countries, could be Japan or so many other places. So by one click in 1 second, it's getting so many data, and we on the planet are paying for that energy consumed for this. And the code is constantly calculating this amount, and the functionality of the code and the artwork is just calculating the prices of its own existence.
Mm-hmm. But this is a good bridge to the idea, how do we create archives for digital artworks? I mean, it's not only the question of waste, it's also of how do we decide what is meaningful, what is not meaningful, what do we need to recreate a piece of work?
Exactly.
And as I understand, it's a huge problem of digital art, and it is endangering also its price and its value, because we are not sure how to keep it. Exactly. Because every 5 years, the medium where we store it, we get rid of the methods of replaying it. So we might have a disc, but do we have also a disc player to save a piece of art? So does this idea of how to make and build an archive of the digital artwork is a topic to you, or?
The archive, the notion of archiving.
Yes. How do we think of now?
I guess for certain there's a big discourse right now around the notion of preservation of data and artworks that are, deriving from digital sources. And for me, that's another type of ecosystem. It plays a lot with the terms of scale and the terms of the materiality, the immateriality, basically, that is very crucial to the identity of these systems. I think that it is something that everyone that is a creator or a sort of archivist or preservator or conservator needs to dive in, because there are issues that also of course, digital artworks are immaterial, but they have, as Ali said, they have, links and connections to many physical aspects, like all the storage facilities, like data centers, energy sources, and everything. Everything comes back to the building environment. So there are lots of things at stake there that I think we ought to look at. And of course, it's a big, there are many processes that are happening at the same time, and they're complicated, and we need to find and invent new methods and mechanisms every now and then because everything is advancing. But for me, it's one of the main aspects of how this ecosystem can function in decades or centuries from now, and if it can function, because things go obsolete, it's a natural process as well. And I'm okay with that. I mean, I don't have any kind of, illusion, but that's also one of the interesting aspects.
Yeah. If the question of keeping it still remains a question, what about keeping an aesthetic, clinging to an aesthetic? Is there a specific style or way you think the digital as a medium is prompting your aesthetic choices you're making? So this question goes to all of you. What kind of specific aesthetic is prompted by the digital era? Do you have an idea of it? Also looking at each other's work or going through the exhibition yesterday yourself, was there anything prompted of what kind of colors, styles are prompted really by the new possibilities of digital media? So is there a style coming up that is already identifiable for you, or are you constantly working against it in your works?
I think that there is a unifying mechanism that exists, at least on an aesthetic level. You can understand that. But again, I think also it's a matter of how each artist approaches the work. And there are, of course, I will talk again on a visual level point of view. Like, there are works that have an extreme slickness, to their core.
Slickness, I think, is a very good word.
Yes.
So, Sabrina, slickness, what does it
what does it mean to you?
Does it ring a bell?
It's definitely a concern for me in the sense that my work is I'm very formal in the way I work. For me, computers are tools to help me almost create compositions like painting in a way, but with digital with pixels or analog video synthesizer, which I use also in my work. And that was also when I switched from analog synthesizer, which are very, have a lot of grains, comes from another era, like more 70s, so there is a nostalgic feel to it, and going in through, let's say, the 3D animation tools that brings this slickness or something very clean. There is definitely an aesthetic that goes with those tools, and I think that it's kind of the interesting thing is to play around these, limitation and recognizable aesthetic and make it your own, maybe by changing, using different tools, mixing different era of tools.
So can we transform slickness into something creepy or even ugly, or is that what's happening then? I might have seen something in your work yesterday. There was something really uncanny about it, how you use the slickness.
Yeah, I think there is this quality that
make it slimy.
Exactly.
Turn the slickness into that idea of
maybe
touch, feeling.
That's something we
Sliminess.
also have in common with Eva, to go and explore these creatures that you can make emerge from those digital tools. But there's something also very beautiful in a strange way because it relates to the physical world. You could almost feel like you could touch these creatures, maybe made of plastic, maybe of flesh, but in the same time yes, so I'm very much interested in that ambiguity between something that is, you know, you want to stay away from it, but in the same time you're strangely fascinated.
Yes.
Yeah.
Lovely.
We both love Cronenberg, so I think that's quite visible in our works.
Yeah, that's nice. So, Ali, does slickness or cleanness of the data, how do you, you know, knowing that you will also work with sound, right? And that, so is it working on a sound level also to work against it, or what kind of beauty can you bring out of it?
Out of the cleanness of data, or the forms of data, you mean?
Or in your daily practice as an artist?
Yes, like, well, I see beauty in any types of machine working, regardless of the functionality. And codes and data are the same thing. That's the same thing that they have in common with nature, because I think the way that we invented technologies and how we evolved it is pretty much inspired by nature, like the aircraft that was inspired by the birds and everything. And the flow of the data and the codes, they seem to be very natural, but with exception that failure is the first thing that I want to see from the data or from the technology. Like once I'm running a patch or code, the first thing I'm expecting is to see the project to fail. While I don't have this expectation from nature, like this sublime mycelium networks that you see in shrooms and how they evolve, it is pretty much similar to the logic that we have for the data and codes, but with a very big difference that's a failure. So there's so many data, like we utilize data for having meaningful results, for making applications and you know, studying what we're doing in bigger like industrial context, to study data and find the relations between the usage and, you know, the amount that we consume for the data. But yeah, the data, especially once we see recently in data visualization, there is a beauty in forms of data. That's the same discussion that I had last night with one of the viewers, that to her, like the point cloud systems that I'm using, she said, I felt it's just repeating, and then I realized it's a live thing because every time it changes. So you see that the patch, like that's the difference between a generative patch and a rendered video, that you see the point cloud from this, and that's the point cloud, there are so many dots, but then you realize the formations and the relations that they have, and each time it's reset, there are new possibilities and new forms. That's going back to your question about the archival. I'm saving all of the point clouds generated based on each interaction. Like yesterday, we had a very short time of presentation, around 30 minutes for my work, but we had like 1,500 interactions, and all of those are saved with the name that's generated in OpenAI's ChatGPT part of the work, and archived as an image. So in general scope, all of those images and point clouds are beautiful. They have a, you know, aesthetics between, a relation between all of them, but in the end, they are all trash, like garbage, because they're not produced in a meaningful way. Like they had a concept, but they're just random particle systems generated based on a word that's produced by the AI. And this archival happens, but you see the beauty and how this, you know, poetic approaches form into those, you know, particle systems.
And would you regard beauty as a concept of surrogate sense, or making sense in a different way? Or has beauty become a surrogate?
I guess it cannot even make sense if something's beautiful cannot make sense. Like any types of tree that you see, it's beautiful. It's all about this modularity and the formations and, you know, the way that's presented. So the data presented in you know, in charts may not be beautiful, but connecting that to creating like one point for each type of data that we have in a data set could be presented as a beautiful thing, and that's what I'm using in my works.
But isn't it also true that the concept of beauty is not related to 100% symmetry, that especially symmetry is to be seen as machinic and artificial and supernatural? That symmetry in itself, or perfect symmetry, is exactly not what we humans used to think of being beautiful. So if you have identical faces, nobody likes them. We think this is a face coming out of artificial intelligence is super symmetrical phase. It's not what we regard to be beautiful. So I think, would you can also disagree, of course, and so I'm more interested in what particular kind of beauty are you making out of it when you, because as an artist you're always a translator, you translate your thoughts and reasonings and your judgments into something that becomes a physical entity in a way, either being audible or being touchable or seeable also, So this question comes to all of you because I've seen that lots of your works have like a screening where you can think, well, this could be produced artificially entirely, but then you have these objects, or it's also object related. And my question yesterday going through was, of course, what is the real relation between the objects that one can touch? But we are not so sure. They look as spit outs, they look as saliva having become metallic in a way. They look like objects, as you said, they are uncanny. We don't really want to touch them. There's something about them where we think they might be.
But for me, the answer to that is very straightforward in a sense that in the video I used 3D scans of objects, and some of them are in my installation, and even like I've scanned some electronics on display here at Zollverein and integrated, literally in the video. So it's for me that's a way to bring from the physical world and bring it into the virtual and reappropriate it, situate it in another time. And for this installation, I wanted to use also these objects as, in a way, it's a little bit like if we could imagine the future of these objects and to have them in the space, kind of bring them closer of our time now, and that the video would be more into the future. So I think that experience of the work with physical object is very important, and a lot of artists working in similar fields as I do, I think we are also maybe working always with that screen that we want to cross in, go live inside this screen. So there is this frustration not being able to touch what we're doing, sculpting with light, and there's always this interface. So I think there is this kind of desire to bring this world into our material world.
Yes.
I was smiling because when I am at an exhibition or in a museum, I always, even though I know the material might be something we all have touched, marble or steel or whatever. I always have the urge to touch things. I don't know why. Because I feel more connected to them in a way. And because basically I feel that our scale, because we're humans, of course, we understand things better when we place our bodies next to them, and even more when we feel them or touch them. Yeah. But for me, it's also a very important thing to have this constant dialogue in my work between materialities and different kinds of objects and textures, and all these, they form another type of narrative. They're all agents, different types of agents that they form a narrative, the narrative that I choose to present at that particular moment. And I agree a lot with what Sabrina said as well. Also, I mostly because I start working with digital tools, I follow a reverse process that I bring, the physical comes after the digital. For me, I observe the physical, the natural landscapes, for example, through different scales, and then there are many levels of translation until you see the final outcome. So I take, I collect elements, let's say, and then I am trying to reconfigure everything on the digital environment and bring it back to the physical one. So there is a certain abstraction, that happens through these processes. There are some certain gaps that are very crucial to the decisions that an artist has to take in order to form the final object. But personally, I'm not so keen to the term of beauty. I'm more keen to the term of honesty, how honest an artwork can be, to your intentions, for example.
It's nice that you give us the idea, the concept of gap, this gap that, I mean, it's true that the primary project here is virtual, and then transforming into it something analogous is in a way already an imposture. It is already a sign for hybris or whatsoever. And we are used to say, oh, the digital world, that's just on screens happening and maybe immersive sound. But with this concept of constant immersion and entanglement, we are now in the age where the digital is not left to screens and not left to plug in earphones. It is really becoming a natural way of interaction. Therefore, my question is also, maybe to round up, what do you think of survival in a broader sense? We talked about traces, so especially in your work, Eva, you said, I was detecting into coal, the coal we were bringing up has a history of 34 million, hundreds of millions of years, as we have like air encapsulated in icebergs, and if they melt, this air from long ago is, brought to our circulation. So I think that the question of survival is not the question only of survival of the humankind, but it's also the question of survival of objects, of traces whatsoever. So my final question to everybody would be, do you think, or is art a means to question this question of survival when it comes to the idea that how fragile and how vulnerable everything is, not only organic forms, but that also the stability of non-organic forms.
I think, if I may, this is something also very present in the work I'm showing now, and the question of those objects, what will survive of them, and how long, and maybe in a million years they'll still be there, and the humans won't be there, but maybe new forms of life could emerge from these objects. And I'm also interested in the idea that, when you throw away an object, it feels like it disappeared, but it doesn't. It's still happening somewhere, and it still has, an agency on the environment, on other. It's still having a role finally in this reality. So it's never disappearing. So it's kind of a survival. This object becomes something else. So I think it's a lot about this idea of, I don't know if it's survival or
afterlife.
Kind of, like what is happening to these objects that have disappeared of our conscience, and will we survive also this world that we are constructing and destructing?
Abi Warburg had this beautiful term, or coined this term of, after Edward Taylor and others, to think of this afterlife of things that become a part of a different circle of reusage and constantly reused, and they carry, like traveling concept, they carry things from the past, but they are not readable entirely in the context of the past, but with this layering of all the times in between. So is it survival, afterlife, or is it nothingness? So what's your approach, Ali?
Well, I think we're making the platform as humans, because we've been always doing it and we usually come to think about it once it's late, like after we see the consequences of our actions, and then try to make sustainable platforms for it. I think the technology, and technology meaning techne, coming from the Greek word, which was meant art and skill, is leading us towards having more sustainable platforms for making life longer. But again, as we mentioned, destruction is aligned with nature of humanity. Wherever we go, we start, destroying things unconsciously. And the platform that we're making as a technology, as an artificial intelligence, and using this technology has been around for so many years. It's unveiled to, users now, but, big companies and big brands been having this technology for a long time. They've finished it, and now we have access to it. So guessing that what's the next thing, it's a bit, nonsense for me, because I know it's almost exists somewhere in some computers on the internet. We don't have access to it, but the answer is there. But in terms of like exploring survival with the technology and what we're doing or how it connects with the artwork, I think we're observing, like as an artist, we're trying to observe, and that's the same approach that I'm doing in my practice, especially in digital. We're trying to observe more and enjoy the moment and find out the relation rather than thinking about where is it going, because any types of technology advancement is my material. So any new technology comes, because of the digital nature of my work, I will use it for my art. So.
But is our imagination vivid enough? Are we bold enough in our concepts? What do you think?
I'm not quite sure about that, because every day I'm surprised with technologies, like this NFT thunderstorm that we had, like all of these AI technologies popping up and showing and saying. So that's the approach that I have, like using those technologies not in a way they're defined to be or be used for, but abusing them, like hacking them, because my artistic career started with hacking digital assets or like electronic devices. And what's interesting for me is how to take something out of those that are not meant to be. That's the same thing that's happening with some of the other artworks in the exhibition.
And I know you are going to work with drones.
Yes, pretty soon. Yeah, that's going to be the...
Maybe you give the audience an idea of it, because it's exactly the same type of drones.
Yes.
That plays a crucial role in the
yeah, it was supposed to be a secret, actually. Yeah, because that's my next project. But because I told you, I can just share it. And yeah, I've been working a lot with EEG systems and EEG brainwave scanners, connecting them. I've been like talking with some neuroscientists, but in the end it didn't make sense, because I'm just using those data, and those data are limited. I don't want to have a meaningful relation between those data to find a different states of mind. But I'm using those data for controlling 2 drones trying to make an artwork, which is like a very aggressive act, having some shooting stuff for creating that artwork. And drones have been around for a decade, I guess, and available to users. But the way that we're using the drones in lots of protests and like the wars that we have is turning into something that the technology is working against what we planned for it, and for mostly controlling, for again destruction. And yeah, that's what my next project is about. So it's not very related to technology investment, but the role of technology in social life and how different mindsets and people how use them in different ways.
Lovely. Yes. So are we bold enough? Should we be bolder? How vivid is our imagination? What do you think, Eva?
I think we should always be bolder in general. Like, I don't know, it's a way of going forward and proceeding forward. And I think what you mentioned as well, like accepting the fact about survival, I mean, accepting the fact that things change is already a bold, perception. And for me, I think there is a phrase that a street named Manischa has written, and while talking about that, basically, and she's saying that bodies are always becoming other bodies, and for me that lies in the core perception of survival and going forward.
Sabrina, you have the last word.
I thought this was such a great last word. I mean, being bold is a good question. I don't think about boldness like this, but I do think about, keep challenging ourselves, our perspective, take nothing for granted, and questioning is maybe a key word for me. Yeah.
So all this panel closes with this famous saying of the French artist Picabia, our head is round to turn around its ideas. Unser Kopf ist rund, damit das Denken die Richtung wechseln kann.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you so much for this hypernatural glimpse into a world beyond our imagination. I especially loved the part where you were talking about digital aesthetics and the beauty of data flows. I never thought about that before. So, art seems to be an abstract sphere to build new perspectives for the artists as well as the observers. Kind of like a laboratory of perception, a safe space to question everything, to deconstruct established paradigms, to dive into the antimatter of our experience, the hidden data of our lives that didn't fit the structures of our thinking so far, and find new systems of organization, new images, and new words for it. Art is a magic place to merge different dimensions of reality, to push boundaries, and to dissolve dichotomies. But when life imitates art, and art imitates life, where do we draw the line between real and fake? Where do we draw the line between natural and artificial? Maybe we'll find some answers to these questions in the next talk. Our two conference guests are Jana Stolzer and Lex Rütten, a multimedia artist duo from Dortmund, Germany, whose work explores symbiotic perspectives on nature and technology. They will now have a conversation with Juliane Beck, who is the curator and program manager of Zeche Zollverein, about their work during their new Now artist residency. The talk will be in German, and if you're not familiar with this language, you can get some earphones right there to have a live translation into English. So, let's dive into their perspective. Please welcome Jana Stolzer, Lex Rütten, and Juliane Beck.
Ja, guten Morgen zusammen. Herzlich willkommen zum Künstlerinnengespräch mit Jana Stolzer und Lex Rütten. Herzlich willkommen auch an unser Online-Publikum im Livestream. Haben wir gerade gehört, dass dort auch ein Publikum zuschaut. Genau, Jana und Lex haben hier als Residenzkünstlerin eine neue Arbeit entwickelt. Und die ist seit gestern Abend hier als Teil der Ausstellung bei New Now auch zu sehen. Der Titel lautet Neophyt, an Industrial Opera of Plants and Pioneers. Und über die Prozesse und die Themen, die euch dabei beschäftigt haben, wollen wir uns ein bisschen unterhalten. SOFF hat ja gerade schon kurz etwas zu eurer künstlerischen Praxis gesagt. Ihr arbeitet seit 7 Jahren als Duo an multimedialen Installationen und Performances und auch musikalische, virtuelle Formate spielen da auch eine Rolle. Oft gibt es eine Verschiebung hin zu nichtmenschlichen Perspektiven.
Some non-human perspectives in your work, and that gives rise to these hybrids and speculative realities where the relationship between man and nature is renegotiated and rearranged, and especially the effect that technology has, the technology we generate, we as human beings generate, and how that repercussions it has for the natural world. And now I'd like to start with saying a few words about the background of your work.
Das ist das Gelände der Zeche Zollverein, weil ihr euch mit der besonderen Flora hier beschäftigt habt. Und das sind die sogenannten Neophyten. Ganz grob gesagt, das könnt ihr sicher besser erklären. Das sind pflanzliche Pioniere, die in neue Gebiete vordringen, die teilweise sehr unwirtlich sind und
So these plants have a great level of adaptability. They're very robust and they can live in environments that have been changed by human beings, such as cities and industrial sites, as is the case in this location. And these plants have the capacity to integrate. And maybe one more link, the work with pioneering plants you conduct extensive work in HKV Dortmund. There are 7 species that you developed which represent human beings and their perspective, and one voice is pioneer, and that's representative of the neophytes, and this is what you developed further. So that's generally your background. So I do believe we've got some images and videos to look at. So if we look at these videos, you can introduce these species. Oh, this one is the so-called pioneer, and that was our first being that we created. We worked on that in Dortmund, and the first motive is a Chinese plant. It's the Chinese lilac, and actually lilac you can find on the site here in Zeche Zollverein, and it's been introduced to Germany, to German gardens, by people who traveled from Japan, and that's when this plant was introduced in Germany, and now you can see it at industrial sites predominantly. And for example, the Robinia that you can see here at Zeche Zollverein, which we are very familiar with, are plants that originally only came here with industrialization, with globalization, and we thought this was quite exciting. So this was our starting point. First of all, we looked at the language, how people talk about this flora, and also we wanted to look at the potential ingrained in that. And the natural character that's anchored in the environment was then expanded by a character that oriented itself towards the future. So these other 2 characters, I don't know if we can get an image of that, because they have different shapes, different body shapes. Yes, we've got 2 or 3 more images that we can look at. So this is Pioneer, which you've seen already. And then if we look at the next step, the next stage, here you can see a character which is much more spacey because it's disconnected. Well, starting with Pioneer and this whole neophyte idea, we learned that there are plants which we thought is quite exciting. For example, this character, which we fondly call salty, is an example of plants that can live on soil that's contaminated even with a salty environment. And the character that represents the metallophytes, which is plants that can absorb metal. And what's being used already to extract metal from the soil by natural means. For example, the extraction of nickel. What's exciting is to absorb metals in plants, and whether we should be worried about this. Pioneers in general is a concept that we are quite interested and excited about because, for example, we went to the Alex Glacier in Switzerland, and there we talked to scientists who work on that glacier, who don't actually look at how it's declining, which of course is a dramatic story, but these sciences focused on the new life that's going to be generated once the glacier has disappeared. And this is what led us to integrate this in our work, because in this Ruhr Valley area here in Germany, we've got industrial sites, discontinued industrial sites where new plants appear, and we refer to them as industrial fights. Yes, it's quite interesting because some people might think that the loss of biodiversity that we had in the past and that's been destroyed by human beings is maybe replaced by new plants. And I want to understand the potential of these neophytes. What happens when they arrive? Is there a certain process that you can observe, or a scientific process? Well, if we look at a remote industrial site, then there isn't much around apart from concrete and stones. So we have mineral contaminant, we've got too much salt in the soil, we've got metal still in the soil, and then we have moss and lichen that comes first, and then we have little herbal plants, and these plants then offer a foundation for the next plant. So the place where a new ecosystem is generated is very diverse, very biodiverse. And at this location here, at this old mining site, we can experience this because this is like an island in a cultivated surrounding which is dominated by monocultures, where a new biodiversity is thriving and much more present than in the woods, for example, because we have a variety of species. And if we look at the aspect of time, and if we consider that our human perspective covers a limited period of time, since our lifetime on this planet is limited. So is this something you integrated in your work? Yes, this is super exciting because the scientists who talk or write about neophytes and people who discuss this in symposiums and look at the impact that this has on plants and the invasive nature of it, we look at the term of home and domestic flora, original flora, and which plants are traditionally found in this environment. But if we look at the history of the plants, then we see that they have been doing pioneering work already, because flora continuously keeps developing. So if we focus on keeping our domestic plants, then this is just a concept of humans, because if we witness forums and if we witness groups of people who meet in the Ruhr Valley and who take pictures of plants, then this is another evidence that neophytes that we can find in this area have eroded other plants. They go to locations where there aren't any plants at the moment. So we also spoke to a forester, the forester who looks after this region, Zollverein, here in the Ruhr Valley. And what this forester told us is that we have to look at this in a longer time frame. So it's a sad fact that the birch tree might be erased because of climate change, but there's something new to follow. Okay, that might be a good lead into a different topic. What I'd like to understand is what role music and what role the digital language plays for your work and what role it plays in your work, because you work with computer animated images and 3D scans, and then you use this to build objects and landscapes, but you work with voices, with sequences, with melodies, and in a way you then translate this language into something physical. So it's quite interesting to understand what role music takes on in your work and how you make your work audible with voices, with singing voices. And it's not human voices you use in these songs. And maybe there is a female or male connotation in these voices, and parts of it are familiar and parts of it are new. So it's unusual. So it's a specific way of expression that you attach to these species. Yes, as you said, the topics are very varied, but they have a biological background, and you could actually put this in a natural museum, natural science museum, and we look at how these plants can have empathic characteristics, because we don't understand how plants communicate amongst each other. We don't know what sort of awareness plants have. We can't grasp this, but they are intelligent beings, and maybe they're more intelligent than human beings. And this is why we wanted to put this on a human level. For example, if we look at lilacs, then it's just a shrub, but we can make this human. And we do this in our song texts, in our lyrics, and it's always from a personal perspective. It's always from the perspective of these plants, these beings, these creatures. And the musical is a platform which can relate music and themes and emotions to people. And this is why we use this musical setting to translate emotions. Sometimes it's sad, sometimes it's not the sadness. Sometimes we just want people to understand and remember the story. And with our compositions, we use field recordings, which we then use to create melodies. Yes, at the moment, parts of our work use sounds which represent insects that nag on plants, and the plants then in a state of panic, and they release toxic agents. And this panic we mixed with the sound of water, which has a calming effect on plants. So it's a state of panic because of the insects eating away at them and the calming impact of the water. So this we translated into the digital aesthetic. So this is something we use. Yes, the voices are artificially generated voices. We use synthesizers to make cute voices on the one hand, but also ugly voices, because it always shrubs off on humanity. And this cuteness we then utilize, although nature as such isn't particularly cute. And if we look at the pioneer character, it's got human elements, and it dances with kind of arms and legs. but we take this further with sound, and even their bodies we can make more abstract, and we need to ask ourselves, what makes a figure? When does a figure dissolve? Do we need elements like eyes? What sort of human elements do we need to keep this story going?
Or have we got the possibility maybe of looking into the video for a few seconds? Let's have a look. You can see in this metallophyte there, isn't it, that it's really made of stone particles and lumps of stone. Yes. Well, I mean, talking about this digital generated empathy that you were talking about, I'd be also interested in hearing of what you think about empathy and consciousness, because these are characteristics or attributes that are really ascribed to people, or that we're supposed to have, you know, to differentiate from other creatures or other things in this nature. But maybe you've got a different perspective, or maybe you've discovered something other that could be of interest. Well, definitely, I think we can say that the more deeply you go into such research, and the more you come closer to these creatures around us, then the more you get a feeling that something really is alive there. It's perfectly alive, and you get this consciousness and awareness that, you know, we've got a certain life, a certain time window of 80 years maybe, which is very, very short compared to this huge scale of life that organisms on the earth have, and they've been active on the earth for so long. They've been changing things, so of course it naturally, inevitably leads to a different consciousness. And there is inevitably also an ecosystem where everything is linked in some way, where there's a different eco-communication at work on this earth. We do try to communicate that too in our work, you know, to change perspectives and to display the history of maybe a plant which maybe has a history of several million years, and it's telling us this history if we look into it closely enough. And that then in turn changes our awareness and consciousness of the organisms around us, and also for our part in this ecosystem and how we relate to it, how we can be integrated with it. We are here standing human beings, a blade of grass on the ground, you know, that we can interact and be part of this same system as this blade of grass. There, of course, there's a lot of research and researchers and scientists now who've been working on that, and also talking about plant intelligence and plant learning behavior. And I think that in the next few years, in the coming years, we're going to see a lot more of that, you know, because this research is going in that direction, and it's really gathering speed at the moment. And you know, they're examining things like, for example, behavior patterns of anemosis. You know, they dropped one on the ground. They kept dropping it on the ground until they see the way it contracts. But then at the beginning they contracted, but then after several times they stopped contracting, because they learned that if there's a quick impact, it's better to be softened, just to cushion the shock of the impact. And you know that a lot what we consider to be intelligence from the human perspective is really a problem-solving pattern, you know. And plants are very good at that, you know. They move towards light, they solve loads of problems. The problem, of course, is that they're rooted in the ground and there's no movement. They can't fly, they can't walk. And that's why plants have developed a lot of other solutions just to take account of this immobility on their part. You know, for example, to defend against predators or whatever. Yes, great. Now we've got a few more minutes, but just to ask you to finish for your perspectives. You know, we always think that in this subject that we're going towards a dystopia in the future, but whereas when I listen to you guys, it's really great to hear such optimism coming from you, because you talk about things like symbiosis, adjustment, adapting, and then immortality even. You know, immortality and myths and spirits are all part of your exhibitions in Dortmund, and these are really totally different. That goes in a different direction from the constant gloom and doom we hear, you know. So has that made you a different kind of person? Yes, this question, we've heard that question several times recently, actually, and it is something, in fact, that's very difficult to answer. From an objective perspective, I would say that I am an optimistic person. I'm currently very optimistic because the planet is going to save itself. You know, maybe we're going to be destroyed, but then maybe our era will be gone, but the life will change, you know, the environment will change, will be transformed, it will become more lively in a different way. So it's dystopian from the human perspective. It is an apocalypse for the humans, just like so many other species have been destroyed in the past, including by human beings. And that, of course, is tragic, and it is a tragedy. It doesn't mean I'm going to go out and say, listen, do whatever you want. It doesn't matter, because the world is going to continue to live on a different plane. But no, it is important that we do get this consciousness that and awareness that we're human beings, so we naturally want to avoid our own decline and death and apocalypse. So, and it's very important to work on this plane to get. So it is a kind of a back and forth, sometimes very optimistic for life in general, for the planet in general, and then sometimes pessimistic for human beings, and then vice versa. You know, I think it's quite difficult, like irrespective of how hopefully you can look to the future. You know, just to change something in your behavior is quite difficult for us and for a lot of people. You know, maybe you can make short steps, maybe start cycling more as an initial measure. But, you know, from an overall perspective, like in Dortmund, we have a guest book for messages. And somebody wrote down, stop doing art, go and plant a few trees. And the first moment I thought, it was like, hey, this guy is really knocking me. But then I thought, well, hold on, if we can create so many trees, like create 3 million trees, we would have solved a huge amount of problems. But I think that's not going to happen, except with 3 million planted trees. You know, the question, a lot of people would think, yeah, well, they're grown up, we can make more paper out of them, you know. There's always going to be the greedy human eye. But I definitely can, to round off, I can say that I really recommend people to go to the exhibition in Dortmund. There's an algae, which is an exhibit there too. And I think that also offers new perspectives. Yes, this algae, it's a plant, it's been around for 49 million years, much, much longer than human beings. That even triggered the Ice Age. And who knows, maybe when our time is up, it's going to trigger a new Ice Age and a new cycle of life. From this algae, a lot of great things can start. But I think overall it's very important to see that to see the link to your own environment and your own interaction with the environment, and all, especially to levels of creativity and life that are not human, not alive, like plants. And I think, you know, we look down on a lot of creatures simply because we're so tall. We look down at ants, but I think we've got to, maybe it's time that we change that perspective. Okay, great. We're in good time. Thank you very much, the two of you, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you for this hypernatural perspective that you shared with us. For me, it was so touching to hear you speak about those other beings, those plants that we can identify with and learn from. It's so important that artists like you give a voice to those so that we can hear them and that we can grow and evolve as a species. So, it seems like there are no fixed boundaries in life at all. Every line is dissolvable, and we can find a connection to anything if we choose to do so. We create our paradigms in total freedom, and attention is the key to build reality, the material it is made of. We experience, we analyze, we reconfigure. What we focus our attention on is what we interact, connect, and merge with. What we feel to be true, what reflects our existence and proves ourselves to be part of other beings' realities as well. So, what we surround ourselves with has a great impact on our perception of life and ourselves. Are we aware of the power that lies in the guidance of attention? Are we the master of it, or is it manipulated by other forces? And how can we use the hypernatural capital of transformation that lies within the focus of our attention to create a better life? I believe that our next conference guest is the best person to help us find some answers to that. Daniel Hengst, an artist from Essen, Germany, will now guide our attention to places and objects that it has probably never focused on before and introduce us to a new parameter of reality, plans per second. Please welcome Daniel Hengst.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can you hear me good? I think everything is well. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you much for having me, and thank you for your attention already. And I will a little bit also it's a good starting point, this talk for me or for my topics. And I will start with this image. Where can you see it? Where's the image from the presentation? It's over here. Amazing. It's from 1980. And I want to start with this because it's an image from one of the first computer game that tells its story not only through text, but also using two-dimensional graphics. And what is interesting about this image and about this game that is called Mystery House, I just said it, is this tree actually on this side. Because I think it's one of the first trees that was ever depicted in a computer game or in a digital environment itself. In his 4-part series, Parallel, from 2012, Haroon Farooqi shows also a part of this game in a frame where he's talking about the history of representation of plants in computer animation. After his little tour around this representation of trees, he's ending with these images and with the notion in 2012 that computers are capable to create images of trees that are indistinguishable from cinema images. Well, I think we can agree that even 10 years later, we have a kind of a race going on for even more realism, even more detail, and even more frames. Although realism is today not the only aim in art making, in games making, in architectural simulation, I think we can agree that it's in the core of the popular culture of AAA games. Realism is a kind of a benchmark. An intense involvement and focus on questions of representation were for me unavoidable, working for 15 years in theater and performing arts. I find it really exciting to see how images and media technologies perform, how we react on them, and then, like in a circular process, how we reshape images and technologies. In the jungle of concepts and definitions, I just want to make clear that representation is for me something of being a representative, or a splendid and dignified form of appearance. For me, a very interesting question around representation is, why does something look like this or that? And what social and cultural drivers contribute to its aesthetic and its charge? and what kind of reality is constituted by the difference between the sign and the signified. In today's very increasingly complex and very contradictory society, mechanisms of representation are changing dramatically. Our life has become a story, and we have to represent ourselves in this story. Think of social media. And also nature has to tell a story in order to survive. I took these photos of two plates I find in non-digital environments of plants that has to tell a story in order to survive. On the right side, you see an image of a plant, and if you don't speak German, it says, "I live here," from a so-called first plant perspective. The plate has to tell the story of the plant so that tourists are not trampling over this plant. And on the left side, you see a plate standing nearby a peat excavation area, telling people why it's important to save and protect this area. In the last 4 years, I worked a lot on plants, and I met a lot of scientists, I went to a lot of sites, I met a lot of plants. The writings of the Canadian anthropologist Natasha Meyer, for example, have been a great inspiration for me. In 2016, she coined the term Planthropocene, which is a perspective on the world in which are plants central. And humans live up to the responsibility to create space for plants and for biodiversity. And this I find a very nice quote of her: "What is good for plants is good for everyone else. Get on their side. Consider yourself at their service and get to know plants intimately and on their terms." And for me, the very most striking and inspiring part is the last part of the last sentence, "on their terms." And I think this is really important, and I hope you can keep this in mind for also the next part of my presentation. Because although plants are everywhere, and they play a central role in the preservation and also the creation of all life on Earth, we very seldomly perceive plants and their important role, which is called, it's an informal term in educational and biological science, plant blindness. Plants per second is a speculative framework that I invented myself, that I challenged myself, and it may also become a speculative tool. The focus is on the attempt to question, challenge, and possibly overcome this plant blindness by the means of the digital. A first step is to ask some question around representation of plants in digital environments. What image do digital environments produce and leave behind of a plant? How are digital plants created, and in which way they are used or interacted with? And how can digital environments become more plant-like? And can they even enable us to connect with real nature? PPS is developed in reference or in an analogy to a technical value that is very important nowadays, which is called frames per second. It's very important for the evaluation and production of digital real-time environments. If you are an artist yourself, a creator, a gamer, I think you know this term already. And most probably you also used it in your own process. If you are not familiar with the term frames per second, in Germany it's called Bilder pro Sekunde, images per second, you should know that this is a technical value that gives information about the current computing power of any system that is capable of creating images. Technical system. If the computer manages to create more than 30 or more likely 60 frames per second, then we can call it a real-time environment. So we need a lot of frames to create an immersive and interactable environment. What is so interesting about frames per second? Come with me on this ride or on this thought that if realism is a benchmark for the quality of an experience, and I think this is not 100% everywhere true case, it's just like one part, but if, please come on this trip, then frames per second is a currency in this game. Right? Because if you have a lot of frames, you can create a lot of reality, a lot of immersiveness. To achieve a higher realism, digital designers, creators, artists have to ask themselves, what is important? And how do I distribute and balance the woman power and the available computing power? These are the core questions I have to ask myself. And the next question is, how can I base my decisions on the perceptual patterns that people have? Looking at plants, looking at humans, because we are biased, as we know. Human bodies and human artifacts are mostly at the core of any digital environment because people are interested in humans. Even though plants are looked today many more times better than the tree and mystery house, the games I showed you in the beginning, plants are still very often shown in highly simplified and under-complex way. I find this funny, or a little bit funny, interesting meme from 2021, where a gamer was making fun about the alleged improvement of the depiction of grapes in the game after an expansion came out of the game Final Fantasy XIV. So this is 2021, and it's hard to see the difference between these two grapes before and after this expansion. But what is interesting and what is really easy to see is the difference between the plant and the human. What we know and experience ourselves, if a content is not desirable, meaning trending, it's not only simply less visible or worthless, but it's also threatened to disappear in real terms. This is where we're at in our digital society. What can we assume out of this thought? If a plant species in a digital environment is representing simply an ornament for a place for human action, or its technical doability, meaning it's not desirable, then it's also threatened to disappear in real terms. In the following video, I want to show you some examples and want to dive into some digital environments to make my point even more clear. I will concentrate on games, and even more, I will concentrate on games with an approach to a realistic aesthetics. In the beginning, I will show you some, let's say, human-made objects that appear in these games so that you can compare also yourself towards the games, the plants that you will see in these games. And also what is important, this is only some examples. There are a lot of other games, so it's not like a scientific completeness. Please keep that in mind. So you see this game, and we are in this fishing hut here, and you see already on these papers there's a writing, so it's very highly, in a way, detailed. Then there's also this fishing rod. It has a physics engine running on. You have like very nice logos on it. Looks pretty realistic. And then when you look at one of these plants, it looks pretty nice from this one angle, but then when you come a little bit more clear, you already see one of the problems. It has no extension, no three-dimensional expansion. It's like a cutout, like a paper that is standing in the surrounding. And even more, if you look to the right side, you see that these plants are moving with the player's head. They are moving towards, as if in their DNA, they have already the human-centric approach of this game. And then another example. Look at this berry tree, I don't know actually what it is. It has also this very hallucinatic movements of the twigs moving with my head, and also the berries are super flat and have a white outline. And then we have a next example, and in the next example I want you to look at the avatar beginning. It's like very highly detailed, the hair, and then these metal wheels and these braces around these metal wheels, amazing. They have an extension pretty well rendered, right? And then we look at something that is called, or that is a moss on these stones. And if you get a little bit closer, you already see the problem here. It looks more like a graffiti on something that is already very blurry. So I think there's a kind of a very strong hierarchy in between that can be also seen here in between this grass. It's like a flat surface where you have some texture that tries to depict some plants. And then also this game, it's not so much about the foreground because the game already is very stylized, but look at the background. Trees are appearing when you move away. The bush in the foreground is going away when you are heading towards these plants. And this is what you see all over the game, meaning that from the first moment, these plants are, unlike human-made objects, already made to give space to human interaction and to human notions and ideas. And also here in this last example, farming simulator, there are games where plants are at the core of the attention. But look at these plants, they are all the same assets. It's one and the same asset. And this I find also a very funny glitch, actually. To show you at least one digital or one aspect, one technical aspect behind this, I searched the internet and some 3D asset stores to find one of the plants that was shown in the first example, and you see it on the lower side, and the second one from the left is one we saw in the first example. And what is interesting about these asset stores, you have no information about what's these plants, no name, nothing, where they are living, how big they are, whatever. It's a purely technical description, and it's not always like this, but often you find these very technical. And this is the approach how creators and designers are like going on these asset stores to fill the void in their games, actually. And then look at the object itself. This is the 3D object. So it's a very limited geometry. It's like basically two squares being crossed. Then you put on this texture. It's the same texture for both of these sides. And voila, this is what it's meant to be a plant for our perception. And this is already enough for us to mock us and to make us clear that this should be a plant. So I want to sum up a little bit the core findings of these examples and also other experience I made throughout the last year. So what we already found out, plants have to provide a technically efficient background for human actors and their artifacts. Plants are not meant to be looked up closely. Most of the plant species, mostly plant species are used that are more suitable to technical optimization, which is interesting. So if you are a tree with a berry, forget it, you will never be seen. Plants are often not individuals, which is also interesting, meaning you are taking one object and using it 1,000 times just by making it a little bit more bigger and smaller and rotating it a bit. Okay, in the last 10 minutes, I want also to point out a little bit how I try to challenge myself with plants per second and how I try to make digital environments that I create more plantish. Because, as you can see, I was concerned and researching about these topics throughout my work and throughout my research. In 2019, I was still concerned with speculative plans. So I was thinking about, oh, what kind of crazy plans can I make and how can they look like? But then 1 year later, having a residency in Riga in Latvia and meeting these plants in one of the most enchanting bogs or peatlands, swamps I ever found, I made these series of photos trying to challenge my perspective and my gaze towards plants. In the same year, I created the work Blooming Love, which I was lucky also some weeks ago to exhibit a small version here at Gelsenkirchen in Places Festival, and that was also shown at Werkleitz in Halle. It was a part of a Emara residency. So I was really happy to create this work, and I called it A Greenhouse for Human-Plant Relationships. And I use, as you can see, an AV installation in the foreground, a photographical print in the background, and it has a light installation also, so it's a very sensual environment. And at the core, we have a virtual reality. A digital bog that can be viewed throughout with these goggles, with the virtual reality goggles. And for this, I modeled 30 real plant species of a Latvian raised bog as accurately as possible. These avatars, how I call them, plant avatars, are representing the plant species which together are responsible for the creation of peat. Peat is in German Torf, and what is interesting about peat is that on 3% of the land surface, 30% of the world's carbon is stored. So I find it a very impressive form of immersiveness. But as I said, how do I create a high PPS value? Give space to leaf, fruits, blossom, and branches. I took care of the real morphology of these plants as much as possible. My first aim was to model the plants in much higher real resolution because I wanted to try to push the boundaries of what is possible to show in a real-time digital environment. And as you can see, I took care of as much as possible of the nosps, of the fruits here, also of the roots, of the thickness of the leaves, of all the elements that make a plant a living being, right? Beautiful. Making the little visible, the second. Instead of using a flat texture to depict lichen and mosses, I created also high detailed models as I did for the bigger species. But throughout the process, I had to also make them flat due to a decrease in the frames per second rate. But since I modeled them in these kind of clusters, I still had a kind of a three-dimensionality and a kind of a spatial expansion of these plans, and was therefore more high resolution than a pure texture. Then next point is diversify, allow individuality. I think this is very important. For some plants, I created several individuals for each of these species to reflect on their individuality, but also on the way of a community that they live in. Only a little later in the process, I started to create also for some of them some roots, but not for all of them. And also in the next step, I'm really interested to create species that reflect more on the age also of these plants. Next point, looking at plants. I think this is what I already said. With my works, I try to bring the plants into the uncanny valley of representation in order to make people see something, to interrupt our modes of seeing and experiencing. I position the visitor's gaze just above the ground of this digital bog, at the level of mosses and lichens. The visitors have no digital body and are intentionally reduced to a mere gaze. I consciously prevent any form of interaction in a real-time environment that is made for interaction. High blurriness in the background, as you can see here, is also intentionally added to force the visitor to interact and to engage with the plants in the proximity, with the morphology and the distribution and the coexistence. And also in my work, Nastian and Tropismen, which you can see an exhibition work here from 2022, had the same focus or a similar focus and used similar tools. It's an environment which can be called an extended reality or something. It uses also real-time generative light, generative sound. We have 3 monitors here. There's no virtual reality, and these black glass, opaque glass objects that are in front of the monitor. I will come to this in a minute. What do I did here? I add specific plant movement. So I was really concerned, and I tried to represent at least one type of movement of each of these plants using these bones. This is this gray material that you see here, this gray object, allowing us as creators to move the underlying geometry of these elements. Then I created specific algorithms for each of these plants so that they can create this one aspect of their movement. I tried to get closer to the question whether the movements, if we could only see them, carry an empathic quality like a human movement does. Second, whom is moving whom? Invert human-plant interactivity. I created a setting where the audience has to follow the plant movement. Often only 1 out of 3 monitors active, so people have to face themselves to this direction. And then there's also these black opaque screens hiding a part of the monitor. People have to move around or bend and actually to see a different layer of plant movement. It's wet peat, Torf in German. It's like the material, the afterlife of these plants, which is still also moving as long as it's wet and not being drained. Who's on stage? I also added for this work an app that the visitors can find, and that adds an additional information about the protagonists that were on stage while visiting the artwork. It's a bit of didactic, I know, but it's still a poetic approach towards the plant's life. And links to more information to the plants and to the peatlands can be found on this app. PPS is a proximity in distance. The Latvian peatland scientist Agnes Pride once said to me, "We have to leave nature alone." And I think after the pandemic, we already now start to see that this is something we should do. We should withdraw from a lot of habitats, stop conquering them for our human purposes, and even stop entering them at all. I think highly realistic, desirable representations of plants could help us to still maintain an emotional and connection to them and celebrate our absence with empathy. Then PPS is an affiliation through otherness, a connectivity through otherness. PPS can help us to emphasize the difference between humans and plants, because I think this is very important. Plants are not primarily here to perform human tasks. They are not an extension of human agency, but living beings on their own term. Taking seriously and emphasizing the difference between humans and plants in their temporality, in their form, can help us to develop a sovereign belonging in reference to this difference. And last but not least, learning to see plants. Even though PPS is a speculative framework, and it may still stay as a speculative framework, it shows how we look or how we don't look at plants. Just as in the non-digital world. In digital worlds, we just pass by. We don't look very closely. We overlook them. And we only pay attention if they can do something for us, for the climate, so that in order for us to survive. But the question is, to how much plant is our attention apparatus and our empathy capable of? What value do we place on plants, their condition, and the reality of their lives? I thank you very much for your attention, and I'm also happy to discuss with you further. I will be here over the day. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful day, every one of you. Bye.
Thank you so much for this hypernatural mind twist. I think it was so interesting to see all those crazy structures of nature that we overlook very easily in our everyday lives on a screen like this, in a digital animation, because the complexity of life sometimes only shows in another context of our perception. Isn't it weird that we as human beings differentiate between the digital sphere and the physical reality? Aren't both realms perceived by us and interact with each other? Isn't a computer screen just a portal to another dimension of reality? And isn't every software bound to a hardware, just like our perception is depending on our bodies? What if we just don't see a connection between those dimensions because we are used to focus our attention on the differences? And what if we switched that upside down? What could we find if we were looking for relationships without any hierarchy between the digital and the physical sphere? The so-called artificial and the natural? Could we merge those dimensions completely? Or could we even make each one profit from a connection to the other? Next up on our journey through hypernatural perspectives today is computational biology, a conversation between Sam Balfus, Lyndsey Walsh, and Tabitha Swanson. Sam Balfus, aka Balfua, is a Berlin-based 3D artist and creative director from Los Angeles. Lyndsey Walsh is an American artist, designer, writer, editor, and lecturer based in Berlin. And Tabitha Swanson is a Berlin-based multidisciplinary designer, creative technologist, and artist. Let's join their hybrid multiverse for the duration of their conversation. Please welcome Sam Balfus, Lyndsey Walsh, and Tabitha Swanson.
Okay, hi everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. So our talk today is about computational biology. I might just ask for the clicker from the lovely organizers. Thank you so much. Yeah, so classically, computational biology has been known as an intersection of computer science, biology, and big data. The field has foundations in mathematics, chemistry, and genetics, and this has often been used to understand more about biological systems, relationships, and to imagine possible futures. Today, we have the amazing Lyndsey Walsh and Sam Balfus with us, and they're going to talk a little bit about how they use technology in their practice and in their interactions and expressions of nature, humanity, and biology. So we were already introed, so to jump right in, can you both explain a little bit about your practices?
Yeah, so I work a lot with mostly living materials, like stem cells and cancer cells and genetically modified organisms, but also these intersections between living organisms and technology and how they intersect, either with genetic engineering or with biomedical research, and then those social and ethical implications of this kinds of research in our daily lives and seeing how it impacts culture and questioning it as well.
Yeah. I work a lot with VR and traditional techniques like drawing and sculpture, and I'm a big nerd and I'm very into world building, so I've started building my own sort of universe with its own kind of logic and physics and lots of abstract shapes that populate the universe.
And what was your journey coming to create art like this? Because obviously both of you have very specific kind of niches that you go into, and you know, you explore different biological concepts or nature concepts, and you mix it with your art practice. So what drew you to doing that?
Yeah, so I've always been really fascinated between the intersections between art and living systems, and for a long time I didn't really know that this was like a field of research that could be explored, and so yeah, I kind of started working with whales and their anatomies and realizing how they didn't really taxonomically make sense within our understanding of evolution, and looking at their skulls as if they were sculpture and trying to put it in a more postmodern analysis to see if that would change how scientific knowledge was perceived and understood. And ever since then, I kind of took off working with stem cells and cancer cells and all these other things.
Yeah, and I kind of came up through fantasy and graffiti and a lot of sort of gestural stuff and thinking about made-up language and things like that. So after going to art school and being able to play with a lot of fancy toys like 3D printers and virtual technology, I started to just have a lot of fun making up lore behind the work that I was making, and that kind of developed into this made-up universe.
And so with you, Lyndsey, a lot of your work, you've said, kind of falls into the spectrum of being on the uncanny end of things. And Sam, a lot of your work goes more into the sublime. What draws both of you to each of those areas?
Yeah, for the uncanny with me, I'm really interested in the ways how life in the laboratory and also life under the impact of technology kind of unsettles these boundaries and binaries and also generates these monsters that really challenge the way we culturally perceive the world. And so I find myself really drawn to the stories of these monsters, both as they emerge in the laboratory, but also within ourselves, as we increase in our use of genetic testing for ourselves, or increasing different kinds of disease narratives that we have based on genetic-based diseases, and also through smell technologies and things like this. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm also definitely into monsters in the same way, but maybe from a different angle. Like, I think a lot of the sublime work that you talk about, it's fun for me to get into a space with 3D modeling where I can make something that I think is really beautiful but also really scary at the same time. So just kind of finding the balance between those two things in my own sort of visual lexicon.
And so, Lyndsey, a lot of your practice takes experiences from family members who have gone through cancer and kind of having genetic markers within your own biology that say you potentially could have this one day. And a lot of your art pieces center around like growing cancer cells or talking about it. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so especially within the realm of computational biology, I deal a lot with that in my own personal life, where I have this genetic mutation that gives me hereditary breast and ovarian cancer syndrome, and I've been giving a diagnosis of basically 94% chance of getting breast cancer, which is odds you don't want to bet against. And so I've created this work called Self-Care, where I've really challenged these notions of care and also our relationship to building disease narratives. Been looking at a lot of mutational identity theory with that and seeing myself less as this pre-Viver narrative that exists within these emerging genetic identities and more as how mutantness can be explored for these emerging disease narratives. And I challenged myself to try to take care of this cancer that I will potentially eventually have through this wearable binder that has living breast cancer cells with the same genetic mutation I have. And I use my own body heat to keep them warm, and I have to feed them. And so making kind of kin with this monster that's supposed to live inside me and that I've watched my mother have cancer as well has been kind of an interesting part of my work.
Mm-hmm. I thought it was really interesting too before we kind of touched on a little bit of the idea of body horror, and you mentioned that you worked with a scent expert as well. And I can see that on here we have one of the perfumes that you made. Did you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so we often don't think about it, but our perception of other people's smells have this biological basis for health. We want to know when people maybe have different illnesses and things like this. And diseases all have smells, even if we can't smell them, other organisms can. And so this was a project I did with the University, the Underground, that's kind of evolved. And I was working with this scientist at MIT named Dr. Andreas Merschen, who's invented a machine that can smell different diseases. And I attempted to prototype basically like a designer perfume of smell of this genetic disease called trimethylaminuria, which makes people smell like fish. And so this is my first perfume and hopefully a collection of different smells of diseases as well.
And how, when you show this off, do you allow people to smell it? Like, is it sprayed in the air for people to smell?
Yeah, so there'll usually be one bottle that's like the exhibition artifact that no one can touch for insurance reasons, and then there'll be a smaller one with a sample that people can then smell and interact with, which is quite nice.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Do you think that explorations like what you do could change or inspire things within the medical industry?
I hope so in some cases. Like I am a patient at a cancer center, and when I became a patient there, I also submitted my artistic portfolio because I was asking them to be part of my artwork. And they thought the project was really interesting and had all these important, very concerns about ethics and patient care. And I've interviewed a lot of different medical professionals in the Russian Federation and in Finland and in the US and things like that. And it's all a very important issue, but it's like about how these ideas are explored, and the autoethnography behind it I think is greatly valued and something that they take with them from the work. But yeah, I've yet to see massive impacts.
Sure. And Sam, with your work, you've got a fantastical realm called the Sacy world, which you mentioned before, and you're exploring the sublime, but also creating your own digital world. There's a whole ecosystem there. You're in the midst of creating a language. A lot of it you've made already. And then you also have interplay between different species. Could you tell us a bit about this?
Yeah, sure. So, yeah, as I said, it started kind of from graffiti, so there was a lot of just abstract shapes and gestural shapes, and these kind of developed into little creatures, and these creatures I call slollas, S-L-O-L-L-A-S, and they are the sort of people in the Sacy world. Each one of them is an abstract shape, and they act sort of as their own language. They each kind of embody an emotion or riff or a phrase, and there's other creatures in the Sacy world, like big, giant ones that sort of are ancient and powerful, like dragons, but all sort of with this abstract kind of presentation. And yeah, there's a lot of different environments in the Sacy world. There's scary ones and beautiful ones and hot ones and cold ones and ones made of cheese and ones made of ice, and it's kind of fun to just whatever I'm feeling that day, like put it into the Sacy world and then try to create lore around it. And these Slalas, which are the experiencers of this fantastical world, can interact with each other and with the greater or lesser beings in the Sacy world, and just sort of I can come up with fun ways to explore that idea.
Mm-hmm. And can you tell us a little bit about goon trapping? Because
Goon
that
trapping?
also exists in the Sacy world,
Yeah,
right?
goon trapping is so there are these creatures called goon trappers, and they're like the bounty hunter creatures of the Sacy world who are sort of anthropomorphized, and they hunt and trap goons, which are embodiments of various ailments and diseases and terrible events. So they kind of come in all shapes and sizes. Some of them are anthropomorphized, and some of them are completely abstract, and some of them can be clouds or grass or whatever. And there's that kind of dichotomy between the goons and goon trappers. And as I sort of build the lore, the goon trappers are part of a larger project, not just the Sacy world, but the Gooniverse, which is a project that I make up with my good friends back in LA. And we have a band, and we make sort of music and art around and inside of the Gooniverse. So yeah, the Goon Trappers, my band is supposed to be Goon Trappers in the Gooniverse, and we play as if we are inside of it already.
Mm-hmm. So a lot of this world that you've created online interacts so easily with the outside world as well, and there's really a conversation back and forth between them.
Yeah, definitely.
Mm. And with the language that you're currently building, I know you've said that you have a lot of the vocabulary created, and now you're kind of moving on to the grammar stage. Can you tell us a bit about that? It's very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to now as it's not quite developed yet. But yeah, there's like words for a lot of things, words for grass and sky and feelings, and words around relationships, words around like the type of food that these creatures consume. And now I'm trying to string it together, just doing a lot of research with taking inspiration from Tolkien and, a lot of Noam Chomsky and just like a lot of linguistic YouTube channels and stuff like that. So it's really fun, and it's really interesting, yeah.
Nice. And in these worlds, you're able to use different assets like 3D plants, animals, trees, etc. And a lot of these assets all have their own quote-unquote biology, which is made of code, but it's very much a different sort of code than what genetic beings have in this world. And I was wondering, because you make your own physics for these things, you can kind of augment these items in whichever way you like. What's the line for you with balancing putting these things in there in a way that people can recognize and relate to versus launching into the fantastical kind of end of things?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I think I definitely like to start. I have a lot of fun making just beautiful environments before they get fantastical and weird. So, I'll make a ground and put grass on it and have a sky, and things like that are pretty traditional in the sense of like depicting landscapes. But at the same time, I have a lot of freedom to take a plant and have it hover in the middle of the world if I want to, or like have a lake and create physics settings that make the lake behave in a way that it certainly wouldn't in real life. So that's a lot of fun for me.
Mm-hmm. Cool. And I guess with this world building, do you foresee, like especially in the digital realm in this way, do you foresee that this can help inspire ways that we treat the real world in whatever way that could be an outcome? Like whether it's like landscaping or, you know, how we plant trees and interact with them and bring more nature into the world.
Yeah, I definitely hope so. I think because what I'm doing is so like reaching for something that I don't think I've like seen before, or you know, lush grass in places that wouldn't have it normally or something like that. There's like a longing there, and it's not so much a desire to communicate the importance of the environments I'm building so much as just like getting a chance to play in them myself. So I think it's like a difficult balance. I'm not going to say that I am saving the environment by doing what I'm doing.
Yeah. Do you ever think that, are you ever concerned that there could be a potential future where in this world the environment is, you know, continually being damaged by climate change and we kind of lose a lot of the basic ecology that we currently have, and we're kind of forced to retreat into the digital realm and experience nature and biology and ecosystems there?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly hope not. I think with the major things we face, like global warming or other various massive threats to humanity and our ecology, it's important for us to be thinking about those things. But at the same time, I hope that we can process this type of art from a place of comfort and openness, and not from one of fear and trying to get back to a place that we no longer can enjoy.
Lyndsey, what are some things that you would hope for in not only the medical industry, but kind of the intersection that you reside in?
You mean in terms of like between technology and nature?
Yeah, kind of the conversation that they have, like the way that they play together, the way that we interact with technology, maybe specifically in the field that you inhabit.
Yeah, I think one of my biggest points is like really critically analyzing the optimism behind technology, because I think we oftentimes see technology as like the savior for ourselves. For example, I work with genetically modified algae, and I have this, this work where I've basically made a genetic engineering facility inside a museum, so I could put some genetically modified algae waste into the museum, so trash. But this is like discussing sort of the ideas about green chemistry and how algae as a biofuel is really seen as this green energy resource, when in reality, because we're genetically modifying it and the laws around genetic modifications in Germany are quite, they're extremely strict. There's also a large amount of plastic waste that occurs within these processes as well in the lab, and really critically looking at what does sustainability really mean, and what are these ideas that we're putting our hopes and dreams behind, and are they actually sustainable, or are there better alternatives that we could look at? For example, like rethinking our notions of consumerism and rethinking how we associate our markets with capitalism as well. So yeah.
Do you think recyclability plays a huge part in that as well? Because I think something that I've noticed in my work, especially surrounding fashion things, is buying less has been kind of what people have been trying to communicate and trying to move the general vibe towards for so long. And we've seen that with like Shein and like a lot of other fast fashion brands, it's been very hard to break that consumeristic mindset. And it's also been, you know, I think exacerbated even by platforms like TikTok or Instagram, like this continuous run of new things and new trends. And in fashion at least, like recyclability is so talked about, but it's also so difficult to attain because, for example, every material that you use, if there's like a small percentage of something that's not recyclable in there, or it's like sewn with thread that can't be recycled, you actually can't recycle that garment, so it's very difficult. But what are your thoughts on recyclability with like energy sources or ideas of stuff like that?
Yeah, so with living materials, I think we see it as like, because living materials can be renewed and turned over and things like this, we see a lot of living materials as this never-ending renewable resource as well. But there's a lot of, like, we can deplete the nutrients of a landscape for agriculture quite easily, and our current industrial farming methods do that all the time, as well as there's a lot of ideas about like lab-grown meat is a big one within sort of the field of bioart and biodesign, and that we could take cells from other organisms and use them perpetually. But in reality, a lot of lab-grown meat uses something called fetal bovine serum, which is basically the serum that's derived from the blood of aborted baby cows, for lack of a better word. And so you end up killing a lot more animals to make, for example, one lab-grown meat patty versus just killing a cow and making lots of patties of meat. So I think really putting into context what these hopes and promises are, because we're so hopeful, which is lovely, and we should be hopeful about the future, and we should be using technology to find new ways to move forward that are sustainable, but we really need to think about what are we putting our hopes and dreams behind, and is it worth it, is it right, and how should we do that?
That's so interesting about the vegan patty, actually. I don't think I quite clocked that or knew that until now. Totally. And I think that, yeah, it just goes to show what marketing, the downsides of what marketing can do within structures that we have today. But I have another question for both of you. What are some interesting new tools or developments out there that you're quite excited about?
Yeah, I think the big one is AI, for sure. Everybody's definitely coming across it in their own way. And I think for people like all three of us who it's emerging as an insane game-changing tool. I definitely stopped rendering for quite a while when I was just fascinated by Midjourney, and people have a lot of qualms about that, which are reasonable. But the idea that I just get to sit down and type something and iterate ideas very quickly is super attractive. And I think people are coming up with new ways to incorporate it into their work. And there's a lot of problems with it, but it's still super young and baby, so I'm pretty excited to see where it goes, especially in terms of, or in the context of 3D work.
Maybe quickly on that, with Midjourney in particular, do you think that it can be quite fun or an interesting experiment to collaborate with it in that way? Because if you're 3D rendering something, you are specifically placing each item where you want it to be and putting the physics in exactly whatever plans you want. But with Midjourney and other text-to-image platforms, there's this feeling of collaboration or a mystery or surprise where you don't know exactly what you're going to get, even if you are very specific.
Yeah, totally. You said it well. It's like the surprise, seeing what it's going to do, hoping that you can get close to something that you have in your head, if you do have something in your head, and if you don't, seeing where it takes you, definitely. I know, Lyndsey, you've done some amazing work with DALL-E and other AI image generation models as well. Yeah, no, I think for this like digital component, it's really interesting to see how AI looks at our world and puts in inputs and values, especially into our own creative practices, and how we can rethink certain things through AI as well. But another technology I think that is really changing the ways that we see what life is like. I mean, CRISPR has been around for a while now, but I was just in a fellowship on human reproduction with Ionian University and taboo transcendence and transgressions in Corfu, and the idea that, I mean, babies have been genetically edited and born in China now, and like the idea that we can change what humanity is and start exploring artificial wombs and things like that, I think is something that's also biotechnologically really
changing how we see living systems and how we see what is a natural process, because oftentimes we remove ourselves from nature, but we're now changing the means in which nature can occur as well and what natural can be. And maybe AI will genetically engineer the future of humanity. Who knows?
Yeah, totally.
Who knows? Only time will tell.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that what you said about just that we are changing our genetic makeup is quite interesting. Obviously, we've been doing this with like things we've been eating for a long time. We've also cloned animals for a while, even though it's been banned in a lot of places. But yeah, I think that's a really good thing for us all to think about and leave on. I think we're running out of time, but yeah, any final words?
Yeah, I'm very thankful to get this opportunity to talk to you guys. Thanks for having us, everybody.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, same from me. Thank you all for being here, and connect with us if you ever want to talk about stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing your hypernatural visions with us. I think it's so overwhelming to see all of those fascinating 3D renderings that are beautiful as such, and then learn about their hidden meanings and be even more overwhelmed about it. Now, if we as human beings didn't open our minds for the impossible sometimes, we wouldn't find any new facts. The more we let go of what we think we know, the more open are we to perceive the world around us with sensitivity and find ourselves surprised about it. Our imagination is the main tool that we use to construct an interface of reality from the data that we collect through our experience. And not only can that interface be a database that's structured as linear and hierarchical systems of information, it can be an abstract painting or a fantastic metaphor as well. So, where is the line between science and fiction? If everything is just a language for experience? How do we know what the data structure of a paradigm is? If it is imagination or experience, and again, where's the difference? Our next conference guests are two extraordinary beings who will take us into a world of transcendental virtual reality, into 6 parallel universes full of magic, knowledge, and wisdom. We will now hear a lecture performance of feminist science fiction literature that is followed along by a video of Anastasia Kulash called Ever and Ever from 2013, which will be screened on this screen. The philosopher Hannah Weinfels and screenwriter Lyndsey will read the poem O Bright Sauter of Disaster, I Have Been Lit by Franny Choi, an excerpt from Drone by Harry Kunzru, the poem Catastrophe is Next to Godliness by Franny Choi as well, an excerpt from Midnight Rubber by Nalo Hopkinson, and the poem Legacy by Sasha Stiles. Let's travel to other realities together with them, because there's nothing new under the sun, but there are other suns. Please welcome Hannah Weinfels and Lyndsey Dedek.
Oh, bright star of disaster, I have been lit by Franny Choi. I have come and come here 1,000 times, gone by many names. Trust, I'm no god. Only woodworm, only termite burrowing like a light in the flesh. I'm no insect, only an ache on loop in the window. Be honest, the wounds have been bearable thus far. Who isn't bruised around the edges? Peaches poured in the truck bed, receipts faded to white. I have ever only wanted to bite down hard on whatever was offered to my hothouse mouth. And here I am, licking corners like a nervous cat, squirming in the hallway outside the bathroom. I pick up the accent of whoever I'm speaking to. Nobody wants to fuck a sponge. Nobody wants to crush on a ghost. Oh sure, we all do it anyway. Flickering screens, falsy batting, a story of a girl or a country or a clean house where everyone knows her place. My face is a game of telephone gone sour or south. Fleshy marionette in the window, dancing her awful crooked dance. And isn't that what you paid for? Isn't that what you came to see? A god on loop, failing.
Excerpt from Drone by Harry Kunzru. All the land is in drought. A satellite view shows the mine eaten out of the bend in the dry river, like a cancer on its jaw. The miners take the mud for washing. They must pay for this. Water is precious, almost as precious as the particles washed out of the mud. The men who run the washers are foreigners. They wear hazmat suits and expensive ventilators. They don't want to share the air of this place, not if they can help it. Pity the miner who disagrees about way or accuses one of the washers of using too coarse a mesh. They have their niche in this ecology and guard it with the viciousness of small men who know that they are only a step above the mud. It is waiting for them, the mud, waiting to drag them down. So their suits are ostentatiously white. They flash fancy guns and chakras. There is no law here to stop them killing. In a place such as this, the only protection available to small men is the ability to inspire fear. The miners sprawl in the dust, waiting for their loads to be called. When the numbers are processed, the mud goes through the machine. They stand by the tank with their tins, praying to the various gods. Santa Muerte, Lakshmi Devi, let it be pure, let it be heavy. The atmosphere is tense. The miners look like beggars, children at an orphanage. Everyone knows the washers are cheating them. Everyone knows that when the waste mud is re-washed, late at night, it will turn out not to be waste at all.
The mud is rich in a rare earth, which yields some metal necessary to make certain electrical components. The metal is not decorative. It is dull and grey. It has no iconography, no trail of songs and stories. Yet upon it such a huge structure has been built, such a pyramid of machines and money, that is worth more than gold or platinum. There is no alternative. This hole in the dry land is one of the few sources left. The metal is the only thing here the great powers care about. No one wants to administer the territory or organize the people. The last state of which this land formed part still exists, but only on paper. In reality, this is what international law terms a special economic zone. When the mud has been washed, the miners take their little tins of precious dust to the dealers, who sit behind their perimeters some way from the mine workings. The miners must negotiate to cross. They must participate in network identification and trust protocol to demonstrate that they are not a threat. The perimeters are not physical, though some have visual markers. They are informed by drones and chakras. The air is thick with them, After a storm, the ground is crunchy underfoot with little electronic corpses. The dealers have many layers of protection. Some have crawls, which disarms their clients and hold them in place to be scanned and swabbed. There are cages and holding tanks. There are intelligent weapons set to operate with full autonomy. This poses no legal problem. All laws have been suspended here, all norms. At every scale, a special economic zone is in a state of continual undeclared war, the war of each against each.
The dealers, mostly women, are from the capital. They are fat and glossy, eating from hygienically sealed packages, breathing the controlled atmosphere of their pots. The miners hand over the tins through an airlock. No physical contact ever takes place. Some of the dealers work for Indians, others for the Chinese. Most are linked to the militias, to the CAAC or the AFLC or the CPPA or the CPPAM or CPPAML or any of the other dozen factions that depend on mining revenue to continue their obscure insurgencies. Some militias own washers. The largest have airstrips. The water tankers that serve the mine are battered, limping things on their third or fourth owner. 30 years ago, they were making runs across the American desert states. 15 years ago, they were in Central Asia. Now, they are here. They pay to land. It's worth the risk. The price of water is 50 times what it is on the coast, near the desalination plants. Only the toughest pilots stay the night. Most are turning around their birds before they've even drained their tanks. To get in and out, they must use contaminated airspace, low and vulnerable. The higher air is reserved for the great powers, and they have satellite defenses. So the tanker pilots pull back their sticks and judder upwards, squinting at the instrumentation in case some obstacle appears ahead. On the ground, it is worse. Teeming, swarming, the camp is saturated with replicators. Every system at every scale, from the miners' ramshackle living pods to the exotic rival strains proliferating in their blood, is in flux. Repair swarms, security swarms, root medical processes. The encampment street plan, its architecture, the very bodies of its inhabitants, all are mutating at a pace that is frequently visible even to the unaugmented eye. When the mineral rush started about 5 years ago, after this area fell out of the control of the last group that could style itself a government, miners laid out a street grid.
And now the parts of the camp that still possesses streets have melted into a maze of winding, crooked alleys, like those of medieval cities. The areas that don't have streets, where swarming and replication have intensified to catastrophic levels, resemble anthills, though the force and abstraction of their overlays makes observation tricky. A mess of sensory fragments, hybrid phenomena, organic and inorganic, jumbled up together. The miners have names for these places: hives, eggs, who can tells. In most places where the rule of law holds sway, they are termed mutabilities and suppressed. There are people in some of them, what used to be people. Mutabilities, tunnels, gropes, names for uncertain zones with complex powers of attraction. The camp is full of them. Formations can appear overnight, capturing raw materials and biomass, then disappear just as quickly, overcome by some counter-process, some alternate will-to form. Some of these events are more or less under the control, or at least guidance, of some person or faction. Others appear spontaneous. Opinion in the camp is usually divided about causality, as it's about most things. The only constant is waste. Once the water has been recovered and usable raw materials fed back or scavenged, there are only two outputs of this filthy midden: radiant energy and dust.
Catastrophe is next to godliness, by Franny Choi. Lord, I confess, I want the clarity of catastrophe, but not the catastrophe. Like everyone else, I want a storm I can dance in. I want an excuse to change my life. The day A died, the sun was brighter than any sun. I answered the phone and a channel opened between my stupid head and heaven, or what was left of it. The blankness stared back, and I made sound after sound with my blood-wet gullet. Oh, unsayable. Oh, tender and divine, unsayable. I knew you then. You lined straight to a planet's calamitious core, you moment, moment, moment. You intimate abyss, I called sister for a good reason. When the bad thing happened, I saw every blade. And every year I find out what they've done to us. I shed another skin. I get closer to open air, true north. Lord, if I say, bless the cold water you throw in my face, does that make me a costume party? Am I greedy for comfort if I ask you not to kill my friends? If I beg you to press your heel against my throat, not enough to ruin me, but just so I can almost see your face.
Excerpt from Midnight Rubber by Nella Hopkinson. They headed briskly down the corridor. Daddy, where are we going? To freedom, child. We going where nobody could tell we what to do. Maka say he will come after, and what the two of we could do in that world with all we know. You want to come with me, right? Yes, Daddy. She didn't understand, but she wasn't going to make him leave her again. Mommy could come here with you too? Probably later, Dudu. Hurry now. Antonio took them into courtroom A. Inside it was row after row of uncomfortable-looking seats. They all faced a big chair with a desk. There were 2 other chairs on either side of the desk. This is where the judge does sit, Antonio said, hustling them past the big chair. When he passed sentence, the people to deport does go through here. Behind the judge's seat was a door marked to shift tower, deportees and detention officers only beyond this door. They went through. Daddy, let me go home, no? Can't do, sweetness. Quashy that. Me try to go home and then will pop me. Maka saving my ass, darling. Can't get out, but I can get through. They were in a long, dark cement corridor. Their footsteps rang on the concrete floor like the dead gong in Cockpit County. Daddy, what deportee mean? When people do bad things, we just send them away so they can't hurt nobody else. Killers, rapists, people we don't know what to do with, and like so. And is which part knew halfway 3 years? Antonio gave a small, tight laugh. Where, you know, that to do it right there. He explained about the dimensional shift, how there were more to sense than they could count, existing simultaneously, but each one a little bit different. We going to a next Susan, one we can't come back from again, nobody know how. It's going to be hard to live, no comforts, but I think we can survive. It's a big chance I taking for you, Dudu. All Tantan heard was, can't come back. She imagined deportees walking down the same corridor, hearing their footsteps echoing in this world for the last time, and knowing they would never see home again.
They reached a room marked Shift Tower. They went inside. The room was tall and narrow, and the ceiling was so high that it disappeared in the shadows above. In the middle of the room was a tall column with 4 doors all around it. That is how we going, Antonio said. That is the halfway tree. You see the 4 pots? He pointed to the doors. "We go get inside that one there. Just like peas in a pod, right?" He tickled her to make her laugh, but it didn't work this time. "We take we in and we point at new halfway tree and fling we there like boulder stones from a slingshot." Tears started to run down Tantan's face. She had promised Daddy to be good, but she was scared. "Don't frighten, sweetheart. It's going to be nice, right?" His voice shook. He picked her up, took her over to one of the pots, stepped inside. "This is it, Tantan. Pray that it's going to work." Daddy activated the box again. Came another burst of song. The door to the pot slid soundlessly closed. It was bare inside, just one dim light in the ceiling. Antonia had barely set Tantan down when a wave of nausea swept through her. "Daddy!" Antonio sat down hard beside her. Tantan felt like a big hand was pressing her down onto the floor of the pot, its fingers stirring up her insides. "My ears block up," she complained. "Hold your nose and blow hard," Antonio said. His voice was trembly. Tantan looked at him. His face was gray with fear. He looked like he wanted to vomit. Her daddy wasn't supposed to fray nothing. The first shift wave hit them. For Tantan, it was as though her belly was turning inside out, like wearing all her insides on the outside. The air smelled wrong. She clutched Antonia's hand. A curtain of fog was passing through the pod, rearranging sight. Sound. Daddy's hand felt wrong. Too many fingers, too many joints. Antonio coughed nervously. The wave passed through them and went. Daddy's hand felt all right again. "We're climbing into the tree for true," he said.
And the next wave swept through them, slow like molasses. Tantan felt as though her tailbone could elongate into a tail, long and bald like a manicure rat's. Her cries of distress came out like hyena giggles. The telltale switched. She could feel how unfamiliar muscles would move, the unfamiliar limp. The thing standing beside her looked more like a man-sized mongoose than her father. He smelled like food, but food she wasn't supposed to eat. Family. Tantan sobbed and tried to rub her tail tightly around herself. But the veil was gone. She had only thought she was a big manicure. Antonio was a man again. He made a little noise in his throat like a whimper. He skinned up his teeth at her in one big false grin. "That wasn't so bad, huh, Dudu?" His voice was high. "We going to a good place." But under his breath, he started to sing. "Captain, Captain, put me ashore. I don't want to go anymore. It'na make winna drowed me. It'na make winna bust me belly. It'na makes too much for me." "That one is an old sailor song," he mumbled, almost as though he wasn't talking to Tantan, but just to hear his own voice. It'na was the river rapids. People and ships would go through it, like we going through dimension veils. It'na break up plenty vessel, but them long ago people never see power like this halfway tree. They were trapped in a confining space, being taken away from home, like the long time ago Africans. Tantan nightmare had come to life. "Daddy," she started to bawl, "I don't like this. I want to stop. Let me go off." "I can't do that, sweetheart. Now I activate it. I can't control it from inside. You understand? This is the halfway tree. This is exile. When you go through the shift, we is new people, not Marishevites no more. We never going to belong in Tucson again." Click came to echo into Tantan's ear. Antonio got the listening look that let her know Eshu was talking to him too. "Young mistress, is what going on?" It was her Eshu, the one from their house. "It's all right, Eshu," Daddy lied. Before Tantan could say anything, "She ate some pepper mango, is all. It's making she a little bit sick." He chuckled weakly. She could never stand pepper, Eshu was responding, but his voice was crackly. She couldn't understand him. Antonio was shaking his head like a dog with fleas in its ear. "We're losing the connection to the web," he muttered. "Oh God, like this is it,
Another veil. The light inside the pot turned pink. The air got hot. Very faintly, both her issue and the building issue said together, "Hold on, young mistress, shift to boarding." "No," shouted Antonio. Tantan felt a little pop inside her ears. She felt dizzy. "Abort fail," whispered Eshu. There was an itch at the back of her throat. Her ears popped painfully once, twice. There was a ringing in them. Antonio moaned in fear. He took Tantan in his arms and held her close. "Whatever happened, use my little girl, you hear? My doo-doo darling, coming just like Lone when she was a sweet little thing. Don't care where we go, you is always my little Lone." Antonio buried his head against Tantan's shoulder, a heavy weight. Another veil washed over them. It was hot, fire hot. The ringing in Tantan's ears was so loud, it was pain. She cried. The tears running down her face felt too cold, like ice water. They were leaving Maryshaw's paradise, shifting to a new world, her and her daddy. Little by little, the ringing and itching went away. The pot door clicked open. Antonio picked Tantan up and reached for the hatch, but this hand went right through it. The image of the pot faded away, leaving the two of them standing in the bush. Tantan looked at Antonio to see if he changed plenty now that he was no longer a Merishvid. He was crouching down beside her. His face was the same and his body, but in his eyes was a look like the fear in Quashi's eyes when he had felt Antonio's machete at her neck. Is so a man faced us day after he looked at his own death, and he could never be the same again. Tantan felt she must have changed too.
Antonio stroked Tantan's cheek and looked deep into her eyes. "You is all that leave to me now. You dear to me." Tantan didn't like the way Antonio was talking. She tried to act normal, to make everything be normal again. Where the pot gone, Daddy? But the crazy look wouldn't leave her daddy's eyes. "It was never there, Tantan. It just pushed me here from Toussaint." Antonio ran his hands over his body. Safe. He looked around. Let me take a look at now new home, all right? This bush. All around them, it had some big knotted up tree stem with twisted up roots digging into the ground like old man fingers. The air was too cold and it had a funny smell, like old bones. The light coming through the trees was red, not yellow. Even the tree stem looked wrong. The bark was more purple than brown. Some beast was making noise in one of the trees over her head, a grunting noise like Quashi made when Antonio hit him yesterday. This wasn't her home. This ugly place couldn't be anybody's home. "Where are we going to live, Daddy? What are we going to eat? Where are the people?" "I ain't know, Dudu. We going to have to fend for ourselves." Antonio shrugged his shoulders. No more Nursey with her Nancy stories. No more Lone and her pretty dresses them. No more Eshu. Daddy gone stupidity, like he ain't know the answer to nothing anymore. She and Antonio didn't look no different, but Tantan could feel the change the shift tower had made inside her, feel her heart begin to harden against her daddy, who couldn't tell her where they were, who couldn't make everything all right again. She felt she didn't know him anymore. He was right. Once you climbed a halfway tree, everything changed up.
Legacy by Joshua Stiles.
What will humans look like in 100,000 years?
Our deep descendants will be nothing like us. Think, nothing like us. They won't have our eyes, or nose, or hair, or wisdom, teeth, our love of books, our languishing languages, DNA spelled the same way. Not our thin, frail skin, hot temper, tendency to sneeze in sunshine. But they'll have our sun, the same sun, under which nothing and everything changes. Hearts that beat with our old blood, swarming with tiny bots made by us, gifted to the future. And when they bleed, it won't mean the end. For they will live a long, long time, maybe forever. Turning over these symbols, sifting distant echoes of their mothers, fathers, creators. They'll be so beautiful, like any children, such familiar strangers.
Thank you for sharing these hypernatural paradigms with us. That was truly magical. But I'm hungry now. Let's have a lunch break. We should all fuel our hardware. Luckily, there is the opportunity to get some food inside this beautiful building on the right side. In 1 hour at 2 p.m., we will continue our collective journey with phase 2 of our conference, Digital Relations and New Environments. Make sure to be back on time. Trust me, you don't want to miss anything. Get some fresh air, enjoy the sun, and bon appétit. lunch break. I hope that you found your way back to an autopilot mode of living during the last hour. I hope that you sense the presence of all the earth others and plants others outside of this building. I hope that you found new friends and laughter and moments of joy to relax your neuronal network, because we will now stimulate it again. I am so excited for what lies ahead of us in phase 2 of our adventure called Digital Relations and New Environments. And I'm so happy to share this hypernatural experience with you. The next sphere that we will dive into together is a scientific realm of nature and technology. But I know a better place to guide you through this adventureland. Her name is Katrin Jakavone, a researcher in media studies from the University of Marburg, and she curated the following talks together with Anja Schürmann, who is a researcher of the KWI in Essen. The talk will be in German. For those who don't know that there is a place where you can get earphones in order to translate everything into English, you can go there and get some to understand it better. Let's enter their minds right now. Please welcome Katrin Jakavone and our guests of the KWI.
Thank you very much, SOFF, for the introduction. And on my part, I'd like to welcome you all to the Salzlager in Zeche Zollverein. And also welcome to the live stream, those of you who are joining us. Katrin Jakavone is my name, and I have the privilege of opening this section. That's the interaction between man, machine, and technology as part of this conference. In 2 panels and a joint discussion round, we're going to approach this subject from and hear about 2 very different complex projects. One is going to begin now, shortly, and one which is already completed. And the thematic and the terms will also interact and mutually affect each other. This is a cooperation between the New Now Festival and the Institute for Advanced Study in the Humanities in Essen, which a lot of you already know about. For those of you who don't know about it, this institute, which we call KWI, is an interdisciplinary forum for humanities, and that's why I'd like to thank Juliane Green, who gave us the opportunity of presenting this project here today. Now, the annual conference, which takes place every year and presents a lot of ideas of their experts, is under the subject now of more than less. There's a panel discussion here which are going to talk about the dangers, the risks, the opportunities presented by the interaction between human nature and yet animals, and now we've heard also vegetable life, and the opposition and dichotomy between these 2 poles, which are not to be seen as opposites but rather as complements to each other. And they're a good opening for the various issues that will arise in the course of this conference. The symposium is looking at this subject, and especially from the view of the balance between humanity, nature, and technology from the humanistic perspective. And we look forward to getting feedback and participation from all people present today. There's going to be an opportunity for everybody to take part in the discussion. And this is actually expressly desired by our speakers here today. And I'd like to point out that it's important, if you do contribute, when you do participate, that you speak into a microphone. That is, that everybody outside will hear what you have to say. Now, in the first panel, We're going to talk about the virtual forces and post-industrial techno-aesthetics. And I'm going to introduce very briefly the speakers here now in reverse order for which they're going to speak. First of all, Annette Urban. She's a professor in the Art History Institute of the Ruhr University in Bochum. And since last year, she's been conducting the research project of virtual art, and specifically in the area of virtual environments. In her research, she focuses on the question of the forms of location relations that media art can develop. Manuel van der Zeen has did a doctor PhD in manipulated reality several years ago and combines theory and practice in his work. Since last year, he's been an academic researcher and a fellow in virtual art, and the main focus of his research is space and technology philosophy. Manischa Eichwalder started researching in virtual art, and before that she worked in the Museum Volkswagen and an art brokerage, and I'm really looking forward to hearing more about these projects from you directly. And I'd like to hand over now to you. Yes, thank you for the very pleasant introduction and also for the invitation, for the opportunity for me to speak here in this festival. I'm glad to take advantage of this opportunity to be part of this panel and also to present the first ideas and findings from our project. The focus of Hypernatural Resources puts a particular focus on the state of our research at the moment. We understand by this concept data and art forms based on data and other forms of virtual art. For artists who research virtuality from this perspective, they see that force and beyond natural forces as being central. They realize this benevolent and also destructive forces, as we saw in the Frankfurt Art Association, that a lot of these things are powerful, have consequences, sometimes a different way. And it shows that it's a tried and trusted way of opening up these various scenarios. And these scenarios allow us to approach and to experience the results physically and tactively. That's for virtual reality and virtual and virtus, which is like male and veracity are connected. And we want to also focus on the tension between affect and effect. So not only technology and nature, but also art and nature can be seen as very competitive in the European cultural tradition, especially because the art and very often exceeds nature, or at least tries to follow it and tries to imitate it. This attitude continued into the modern history, even though certain concepts in natural history have been eliminated from this since the 19th century, but the continuing fascination of the Hamburg research group, the imagination of the force, is not least due to the fact that the activities of the senses and the activity of the imagination and the procedures of the non-human world actually overlap, and the non-competitive relationship between natural creation and artistic creation has, however, now shifted into the area of eco-aesthetics. When art, for example, is looking for the alliance between with nature and is trying to reactivate it or even reanimate it, but also in this way achieve a new aesthetics. Yes, we tried to frame our or present our presentation in a theoretical framework in line with Jim Dore. which shows the relationship between art and technology and nature, and gives us a way of presenting this. He describes it between an originally magical phase and then a technical phase. The magical phase is characterized by the unity of man and nature, and various key points and products of mankind can be seen in relation to the natural soil and the ground and environment around us. And then the technology phase, which follows us, is decharacterization from this human element. The products are no longer embedded in their environment, and the original unity which existed is destroyed. Aesthetics, on the other hand, of art is not a third phase, but rather sees itself as the task of reminding technology of the original magical unity we had. And in contemporary art, between VR, robotics, and live simulation and various other manifestations, do allow us to observe these memories and these approaches. They are retrospective in their nature, and as well as looking into the distant future. In both scenarios, we can make reference here to transformation, and we see ecologies beyond human beings and beyond mankind as being a very basic original state, and also the results of an apocalyptic event. And we can never miss the point that our world is now a post-industrial world, and that the economy cannot work outside this context, while all machineries and tools fall behind us, technologically hybrid infrastructure and the phantasma of artificial intelligence. And this then skips over a certain state which is currently, actually, and post-industrially. There is a contrast system here, which is the force of the industrial, which is a framework allowing us to reconcile certain previously hitherto irreconcilable forces. We see in the face of this potential catastrophe how global everything is, how every epidemic becomes a pandemic, because everything, and this is a quote, everything is necessarily involves technological, social, political, and environmental ramifications. So it's the combination between these things, or precisely an equivalence between an interchangeability of products and agendas and values. Okay, in this overlapping of various forces, such as an extreme catastrophe shown, we can see that everything is linked to everything in a virtual sense. That gives rise to a simultaneity of various forces where the machine's nature and digital forces are manifest. And this then gives us, for our panel, a term of virtuality, which we're going to look at in more detail in the following 3 points and sub-projects.
Thank you. Yes, I'm going to start with this slide, which gives you an overview of our various titles we work with, of the different projects. So I'm using this panel today as an opportunity to give you an insight in our virtual research, and I want to talk about 3 pieces of Theodora Fidelis, who is a passionate gamer and a representative for virtual worlds where straying animals drive on e-scooters in deserted landscapes. Sometimes you have pop cultural figures like cyberpunks and cowboys who detach from their familiar surroundings and in a agency together with human remains populate a future world. But as you can tell from this descriptions, all gaps and all questions arising from this world lead back to human beings and their self-destructing imagination. And thanks to this imagination, the human mankind could separate from nature, and the connection in art between ecology and the image of apocalypse claims to be grounded in the world and to materialize the current world. And I understand Teantafili's works as a comment to the self-destructive forces of our now. To put this in a theoretical framework, I want to start with my feet on the ground and take on a modus of perceptions. And I want to understand the technological forces in Teantafili's works. The works that I selected are interactive virtual environments which build installations in space. It's different ways of expressing art, but still it's always virtual reality and gaming, which uses an intuitive modus of exploring the environment. However, this trying out the technical possibilities is always confronted with natural forces which put a question mark on the virtual accessibility of the natural environment. This work, titled Pastoral, is quite simplistic, and it's fascinating how this straw interacts with the game controller. And when I take the avatar and I go through this field, then I'm at eye level. So what I expect is to come across some people I might need to fight. It's a bit like Lord of the Rings. And these games are known for their violent aspects, but it's like an endless cornfield, which still gives a peaceful atmosphere. And here we have a goat figure which stands underneath a tree and quite calmly observes its environment. The artistic work, in a way, stays in an explorative phase of a computer game. So the character gets used to the environment and can try out the skills, but we don't have any skills available other than walking, running, and observing the environment, which really moves us back to the physical experience. And the focus on the interactive part of the game is then shifted to the movement in the nature. The interaction with the virtual world via the controller works as a tool for me to perceive the environment and to have control of my perception. For example, if I walk slowly, I can hear the movement of the field, and I can observe it via my avatar. And also the encounter with the goat-like figure gets an important level and offers perspectives and various levels of imagination. Okay, so this is similar gaming logic, which is the latest work of Teantafili called Metaverse. It looks at the contemplative perception of my environment, and beyond this offers skills that enable interaction between the figures. There are a number of avatars, which you can see, which you have a horny cowboy and a strong Amazon woman, and they get connected in this gaming world, in this desert-like Sahara. So in this exhibition hall, you can see a tool made up of different pieces. The interesting thing about this exhibition room is that it has this monotonous aspect of a waiting queue. So here we can see a similarly monotonous environment where we can try out the skills, which is just burping and shouting or sticking your head in the sand. And what we can find then is that we're walking on our arms and legs like dogs, and we have a few functions on our controller. So I can't just burp at a person, but I can jump up, and the other person can then ride on my back as if I were some rodeo horse. So this might be fun enough, but I asked myself whether this strange situation is supposed to serve another purpose, and these shattered objects around the landscape and the meaning of those objects. So motivated by my art history background, I wanted to find out more about this metaverse. And so I motivated my gaming colleagues to try out other features, because in the game there wasn't much more to extract, and this is why we looked at this setting and we could see that we can turn it. So our avatars we sent to this wheel, and what we noticed is that instead of shouting and screaming at each other, with united forces we could move this wheel. And against this background, we then worked with this boogie wheel, which you can see in the following video. So we used this boogie wheel to walk across the desert, across the dunes, and the sound got increasingly dramatic. So there was a physical element that got added through moving this bogey wheel. And here you can see how with joined forces we try to move this tread wheel. Without noticing, we then catapulted this tread wheel, which at the end, all of a sudden, threw us through the air and catapulted us out of the known gaming world. But when we obviously fulfilled this task successfully, we didn't move on to a new level, but we were then transferred back to this known desert environment, and the task started anew. So our interaction didn't lead to a contemplative perception of the environment, but instead, with the knowledge of the cooperation, achieving a result with cooperation was just a learning process where we learned that we could move the tread wheel, but at the end of the day we ended up at the beginning. So something was wrong with the interaction, and at a symbolic level this was like a virtual representation of our current situation in the world. So there is a disrupted relationship between nature and technology, which is nicely represented in this game. The problem with site specificity in VR is an early VR work of Tentrefilidis, which he did together with the Joshua P. Tree Park in California, and he looked at how virtual reality behaves in a real-life environment. He looked at the physical environment and translated it 100% to the virtual environment. And for that, he used a 3D scan of the actual environment, which he then transferred into the digital environment using the head-mounted display. With that help, he didn't just work on the combination of physical materiality and virtual reality, which then challenges our relation to interaction with digital tools and getting used to this as opposed to interaction with the physical world. But beyond that, he also noticed that sensors only work in certain light conditions, or otherwise there's a distraction in the virtual perception. And this observation he then translated in his artwork, where he then translated this vision impairment to a virus. So this virus he represents in these playful pink beings, which are connected to the interaction with the controller and then come together in a representation of a body. After staying in VR for a while, this body disappears, so it breaks open and disperses into a number of parts. So this body disappears, and then we dive into film material, a documentary where Theodorakis can be seen in the desert doing his experiments. So the pink of the viruses then stretches out across the setting, and at the same time we hear a low-pitched voice which comments the VR. So the experience details are then put in words and there are questions asked. So to start with, the comment relates the virtual reality to the situation in the desert, for example, a stone that could be touched. And after that, then there is the polygon grid, which has been inserted retrospectively. So the comment is on our way of perceiving the situation.
You can hear then a gasp of some sort of desperation. It's growing, whereas the person with the controller stabs into the polygon grid. What am I supposed to get out of this? You call this virtual reality. That's the response. And at the same time as this challenging words, then the picture breaks down. The picture of the natural environment falls into individual parts. What we see then is the polygon grid, which then disappears into the distance in the back. And then in this picture we see the familiar environment is broken away, and then this grid is left. This for me brings or associates with the last words. Come on, what can you get out of this? You call this virtual reality. This is the same kind of expectation that you see in many of the other challenges that are shown in this similar works by this artist. And then again, with this relation to our current reality, I'm going to hand back to Manuel. Yes, thank you, Manischa. I'm going to go straight now over to the next impulse, and I think the discussion will be somehow becomes more focused now. The catapult that we saw in Theatre Philides, we can see that as an escapism technique. It's a technology that is apparently existing in every world, whether apocalyptic or post-apocalyptic. It's a technology or a method that should help us to comprehend the world in which we live and to escape from it. And this desire to escape from the world requires a motor providing the force, the power to escape from this reality. And then this desire I incorporate, or I reverse actually, in my work, that is stray dogs and expanding smoke. So this offers us not an opportunity to leave the world, but also gives us an area of occupying and creating a certain place within this world. And I want to approach this through a kind of a theoretical detour. That's through a theory that says that a place that is suitable for its soiling. So it's the soiling of a location and a comparison between a virtual and a real soiling. So it's not part of the debate whether digital waste is created, but rather the soiling is seen as a strategy of acceptance, of becoming part of your ownership, and which then becomes all the more relevant as entailed in the industrial and the post-industrial world we live in. Pointed location orientation is provided here by these robot dogs. In this work, they walk through the suspended or discontinued industrial landscape, and they mark it as their territory. So the place is no longer free, but is actually occupied by these quasi-living machines. In the words of the artist, this work relates to, and I quote, a return to the original state, to our lowest, most basic and internal instincts. A dialogue with technical aspects that explore the prairies of tomorrow. End of quote. Now, with these lowest basic instincts, there also forms the beginning of the book, the actual evil from Michel Auger. It describes tigers, lions, and dogs mark outing their territory by their urine. That's the place that these animals own, is marked by the material of their waste and bodily waste, and that also defends it. And this work shows property in direct relation to ownership and property. Like the quote is, whoever spits into the soup makes it his own. So this strategy of ownership and gaining ownership, of spitting or urinating to form a delineation, it can be adapted into modern politics. You see boundaries being created, national states, all the way to wars. He talked about a person letting a motorbike rev up until the noise pollution defined this territory as his own, to exclude all others. So how do these robot dogs acquire and delineate their own territory? The work of this artist does not end in such an instinctive territorial marking. In this virtual world, the creatures allow us enter their world too, and means that the encountering between man and machine is not natural. These robots don't naturally work together with people, but rather occupy these industrial areas precisely because they're so dangerous, hazardous, and poisonous that people cannot live there. So it's such that they occupy an area by excluding others of their kind from this place. So they also in this way create a future prairie of tomorrow, simply because the dogs then are lost and forgotten about, and they lose and forget about their origins, and they develop this world for themselves. So Sparepack then gives rise to the question of who actually do these industrial areas belong to, who they exclude, who they include, and who or what occupy this place and hold it for their own. The volume of industrial waste and excess is, according to this artist, in relation to the expansion of space. His slogan of soiling something in order to acquire it as your own property points again back at the same strategy. But the question is of ownership. Does the virtual force have enough power to acquire for ownership of a place in the real world? Like the dogs in this work in contrast to the industrial world is not just a contrast between men and machines, but rather one between virtual and non-virtual territory. And then to gauge the force of the virtual, his dichotomy into soft and strong soiling is important. And these thoughts are strong enough to allow us to look at the data, the strong and the weak data, and to ask ourselves the question of what allows us to see what's real, what's virtual, what occupies and what does not occupy a position, what's included and excluded. In October 2020, the Monopole magazine published an article with the title, "Where There's Smoke, There's Also Truly Chicago." This can be reformulated like where Chicago's work is. That's where it's also its territory. Now, Trudy Chicago has been experimenting with smoke since the 1990s as a performance, Smoke in the Atmosphere. She went through the Brookside Park in Pasadena with a smoke emitter, and at various places in nature, she allowed her method to feminize the environment just for one moment. This ephemeral gesture is in strong comparison to the massive intervention into nature, for example, from land art and like Robert Smithson, the way they approach it. Land art, which brings in major equipment, trucks and bulldozers just to make a long-term change to the natural environment. In contrast to the bulldozer of nature that approaches nature and interacts with nature, then Chicago shows that it can be reversed. Her performance are related to the structural force. They're strong, very visually poignant, but still have no long-term effects. The artist sees this, gets the experience, but leaves it without leaving any traces. And the key point here is that this smoke can be considered soft soiling, because Chicago blocks the free view of the landscape and of the environment, and for a while makes this area her own. Whereas he includes logos and waste in this area, which, as well as posters and advertising and billboards that all go all over you can see all over the city. These are not poisonous, but spread so quickly and show that soft soiling can be just as bad or dangerous as the hard. And this then also links with the virtual occupation and possession of virtual space. The more areas we occupy with our tools, the more we spread out and encompass areas and call them our own. Of course, in our slide here, we see it's very suitable for this slogan we have presented to you. Now, as Monopole said, wherever there's smoke, there's Judy Chicago. They weren't talking about any of the classical atmospheres, but rather her classic work, Rainbow VR, or AR. We can't see the video, so we'll just have to be satisfied with the still. Now, this the smartphone screen was positioned in the area, and it developed also, or perceived the development of this smoke in various screens and semi-transparent and multi-layer filters until it was totally encompassed by color. Now, augmented reality takes an interim position here because it's a virtual technology that has the characteristic of enriching and expanding these tools with a virtual area. That means that one location is superimposed with a new layer that allows it to be divided and separate in a virtual world. What's hard and soft soiling in the industrial and the post-industrial world, what they have in common is their occupation and possession of areas that together with AR can be rendered visible. So augmented reality renders visible that the separation between technology and everyday, virtual and non-virtual and real, are cancelled. And this brings us back to SparePack, because as augmented reality, the system here is scanned and transmitted and transferred into a 3D model, which shows the environment the dog lives in. And every visitor is registered and assigned a certain territory of his own that the dog is not allowed to move into. And then instead of a magic unit, we have here a technology that marks out the territory. And the force of the virtual has already occupied real places and virtual places. And it's a real task for us to think about these forces that divide the world in this way. So will the increasingly limited capacity to encompass areas of this world leads to a change of perspective of this world, and what tools and methods are necessary for encompassing and for declaring possession of pieces of the earth. Now, both of the artworks that we've talked about here show a virtual and real world, like an earth that's divided into these two areas, things which are normally separated, but they are here in the works of art united. And again, they remind us and they give us a vision of what it means for robots and for people and for data to occupy the same world at the same time. And that brings me to the end of my brief presentation. And I hand back.
Thank you very much indeed, Manuel. The robot dogs of AATB already showed us the industrial habitat where territorial acquisition can be witnessed, which is still not clearly defined in the virtual world. We are now looking at the industrial complex itself, which in a modern technology is part of the entire world. And I want to understand how artists integrate that in their work. Virtuality, in my examples, is translated in the power of the stories that drive ecosystems, but also in the aesthetics of the machines that form their own magic of memory. And in particular, the series Emissary of Xinjiang is quite telling, because here we have a microcosmos which stretches across centuries and it changes. So the trilogy starts at the beginning of mankind and across the post-industrial elements. So we move it to the technical ensemble because it's about access to the world and the development of awareness. The series of the live simulation, which Cheng shows as a large video installation, is supported by texts and publications which he uses to create a narrative in his own wording. So the anthropomorphic inhabitants, which are agents and part of the environment, Mother AI merges as oceanic substance. If we look at the live simulation, which is a endless development of a landscape where you can see the bodies. The interrelation between these bodies is not quite clear, and the connection of bodies and stones and bones make us think about the entities in this world and the differences and also their interconnection. The continuous movement of a driving force seems virtual, and only what you can see is fires which have a destructive energy, which are seen in the smoke. And this smoke symbolizes the Industrial Revolution, and it symbolizes the future habitat of a post-human community. A landscape of this kind is seen when we look at industrial areas and the decoupled technology, because the technology is interconnected with the human stories. Also in the video, Delphi Demon of the artistic duo Kelsey and Swan, where you can see the remains of humanity. In these scenarios, you can see the interaction with the artificial intelligence as a dialogue. So you have the original scene of Eliza and the fascination for language. It's connected with the questioning of the oracle. Here you have the self-aware avatars which have access to a world in the future. The AI sculptures create this world not just with language tools or interaction, but with their futuristic way of looking in the future. Here you can see this magic immaterial imaging. So this makes it quite clear how people still live in the original nature. In the future story, we look at access to the world, which is a challenging, hostile environment made up of deterministic actions. So the cognitive illusion of mankind and artificial intelligence is the topic. So this is the living environment, and at the same time the gaming environment, which builds its own ecosystem. So Cheng equips her inhabitants with different technologies and tailor-made algorithms. The humanoid omens are anti-narrative agents with an AI brain, and they are the gardeners who stabilize the plant growth. They try to limit the mutation. So this is a narrative script for this mutating landscape, and the modular tools sometimes cultivate the vegetation and sometimes the living force. Cheng uses the game engine as a principle of balancing to make life visible and to understand how desires and narrative goals are integrated. And we do hope that we will have a lively discussion on this in the following panel, because balancing seems to be a central element. So Cheng's games look at illustration of forces amongst other forces, such as gravity, energy, and time. What we can discover are live simulations and also interaction between the agents and the local agents. What you can see this in the image here on the left, where you can see this radius of interaction between the different parties. So here you can see the forces are there, but they are not post-technological. Also, the ensembles of open machines that Cinnamon is interested in show their receptiveness for external information, because the human being lives in the middle of these creatures, and they have a responsible creative approach. So the awareness is centralized, and technology in culture demanded by Simonom is not in the allegory of the storytelling, but also in the cognitive evolutionary model. The artist calls it Mother AI, and Mother AI is tired of the mutating landscape. So this magic is shown in the changing figures. It's like an interaction of nature and virtual reality, like in the relief. The technical world is seen in Munira Al-Qaidi's work, Crude Eye. In this work, the industrial complex is featured, where you see the glitter of the industrial age. Here they work with a model and translate the inequality in Kuwait. While the camera zooms into the plant and the pipes and the tanks, the voiceover comments the oil refinery from a child's perspective, and not as a relic, but as a sparkling palace. So in Crude Eye, we play with the words. It's the crude eye, it's the crude oil. So irrespective of the suggestion of the crude oil, we see the glittering world and all the energy and power of the machines that get this powerful crude oil, create an industrial poetic. So we're not the victims of this industrialization, but the artwork wants to keep us alive. It's about efficiency and effect, and there is an interconnection. So about the fossils of the previous fossil generation in this Ruhr Valley is translated in the artwork Your Past is My Future, where she worked with natural aesthetics. Al-Qadiri works with the drill heads that you can find in her home country, and she integrates this in her artwork. In the mining site, you can steal the domiciled force which evolves around it. So this wild cultural acquisition of this site is translated in the work, and it touches the omnipresent monoculture in a soft digital pollution. In the final image of Crude Eye, you can quite clearly see that the industrial complex is seen as an epiphany, and the sheer size of it translates this. It's like in a lake of dark oil, which counter-effects the magic of this site. In the following discussion, we want to look at the question of how the new now artists, the resident artists, how they work with the tension between post-industrial resocialization and the power of technology. So let's look back at 1990, where we have Fritz Schupp's mixing plant, and where this has been transformed for exhibition purposes under the heading Sun, Moon and Stars. Back then, contemporary art has been integrated in the site, as an example, Krupp and Swanson. And if we look at the machines themselves, and we look at fossil energies and the regeneration of fossil energies, the visitors of the exhibition could witness. Finally, I want to draw your attention to the following position, which you can see at the New Now Festival. We can see an image of a whole world in a piece of Sabrina Ratté, which is thesis of organic and unorganic material in e-waste. And she uses this e-waste to create sculptures. She creates 3D scans and integrates them in synthetic videos. So she doesn't pollute an existing world, but she creates a new world. So you see these materials, how they come together as one, and you can see a continuous circulation of technological aesthetics. In the industrial opera, Kerima, Stolzer and Lex Rütten look at neurophetics. They connect stories of plants and outer space and how they reacquire the post-industrial environment. They looked at plants and flowers and how they repossess space. So in these several layers of the plant, it's like a space capsule where forces are redirected.
Eva Wang's installation also relates to philosophies of the current and ongoing reality, which is realized by climbing of trees, and the change to the shift of the crown of the tree is for him manifest symbol of the departure from bourgeois life, and the collection of fuels from the trees also has echoes of the apocalyptic world, which is continuing through the robbery of nature and natural resources, and this takes the energy from physical force and also an ant-like colony on the ground, which together have their effects on the environment. Okay, thank you very much to all three of you for your insights into your work in progress. We don't have so much time left, but I'd like to open the discussion. Maybe we can open up to the public. You have now an opportunity to make comments, ask questions, but while you think about your questions, I'd like to ask you about the panel, or about the speakers so far, about the location orientation that you've so far been speaking about. Now, you talked about photography in the 1920s, which had a promise of being a universal language, and it held promise of a unifying force in the world and developing a universal language that's common to all people, all in every country. And I'd like to ask you, what about digital art? Does that somehow go in a way of fulfilling, or at least revitalizing this question from the 1920s, from 100 years ago? Or actually, does it stand in conflict with this location orientation and location-bound technology? Like, or is it location-specific and reflects this location specificity? That's just a broad question to you. Well, you can go. Well, what I would like to say about augmented reality in relation to technology, first of all, it plays with paradoxes. This location-specific character which is available, that's like an artistic limitation. It's not something that's in the files that are in a specific location, but actually shows the opportunities that is opened up by artificial intelligence to reflect these pictures and make them universalize them, which are actually related to a specific location. So something can be both mobile and location-specific, and there is a bit of a tension there, and a lot of artistic works at the moment do sort of encounter this tension. And from my perspective, I think that this location to this restriction to location can be manifest in various forms and ways. Like during the lockdown, we saw various ways of augmented reality. We saw pictures of a facade of a building that was, of course, location-specific, and there were fears that people would gather before this facade. So what they did with the same technology, also augmented reality, they made a second version that could be recreated at home in your own the four walls of your house. And that shows the potential of this dichotomy between location-specific and location freedom. And just as a response to this issue of the location specificity of augmented reality, it's an expansion in one way, and on the other hand, it's a restriction. I'd agree with that, you know. Like this new promise that maybe photography originally had of expanding limits and presenting a universally applicable form. When you think that visual was always already universal, and it means that we can maybe make this more experienceable, more directly accessible for all people, and open up different perspectives for different people. And this is what we heard also this morning from Lex and Anna. You know, they talked about that in the ideas they presented. And just like Manuel said about AR, I'd agree that in the virtual art world, you know, we don't work with goggles or anything like that. That separates us from the object of observation, but rather we have this impulse of something being transitory, and also the restriction of the room, you know, as the white cube, and certain things can be made possible, like the installations, and whether we make our installations in such white room world or in industrial world, we can always see this link to the subjective perception and the individual approach of each artist. There was one remark now from the public. I'd like to take that up. I'm not quite sure where the person is. Maybe you could get a mic down there. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the three very stimulating presentations. I've got two very brief thoughts to express. First of all, I'd like to wonder, should the location specificity be linked to the form of the art presentation? We talked about gaming culture and then virtual reality. You know, a lot of video examples too. And these are things which, in my opinion, require different strategies, and also that require certain technologies. And I just wanted to know if there's maybe a more wide-ranging significance of that. And the second question is something I can't answer myself, but I thought maybe, you know, I think that we should really incorporate the term of imaginary, you know, the way virtual and imaginary. What is the dichotomy and the tension between them, and the technology that would be required for work in the imaginative framework? I think that is something that we have spoken about a little bit, and could maybe speak more about, you know, the specific requirements of the different technology that's being leveled out by artificial intelligence. That's true, but I think it's precisely important. You know, I just recently went to an exhibition from Sabrina Ratté, and I saw that in the combination with an opened black box, an electric scrap, and the machines. And the question was raised, you know, why do they appear in this video, like the transitory nature of these objects, and the way that can be somehow invigorated or enlivened in film technology, and how does this artificial nature and then these relics that were presented there in the landscape and that looked like an industrial factory landscape, how do they relate to each other, and how do these physical material forms that we have there in front of us, how do they relate to each other? How sometimes removed from their original environment, and how they open up to us a second level of a virtual scenario. And this brings us, I think, quite strongly to the area of the imagination and imaginative artwork. And I think, you know, there's a very long tradition there in art history, and that could maybe be also mentioned as a source of power. But I mean, of course, yes, these things do interact and feed on each other. Okay, I think we actually have to stop here, but maybe in the final discussion we can take up some more questions when the first panel will be back here with us on the stage again. So I'd say our break is now reduced to 5 minutes only, and then we're going to continue with our second panel. So first of all, thank you for your great presentations.
Herzlich willkommen zur zweiten Session am heutigen Nachmittag mit dem Titel Balancing, künstliche Intelligenz im Computerspiel als Formproblem. Mein Name ist Anja Schürmann und wie Sie gehört haben, bin ich wissenschaftliche Mitarbeiterin am Kulturwissenschaftlichen Institut in Essen.
Hold on. We've no sound at all now, absolutely no sound.
Die, wie ich finde, sehr reizvolle Aufgabe,
The sound is gone.
in der Konferenz zu veranstalten. Mit dem eben genannten Titel fragt man sich ja vielleicht ein wenig, wie ein Projekt im Computerspiel in ein Framework passen kann, das künstlerisch auf die Kräfte der Natur fokussiert. Und ich bin mir sicher, am Ende dieser Stunde wird jeder von Ihnen seine eigene Antwort gefunden haben. Aber nichtsdestotrotz möchte ich Ihnen kurz meine erläutern. Mit dem Begriff des Balancings adressieren Markus Rautzenberg, Mona Leinung und Franziska Barth einen Aushandlungsprozess. Ein Aushandlungsprozess zwischen Mensch und Maschine, der sich im Computerspiel zeigt, aber auch über es hinausweist. Computerspiele sind als kulturelle Produkte längst ein Massenphänomen mit immensem Wachstum. Für 2018 habe ich eine Grafik gesehen, wo die globalen Einkünfte von Computerspielen mehr als 3-mal so hoch waren, wie das andere kulturelle Produkt, das an zweiter Stelle kam. Das andere kulturelle Produkt, das an zweiter Stelle kam, war der Film. Und ich denke, die Pandemie hat seit 2018 dieses Verhältnis nicht unbedingt schmaler gemacht oder angeglichen. Die Umwelten, denen man im Computerspiel begegnet und mit denen man interagiert, sind zwar nicht notwendigerweise biologischer Natur, aber virtueller. Und wenn eine Diagnose, wir haben es auch bei Manuel van der Feen gehört, für die letzten Jahre an dieser Stelle erlaubt sein darf, dann, dass sich virtuelle und nicht virtuelle Welten immer weiter aufeinander zubewegen. Deshalb freue ich mich heute sehr, Ihnen die SprecherInnen für die kommende Stunde kurz vorstellen zu dürfen. Und zwar, wenn ich richtig informiert bin, in Order of Appearance. Markus Rautzenberg zur Linken ist Philosoph und als solcher seit 2017 Professor an der Fachfach-Universität der Künste. Gerade ist er außerdem Senior Fellow am
So he's also a senior fellow in the Hamburg Cultural Research in Aachen, and together with colleagues he developed Mind the Game, that's computer game driving AI and transforming society, and that was done within the framework of a grant from Volkswagen, and together with his book, which I'd like to recommend to all secret gamers, that's Image and Game, Media of Uncertainty, and it appeared in 2020. Thank you very much, Marco. The next one is Franziska Barth, and she is working on a project Between Trash and Treasure. She's researching in Marburg, and before that, as a research fellow, and had worked at the university that she had originally studied in with Stefan Siegel. She also worked, and welcome Franziska. And in the same colloquium, I got to know Mona Leining. She was also a research fellow on the Mind the Game team, and now is the same at the Folkwang Institute as well as, and that's something I was very eager to learn in KWI. She worked in art philosophy in Berlin, Essen and Bochum, and works on her PhD with the title Hot and Cold, the Material of Remembrance. So welcome to you, Mona. And before we really get going, I'd like to have make a few remarks about our procedure. You know, we're slightly delayed. This panel is going to continue for 1 hour, but I'd like you to stay with us. We've got about input now prepared for 40 minutes, and we would like to talk to you and hear from you afterwards, and that's why we have time allotted for that. I'm going to moderate it. But first of all, I'm going to hand over now to Markus, Mona, and Franziska, and Anya with the subject of balancing artificial intelligence and computer game as a challenge. So over to you, Markus.
We don't have sound, so it's necessary to shift in this modus of existence.
In more emancipatory ways that open up the perception of what bodies can be.
It's great that we have brought the human back into the conversation.
In welchem Maß Ungewissheit Gesellschaften überziehen? Also sind wir quasi in einer neuen Aufklärung?
Und wo ist jetzt die Rolle der Artificial Intelligence?
Was ist da eigentlich los?
Kann man von einer Intelligenz der Bilder ausgehen?
Can we assume that there is an intelligent image? So what's the opposite of games? Right, thank you very much for the introductory words. Before we start with the panel, I want to say a few words on this project. Bear with me, I'm not going to take up much of your time, but there are some elements I just want to mention before our discussion, just to put it all in context. So what we are looking at is the website called The Space Between, and it collects results from the research project, which is conducted by the Volkswagen University of Art together with the Technological University in Aachen and with a computer software company, Blue Byte, located in Düsseldorf. Over the course of 2 years, artistics and experts from the field of IT and social sciences researched games and looked at the social dimensions of artificial intelligence in computer games. The website that we are looking at, and which you can visit at your discretion, looks at expert opinions and presentations and dialogue formats. Podcast talks, for example, which look at the research project from different perspectives and look at the whole integration of artificial intelligence in games. What do computer games have to do with artificial intelligence, and how can we describe what understanding of intelligence do we need, and what role does the non-predictable play? So this is what leads us in the direction of the project. The website interacts with the expectations of the scientific community and conspiracy theories and all these things that transform society, and substantial changes on a cultural and economic level are very important to integrate in the knowledge and actively transform it into society. So this offers an opportunity to explore scientific ideas and to have a discourse on these topics. It becomes more and more important in times of ChatGPT, for example. In 2018, this was just in the background, but it's been developing fast ever since and unforeseen. So the question gets more and more important. So it's not just about the gamification and the motivations of the users, but it's a singular modus, and we are moving into the area of the question of how awareness, human awareness and artificial intelligence can form a relationship beyond the black box. And my short keynote will look at the question and will analyze the results, because with the occurrence of AI, the question for a second nature and the urgency had to be reposed. And this is the overriding theme of this, this New Now festival. So some people bemoan that we move away from reality and that we have new technological systems which take away our attention from nature and people. And since the 70s, this development could be witnessed. But apart from that, the artificiality, apart from the artificial element, there, of course, is nature as a second element. The ecological question is not just based on a crisis, but it's also an aspect of emergent, a transfer of the media where it's put in the forefront, and so we can reflect better upon it. Our questions are extractions from the computer games, but we will visit this later on. The question is, how does something get created from nothing? And this is in the center of the question for the game. In the game, something comes to the forefront that gets new forms, but is not to be reduced to forms. The rules of soccer, for example, are very well known amongst society. However, throughout the 90 minutes of a soccer game, there are unforeseeable events and unforeseeable events which do not fall into the regulatory framework, and this can be transferred to the situation of the games. It's not just about frameworks and rules, whilst these are, of course, necessary. If you look at a piece of music art, then you have the musical notes, but these musical notes then create the performance, and both levels are interconnected, yet they are completely different. We are following a change of perspective which lead to a whole new theatrical setting away from just a dramatic script to much more elements. These spaces, these new spaces, we called in our project intelligent game space. It's not just about cognitive performance, but it's about collaboration. So if you ask yourself who the most intelligent person is in the room, then usually it's the room itself. Selikovell would have greeted these developments because it supported his philosophical approach, which is the solution of the problem in the foreign. In his work, The Claim of Reason, Cavell tries to solve the riddle of individuality, and there he observes that you never have certainty about the inners of another object. So if somebody explains their pain and their worry, you can never completely feel how their pain is realized, or if this pain actually is in line with the expression. So maybe it's just a simulated pain. So this is a problem that we face in interaction with people, with the natural environment, but also with AI. So the philosopher holds up the skepticism, and in the words of Woody Allen, you can never look inside your neighbor's head. So there's never certainty about perceptions, about feelings of others, but that's not relevant, because what it's all about doesn't take place inside of us, but between us. And Cavell looks at this with the term acknowledgement, and interspaces. Knowing, so knowledge is acknowledging of the other, and this acknowledgement is also realization. It's an understanding of the other. It's not certainty, but it's knowledge and acknowledgement of the difference of the other. So it might be contradictory, but knowledge in terms of acknowledgement overcomes the uncertainty of knowing the other, and empathy, and this complete acknowledgement of the foreignness of the other is possible. So at an epistological level, it's not just a completely ethical appeal, but it's a condition of the opportunity of knowledge, irrespective of whether the appeal is heard. So certainty cannot be reached, but it's not about that. What's important is that the claim to get certainty, and this opens up a space for you, myself, and the world, and our interrelation. So this claim for action, which is now at the center of attention, this is the core focus. So the step from the container illusion of the mind, according to Rousseau, to the exteriority of the mind is also found in the artificial intelligence. And those people who claim that the next quantum leap in AI is only down to the hardware not being developed, all the gigabyte in this world cannot change the fact that we are still thinking inside and not outside of the box. And this is the reason why the term game always occurs, and space for action, enables interrelation and making something knowledgeable and making sense. So AI is on a chip, not just on a chip and not just in a brain. It's in the interrelation and the connectivity. The question is, who has this awareness? Who has this intelligence? And it allows the user to point the awareness to the world of AI. If we look at creations that we created, and we can see that they are different to us, and this makes us holding a position of parenthood. And I think this is a next question of a research that we are working on. But this is just a brief summary of our results, and a very important aspect is balancing, which becomes more and more important. But I just want to leave it at that and hand over to Franja Barth. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Markus, for your introduction and your handover. Okay, so I see now on the screen. I'm afraid that there's something gone wrong with this presentation. That's not the presentation that we need. This is an old version. Okay. So I'm not quite sure that all the pictures I wanted to show in the presentation are actually available now here, but I'm going to start anyway. So game imbalances. There's maybe a metaphor here requiring certain explanation. Maybe you know the prototype image of a disk or a. It's that you whip around until it moves and then it falls down because of its equilibrium. That the imbalance seems to be something that spoils the fun rather than being fun and playful in itself. So the process of imbalances, for example, in washing machines and a car turns and balancing that with a balancing weight brings us into the field of Newton's laws, which the starting point is the relation between mass and power and movement, kinetic movement as a physical force. Now, this term has moved, balancing has moved into computer games, and that's a bit surprising, except when you remember that we see that this is to be used in a metaphor, understood in a metaphorical sense of a game mechanism. You know, it's a feed-based interactive process that regulates the interaction and the relations between the parts of the game. Now, one banal example is the regulation of witticisms and articulation in speech, which can be overpowered and which is called the reskilling in the games and can be adjusted with this factor. So balancing is not like an equilibrium in a stable balance of forces, but rather a game-forming process that's permanently generating disbalances and antimonies. So to move this in the form of a common movement, and that is what its aim is, to establishing a common movement direction. So unbalancing as a counterpart to balancing opens up the perspective of a tipping point in this vibration and kinetic movement. So in this sense, the following point approaches the question of to what degree does this imbalance also work on an aesthetic area, in an aesthetic relation to computer games. And I'd like to focus here on a particular point that maybe people who are interested in images will maybe find a bit disconcerting. First of all, at the beginning of the year, the major build generators with Journey and various others showed a certain kind of discourse wave that showed something that was based on the hand problem. So how can it be, according to the slogans, that faces and promiscuous details of people, for example, this detailed, determined folds in a blanket or in a coat, can be in such balances to bare hands, for example. Not enough fingers on one side, too many fingers, no nails, too many nails, fingers with only 2 or 3 joints, hands with several thumbs and various fingers made up of digits from different hands. The list of the disinformation is long, and the effects that they generate goes along the spectrum from disgust to annoyance, until that led to the running gag of no hands in the area of game production and generation. So the reason for this is, of course, as can be expected, in the technical field. As people know who are experts in the ChatGPT, it's based on the complexity of the human hand with all the multitude of minor bones and great flexibility, how it can work with that, like handy hands that are standing on their hands, too small, sometimes too large, sometimes, and sometimes an artificial neurological network cannot know that, cannot have such hands. It works only in the area of pattern recognition and doesn't really know necessarily that a hand has 5 fingers. So all of these deformed, anatomically, excessively or deficiently stocked hands can be seen as the product of an over-adapted or under-adapted learn model, whereas on the other hand, with underfitting, there are far too few parameters programmed to just allow the system to incorporate the entire variety of hands that are present in the world, and we find actually on the contrary the opposite. So we see certain deviations here are not distinguished as such, but they're going to be learned automatically from the system, equally the same as other, which means that the regularity or irregularity of patterns just can't be comprehended by the system. What that actually signifies ultimately is that can actually be quite well explained or communicated with this meme. This best way to explain overfitting, because this goes beyond, this bed is overfitted. It shows the idea of a physical form and a body form and a specific defined function to show that there's different ways of doing something with the same physical body, lying in different positions, in different forms. Now, when you transfer this to our hands, that shows that the parameters can be over-regulated, and when they it really makes a farce of the whole idea of the hand. What is actually in the center of attention here is not just what is the hand character of a hand, what is the handiness of a hand, so to speak, because of course they're all equally capable, but rather it opens up the play area, which loses certain tolerances, and the whole concept of a hand is categorically evaded in this way. So the regulation of data records can be used to alleviate this problem. And then the fingers will be defined not in relation to the complexity of the object itself, nor by the range of complexity of the neurological network, but rather in the function, because of course the design of hands means that there's little room for error tolerance. And the discourse the fact that it's oriented to hands can be seen very clearly in our cultural history. The presentation of hand, whether in literature, in text, or in picture, has always been something difficult and something very heavily discussed in the topical literature. For example, Christopher Mühlmann, the art theoretician, said that the hand is the most physical location of precision. It's the place of combat in location. Now, the historical reference point places the hand as the real challenge for artists, and Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo wrote about it, and their handiness could be seen not only in their perfect hand anatomy, but also in their dynamic precision of defining the function through robots or hand replacements and false hands for use in surgery by invalids. And beyond that, the hand is also something that can be seen in the Aristotelian sense of a tool, which is in itself, which is something in itself and able to do its function. And Gebauer, the philosopher, said that the hand does open up the room for new perspectives, like in reference, in pointing, in making gestures, and its movement just opens up its range of possibilities with various other references. So there is a lot of hope for this complex and challenging concept of the hand. Now, you know, our systems devised things on the basis of 3D images and AE, and with all the references that we have in the world, seems to apply to everything what the hand can create, but not for itself. Like its symbolic capital brings it into the center of discussion in the anthropological sense of seeing how the capability of manifestation of the world is linked to its own presentation of itself. Remember that it is not the hand itself that presents itself, but the eye that makes the judgment. The quote here is, "The eye is like a bird of prey. It sees the smallest deviation and is prepared to pounce." So the hand guides the eye as its perpetual torturer. Mühlmann talked about the balance within the hand and the internal organs. There's an asymmetry in the hand and the internal organs. The hand game, for example, the way the eye judges, hand feels and feels bad. So it is quite symbolic then for the actual question of the balance and imbalance. That is, namely, what perspective can we talk about appropriateness and its power of judging? What hand can feel this imbalance and counterbalance? These are the tilting points of the unbalances, like the go along with Horst Wetzel says that the hand can be something that's the center of our attention and draw our attention inside and outside to new perspectives. The main point of here is moved away from a purely anthropological perspective, but for the future neurological network, it can be revitalized and reincorporated as a moment of decision-making and to raise the challenges and questions and ultimately the solutions. Instead of being simply like a referee who will blow the whistle when a handball occurs.
Moving back from the hand game to computer games, and Manischa actually opened the first panel with the computer game reference. So let's revisit this. I want to talk about the running sport game Gran Turismo by Sony Interactive Entertainment. Unfortunately, we have the wrong presentation, but I'm quite hopeful. Okay, we've got the video. That's good. So Sony Interactive Entertainment introduced a new version of Gran Turismo. And the new thing about this was that for the first time, they worked with an AI, which worked with a simulated driving behavior, and that was trained with cloud data. So for a company like Sony Entertainment, it's a huge amount of data that's generated when they look at gamers, millions of gamers across the world. So, according to the manufacturer's statements, the training of the artificial intelligence wasn't based on making it quicker or faster. They just wanted to make it more empathic in their behavior. They wanted to have a polite driving behavior that went beyond the sport. So they wanted to have an element of fair play integrated in the game. So on this image, you can see GT Sophie. So the AI is called Sophia for wisdom. So we've got subtitles. GT Soph simulates a human driver without blocking their driving line. So here we have the car trying to take over, but still they leave enough space. And Sophie demonstrates fairness and sportsmanship. So I brought along a cover of a magazine because the AI researchers of Sony Entertainment published a paper where they describe how they managed to teach this sporting spirit, this sporting fairness to the AI, and it's a great success story. And what they do is they work with reinforcement learning systems and the cloud-based data. So I'm quoting from the article, and the development of the games was based on teaching GT Sophie the written and the unwritten rules of racing. So a racing etiquette was supposed to be achieved that was neither too timid nor too aggressive. So sporting fairness is not necessarily looking to rules and frameworks, but it's an attitude, a sportive fairness in the attitude, and a concern for the physical and mental well-being of oneself and the sporting partner. So the unwritten and unprecise elements that are different to code needed to be balanced in order to get a satisfactory result, to get a compromise between driving too close and being too far away, to achieve a behavior that's not too aggressive, neither too timid, and to have a good racing scenario without making physical contact. To avoid misunderstanding, it's not about strategic movement, it's much more about achieving a delicate sense of what's fitting and proper in competing with others. So imagine this, the AI has a delicate sense of what's fitting and proper in dealing with others. So just imagine this definition. Voltaire in 1796 used this expression when he talked about social behavior. So we've got a long theoretical tradition which was introduced by Voltaire in the French Revolution, and Kant took this up as well. The philosophers of the 20th century, Adorno and Plasner, for example, used this concept in ethics. So if we talk about tact and tactfulness, and you can see this quite nicely in the paper published by the AI experts, then we look at a specific nature of human mankind, which is then to be cultivated or protected. So it's a mind level, it's a sporting spirit which is connected to an autonomous human subject. So if we talk about tactfulness, it's questionable how much we can really see GT Sophie as being a tactful competitor. So she's got a heart on her helmet and not in her chest. So it's about the interrelation and the tenderness that they want to achieve. Is it politeness? Is it etiquette that can be simulated? That's the question. And also the question of the tactfulness in the game, because the etymological meaning derived from the Latin term tactus can mean rhythm as well and speed. So this has a musical connotation, but it's also a crucial part of racing sport. So in the game, we have an association between tactfulness and the term tacus and taxis, which refers to speed and order. So tact as such seems to be a gaming element. And for that, if we look at empathy, then we have this implied understanding that we can feel how our others feel. Let me just briefly look at Plessner, who in his writing Borders within Society in 1942, he looked at human interaction and human relationships. And he was looking at the ideal of a flowering community, and back then he wanted to defend a pluralistic society. And just to say this quite briefly, if it's communities, be it fascist or communist or religious communities, they follow distance and connection at the same time. So Plessner looks at tactfulness, a way of creating space, of creating borders to realize and to accept differences. But tact here is much more than following an instrument. Contrary to politeness, it's a kind of playing with the norm. So it's a way of differentiating. So if we negotiate the codes of society and the needs of the individual, and if we work with the rules of the games and the game situation in the now, the tact enables variation, spontaneity, and a gameful relationship between the parties. So it's based on conventions and codes, but in its deviation, it generates form. So we want to get involved. We want to get engaged in a race that doesn't end up in deadly injuries or that becomes boring. So it's about nuances. It's finding the right balances, and it's not oriented towards a strategic goal. AI systems are already capable of winning over human experts, but in a key section of his work, Balfus himself says that tact is characterized by virtuous use of gaming aspects, which brings people closer together and moves them apart. So I think in the video it was quite nice to see this dance between the cars, where the cars take each other over, where they create space. This gameful element is quite nicely visible. For Plessner, this means that human interaction cannot be defined in one constitutive condition. Human beings by nature are artificial. This is what his premise states, and this is quite crucial. An AI for human gaming means that this artificial aspect of humans needs to be taught to the AI, and Plessner moves away from unnecessary attention, and he says that humans and other objects always need to negotiate with each other in a gameful scenario. So the real being of the individual is not jeopardized, but it enables interaction, and that's what the gaming element is. Whether the GT Sophie will go beyond tactfulness remains to be seen. However, the gaming culture allows for tactfulness and gentleness, and this makes it rich and entertaining. Thank you very much for your attention. Right. So, can we light up the room a little, and you can think of questions. So I allow myself to ask the first question, and I shall start with Mona and her very interesting process of different forms of gaming elements and tactfulness. And the presentation that I saw included a nice quote, a hemoplasma quote, which is as follows: that tact and tactfulness are part of a game. And I'm asking myself, how do rules come in? Because tact and feeling of tact might give an opportunity to negotiate behaviors that are not regulated, but at the same time, we are looking at a game, and more so a computer game, so something that only has limited technical possibilities. So it has to follow rules, it has to follow regulations. So what I want to understand, how would you deal with these conditions? So first of all, I would say that the game, of course, is determined by rules and regulations, just like society is, because we have a consensus of rules and regulations. However, there's still a social aspect and the social negotiation that Plessner refers to, with the variance of regulations and the variance of interaction. So politeness or strict politeness is also based on rules and regulations which are defined by society. However, when I negotiate encounters and relationships, and if I have spontaneous deviations from the strict rules, then this enables us to move into the gameful, the playful area. Even if we have very strict regulations, every game enables to have individual aspects, and every game needs to deal with uncertain situations, and this is what makes it interesting and exciting. Nobody would watch any football games if we would have clear definitions of what's going to be happen. Well, you can see this in the FIFA game as well, the computer game. Yes, thank you. Any comments, any questions, anything you would like to share with the panel? Right. I can see a hand. So I look forward to your question.
Geht es schon an? Okay. Ja, vielen Dank.
Thank you very much. I've got a comment and a suggestion.
Jetzt eigentlich eine schöne Verbindung zwischen
I
Monas
thought
Vortrag und dem, was
Mona's presentation and Manuel's presentation
ich könnte mir
fit
vorstellen, dass
in quite nicely with
in der
each other, and I think when we look at AATB,
zu beobachten, dass die Menschen betont
that
mit den Roboterhunden umgehen.
it's quite nice to see that the human interaction with the robot dogs is quite polite, and I'd like to understand the concept behind this. So our interaction with AI, maybe it's characterized by us encountering it with a polite distance. Maybe this makes us feel safer. That'd be my first question, and this goes to Mona. Do you see Plessner as a predecessor of
the fall of public man, also
of the fall of public man?
Sehr stark auf Plessner lehnt an dieser Stelle. Und der Clou ist aber, dass das taktvolle,
the tactfulness
ein Mittel der Selbstdistanz ist,
is a way of distancing oneself, and this keeping oneself distant is crucial in order to be able to make contact to start with, and this is an argument in willful education, and it's against the false identity of community.
Yes, I think that's something for the first panel, really, but it's something we can also answer in common, because that's also is manifest in the some things we've seen today, and it's also a recognition of the differences and uniquenesses of the various manifestations, and it's also a form of reacting to this individuality and diversity, and coming in contact with that without even necessarily understanding it in full. It's just a way of feeling certain, maybe, or feeling secure in a way, and recognizing the difference, you know. Since plasma, we've got much bigger differences when you think of the robot dogs and the Plesma didn't even think about that. He was thinking of the neighbors who we encounter on the road, you know. But even with those people, you have to talk to them or encounter them in a tactful way, just to pay respect to or take account of their difference from you, and also in a way of protecting yourself. That's why I think, you know, this restriction to the sport world is very interesting, because there's a way of is that something is inviolate, and you have to give people certain space and approach them tactfully. But it also puts yourself into an area of protection and makes yourself inviolate and avoid conflict. And I think a line can be drawn. You know, Adorno also made some serious thoughts about that, about tact and things which are not eruditive and direct. You know, we need the space, and so that's why he said, you know, he made this great point that everything we have to keep distance is what keep us from losing touch with each other, you know. You think it's should be the opposite, but it's not. It's only in this way can we maintain and remain in contact with each other, because the wanting the direct contact, that's simulation. And that's why I think the question is very, very sensible and was put very, very well. I also have a question. Or is that directed at Franziska? Okay, Matthias. You're going to get now a microphone from the behind. It's not there yet, but it's getting there. Okay, thank you very much for the wonderful panel and for the great ideas we heard presented. I've got a lot of questions, but because we're talking about hands for so long, my question is really oriented to that. Are these hands being standardized now, or becoming a little bit of standardized and boring? You know, I miss this deviating hands and the crumbling hands and the difficult hands that you showed. And I think that maybe we lost a chance there. We lost an opportunity that maybe the build generators are, when they were very imbalanced, there were, at least according to my opinion, an opportunity for putting out new forms and raising new concepts, things that could not be completely predicted or completely defined before. But now they're being balanced, and hands are coming out which are standardized, and that's very boring. We can check to see if it's realistic, yes or no, and if not, then bye-bye. But, you know, I think in effect we have created digital hands that are not digitally artificially intelligent based, but rather have something, can be measured with the idea of human intelligence, which is something very dubious in the first place. And that's why I'd like to ask a question of Markus. Have we closed the door now for artificial intelligence, for these systems to become human, artificial, and to balance that out, that maybe from the imbalance gave us an opportunity to put something real out there, more than the current systems have? Well, actually, I got stuck a little bit on your formulation of whether we've really slammed the door for such opportunities, because for me, that's really the opposite of this concept of balancing that we really were looking at so far. You know, I can't answer your question, I have to admit, in this way, in this sense. I just think that if you have, let's say, a desire to see these hands or to have these hands, like in a way that reformulates or redesigns the society, then you'd really have to make an effort to generate these kind of hands in such a way. Maybe some kind of prompt, which still has to be developed, could do the job, and could then generate these hands and bring them out from this miasma. And the question then can be raised as to the task of these image generators. What jobs can we assign to it? What tasks are within its realm? And you know, do they want to present hands or portray hands as being realistic and close to nature? And if we do define it like that, then that's what we're going to get. You know, really, we are still in the controlling seat, and we can define it. We can say that we still hold it in our hands, what we want to get out of this system. Yes, we reach now a point that we always come up to. The big question is, why do we not get to a point where we can recognize reality, and we're still at anthropomorphism. Does artificial intelligence see things the way we do? Does it paint pictures the way we would paint them? Does it see hands and design hands the way we would? That's aesthetically a very old problem, both in the artistic and the commercial area. You know, the one direction that's always been computer science has always been going towards a greater degree of photorealism. That's the way this image generation was pointed for many years. But we really are now coming into an area of difficulty where we have not reached a point where we have an understanding for the alienness, for the difference and the foreignness. And that's always seen like in the kind of as a threat, as a golem or a Frankenstein, but not in a real way of opportunity to say, how can we collaborate with man and machine to get that out? We always find a certain comfort in the fact that artificial intelligence can't do something as well as we are because of our fear. And we haven't really reached a point where we can look at this in a positive sense and say, well, what's on the other side of it? What's behind it? What's not just similar, but what's different? What can it do differently? You know, we always hear that it's becoming more photorealistic, constantly becoming more boring. And then the question is always, you know, what's the potential for the question is always at the moment, how realistic is it, but not rather than what can we do with it, you know? Like this foreignness or difference is there, but it's something that's being fought against, actually, and that is very frustrating. I realize that, but it's something we have to counteract in the future. Okay, so my question really picks up that point very well, I think. When you say that the foreignness or alienness, you know, these are things which you've been dealing with. Can we, by interacting with virtual world, see even a minor shift? A shift to a degree or to the extent, and I think that's what Annette Urban said, you know, that we're going from a player to a resident, you know. We're building houses now, we're looking after a garden, designing gardens, we're doing everything really in certain ways with these tools to create a world that's easy to care for, too easy to manage, to let grow and let develop. And I think the reason is that we want to extend the duration of a game and hold the gamer longer in the game. That's really the quest of so many computer games. You know, you want to keep it going as long as possible, but it's also a question of balance and how long can we maintain this balance before the tilt. And I think that's not the only logic behind this behavior, you know, and I think this brings us back to Mona and the concept of responsibility and the responsibility of the game world, not like GTA where everything is smashed up and wrecked, but rather creating a different world, a different space for interaction. And how would you see that concept of balance against this background? Well, there are a lot of different approaches, you know, and I've seen a lot recently. I mean, it's not really something, but the metaphor of gardening that you've talked about is interesting. You know, in generating processes or generative processes, we saw major differences, you know, that between pictures and the elements of the images and the 3D graphics are not something that we design ourselves. You know, it used to be putting in a pixel there because the pixel wasn't there. We have to make the mountains and the trees and make them of polygons and textures just to incorporate them in a wider context. But now they're being generated. They're growing by interaction of processes in the system itself where you are not directly participating, where you are looking after is the whole management of the thing, knowing, sowing the seeds and setting the course. Where are we going? Where do we want to go? You know, it always offers you so many different opportunities, 5 pictures, 6 pictures, 7, different variations. And that's why I think we have to open up the significance for artificial intelligence, you know. And we can say that a static creation it cannot have, because it can only look back into the past statistically and say what was found to be popular, what was a subject of demand and what wasn't. But there's no kind of judgmental force or faculty. And I'm not saying that just to give artists a sense of relief that nothing's going to take away their jobs. But, you know, things are going to become increasingly complex, and it's very nice. You know, and I think we could come back to that in the final discussion later. You know, the idea of soiling that we heard before, and maintaining soiling, and why do we, you can talk about why we're calling it soiling, but that's again a question for later. But the moment when the robots actually were in the world and we come into that world, have we inhibitions? Have we got certain phases, even though we know that this is all artificial? Whereas we, with our fellow human beings in social media, you know, we're working with them through computer games so we can design them or kill them in an ethical way, in a political way, in a virtual way, whatever, no problem with that. And what's the difference? The difference is the quality of the intermediate spaces. When we're physically present in an approximation to the bodies of these people or of these objects, whether metal, plastic or whatever. You know these interactive videos where you go around, you know, there's robots with 4 legs and you can stamp on them, you know. But the feeling of pity and of vice seem to be diluted there, and it just opens up various spaces. And it's a challenge to see how that can be physically transferred into a new room created by the system itself, but which we ultimately are in control of. And one thing is that we heard earlier that we knew at least what our thesis was. Okay, now a very last question, and then we have to close because our time is up. Now I'm going to... Okay, thank you for this bouquet of knowledge and information. I'd like to say something about the games. You know, there's some games where you can write into the chat where you can work together with people. You can also say to other people, fuck you, and then it's automatically translated into something else. You know, they try to dilute the heavy lange, and that brings me to my point that I wanted to make a statement against the political statements made. You know, when you think about motor race, that was less dancing, more than elbow competition. Most computer games, especially the AAAs, are extremely competitive. That means when I drive against other people, they try to kick me out of the lane, drive me out of the lane. If they're bots or other real gamers, it's a whole supplanting competition and appealing to human tact among people to work together. For me, that's an appeal that we really can't be nice to each other, you know. And we know that in computer games, from grief offline ratings, all of these manifestations, when there is an opportunity of being naughty, like behaving badly, and if it allows this bad language, then it will create that, but it also, you know, to create a world which, or an environment where tenderness is also allowed, you need hard rules. You know, when aggressive behavior is restricted by rules and restrictions, then, you know, as I said previously here, you know, the distance
durch die wir da sprechen, ist uns das eigentlich vollkommen wurscht, ob uns gegenüber ein Bot oder
you know, that's really, it doesn't make any difference when you're in this game scenario if it's a person or if it's a bot.
Yes, so what it leads to in the end is that we reach a point where human behavior is generated by the artificial intelligence. So we could have solved this with a online mode from Gran Turismo, where you can see that most races don't even take place. So it's completely rude and there's no fair play whatsoever. So if you look at an online race, you ask yourself, what's the point? Because everyone gets crashed. So the human behavior is taught by Sophie in a very complicated manner. So the human aspect can be simulated by the AI, but we as humans show terrible behavior in real life. So from the experience of the AI researchers at Sony, they concluded something very similar. So the cloud data available from human behavior led to too aggressive a behavior. So they always had to use forces to adapt the driving behavior and to amend it to a more fair approach. And of course, it is a competitive race. And at the end of the day, it's about winning. But how aggressive or how timid this whole game is conducted. So how can this be integrated in an automated AI? So the similar thing happens if human rude language is then transferred into AI. So yes, there is some sort of regulation taking place, but I think that's a good thing. We can see there's still room for discussion. We'll have a short break. We'll meet again at 16:45, where you can meet the groups you have witnessed this afternoon, and we want to have a lively debate with you. So thank you very much, and see you in a little while.
Wir möchten dieses jetzt etwas gedrängt wirkende Panel, das wir zu verantworten haben, in der nächsten halben Stunde sehr gerne so ein bisschen miteinander ins Gespräch kommen lassen.
We will move on to our next panel, and we also have some activating components here to start. I have just reflected upon what is the common element between these groups, and I had the idea that it is a prefix on. In the first panel, we talked a lot about unstable circumstances and so on. And in the second part, we talked about this playing around with unruled gestures. And if we have a second part, it often refers to the contrary, to something that is not that means stability and certainty instead of unstable and uncertain. I don't have a special. I'm not asking you one after the other, but I'm just asking which aspects did you find especially thrilling in the last session? Who would like to start? Maybe I can just start talking about this topic about taking away the crisis effect or impact. I think this is something that is very thrilling, that was very well presented. And then we also had this unbalancing as well. And we have this post-apocalyptic thing in post-industrial spaces, and also these flourishing economies that are not plant blind, as we heard this morning. I mean, many of those things are coming up these days. And then I asked myself, in which way could we allow this alienation and have collaborative procedures, recognized by unrecognizing? I think, how can this alienation remain and co-act at the same time? This is the question here. Just say something. Yeah. You're looking at me because you know that I am an expert for that. The point here is my book is also talk about uncertainty, and this is a title that could be used as a principle, not as a medium, but as a principle in the world. That means to train something that you can't train. It is, you know, train uncertainty. I could do some probability calculations by AI. I can do some modeling, but I need to tackle this. I need to handle this, not because it's a threat, but because it's something joyful. I need something. I need a certain level of joy. That means this is something that is exists in every game, to have something uncertain happening. But something must remain. It is a little moment of uncertainty. There's something that exists in a game. And this game is built up to show something that is threatening. There's lots of philosophy about that. It is about handling that. It is about to have these bordering thresholds and to have a performative handling. So I won't be a good chess player if I only know the rules. the same applies to soccer or football. So every game has a kind of action or interaction, handling, implementation of something that will happen in the future. And that's how it is built up. And it is already becoming very abstract when you try to describe it. But I think this is the central point in this story. I don't know whether this is a proper answer, but it is a reference I would like to make here. Just to complement on that, we could be at risk if we say that this playing modus is a kind of apolitical modus, or something like hedonism, if you are just talking about joy and so on. But in your project, something that we see is that it is not out of because it's comfortable. It is a rather necessity. With this advancing technology, we just achieve a point that we can only do it by the means of a playful component. This is becoming even more necessary, I think. Yeah, this is something that has been also researched by Mr. Hensberger, a theory of gaming, of playing. Well, there was a comment from the audience. It was about the following, that we want to have a kind of a cautious we need to be cautious with AI, and we are also checking things or experimenting things. That means if we meet people here during the exhibition, it is not that we are already expecting to have an impact here straight away, but it is about if we talk about implementation of AI and its impacts in daily lives, that some dynamics are being created. There are some research or studies about Alexa, for example. So we need also to do those studies about AI. And because you've said we should be in the position to change AI. It is about a frame that we need to discuss. And this is a topic that we need to discuss at the end of the day. Yeah, I mean, also this society, life in society is also a game of probabilities. It is about a life, in a game it is about a life or a space where things happen. But it is different if I'm crashing my car in a game or if I'm doing that in the real life, in the outside. But even in this living together with people, we also experience that. There is a kind of an aesthetical and uneven component that we have there. And what is making me feel liable? What is ethical correct? And it's not about, knowing if someone is in pain or not, but it is really a claim for people to assume responsibility. Hello, hello, can you hear me? Well, I just want to express myself here. An important thing is that the reaction in the outside world is not relevant. If you say, okay, I am in pain, but you can react to that in the outside world or not. But sometimes I don't know about it at all out there. It is a kind of etymological modus. Also, it is a kind of acknowledgement. It is a kind of knowledge that we have here, that we postulate here, also resulting from the common responsibility or responsibility we have towards people. without any social function. It is about living together, being together. I just wanted to ask you something. This epistemic and this knowledge types, things that are coming up. Florian Springer always talks about the uncertainty of these space recognizing technologies. These autonomous cars, they also bring some uncertainty. They need to respond to different things. Basically, it is the same the technology that is used for augmented reality. If you have used it already, you have maybe noticed that the elements, they are somewhat shaking. And this technology is uncertain. And there is a discrepancy between the real room or space and the virtual space. This is only an idea. And then I thought, isn't it maybe this uncertainty that is also going with this tag? So when is the dog reacting when we are approaching the dog? This doubt. I mean, there's some doubt in it, and it is also a kind of shaking, trembling. And what would you say? Shame. A kind of swaying. So what would you say if the dog is swaying, if the component is swaying? What would you say? I think the difference between strongly ruled things, so algorithm that has been here since the computer games, it would be a kind of decision rules. So a rule-based algorithm. And it is programmed like that, and the AI is just executing it. What is happening here, and this is the big difference between the deep learning machines. So you don't need clear results to act here. They are operating based on probabilities. And this is really leading to a very close simulation of our reality, much more than a rigid execution of algorithms. That's not what it does. But we're just trying to look into the future. It's something that is really a kind of human thing. So do you have this expectation of perceivable or foreseeable probabilities? This is something that you can experience every day. It doesn't need to be complex when you talk about cognition here. So if you're walking around Fifth Avenue in New York, and you just need to try not to collide with other people on the crowded streets. And when two people come closer, there is a kind of swaying, so to say. But I think this is a highly complex togetherness of approaching each other. And this is something that is very difficult for artificial agents to understand. And that's where we are at this point. Let me ask a question also to Mona. I mean, I saw there was a difference between probability calculation and the unruled behavior that you need to have this adaptation of this human interaction. You have also parallelized that. Yeah, this is a rhetoric question, an open question, not answered question. We see that it has a similar function like in AI or like behavior calculations based on probabilities, but also based on interhuman behavior. Yeah, this would be a kind of a work hypothesis. Yeah, there are many things to be worked out still. yeah, but I'm asking myself if it is enough. And I mean, our intuition is much more advanced. AI, it's about probabilistics, but what we do, many things, they are really intuitional, and we work like in an autopilot. And how is this differing from AI? Yeah, but autopilot is that exactly the moment where we exit the game. That means the rules, they have the priority, and this interplay room just disappears.
Looking at the phenomenological basics of Husserl, we are talking about the horizon of expectations and the results we have from this. And therefore, we are moving in the field of which is statistically very difficult to grasp. And I think this is what happens when training SOFF. SOFF is part of a playful surrounding. It's not just simply being programmed, and that means that the data of the real counterparts, they also flow into the training. You talked about training, educating artificial intelligence. This means that it has a totally different starting point, but it later becomes part of this entire process, and this means that we are moving on the same playing field. Maybe I can place my question. The first panel was about the idea of affecting. I think this idea also is a good part of the ethical discussion and discussing about spaces we have had in this during the second panel. The effect describes something that happens between acting persons. And then when I listened to you, I came to ask myself that on the one hand, the augmented reality means that the people, they are individual, separated people, because you put on your headphones and then you're totally to your own. You're totally alone in a room. But on the other hand, you have the formation of packs, dog packs, for instance. On the one hand, you have the individualism, the singularity of people, and on the other hand, you have the packs. So this is, we have to reconcile the human beings, technology. Are there any areas that have common grounds? Well, Manuel and I, we looked into the fact of that a person interacting with technology is confronted to technology that is reacting to the person, and this throws us back onto ourselves. That means that first of all, you encounter yourself when you are acting in certain conditions, in certain conditions and landscapes and things like that. Concerning the question of the space to which we have to relate, because I noticed during your discussion about not simply rule-based games, but also other games, we were talking about a limited field. And I think this is a very important aspect, at least that is something very important for me. Do we need to create entire worlds? Are they really required, or is it sufficient to have a kind of intermediate room which does not show an entire world, just a scenery, a scenario? this would putting the question to you again, but I would be interested in hearing your opinion. I don't know whether it is possible to explain this by means of Grand Theft Auto, but this continuous game between distance and being close to each other in VR, for instance. Suddenly, I think this was the example you gave, we encounter a kind of closeness to each other which doesn't have this social component anymore because it's just too close. It's creating awkwardness. And yet it allows me to become more intimate with whatever I am doing without having to bear the consequences of real world. I think my counter question would be, what does this mean? That you are able to play without having to bear the consequences? I think it's a very important question. Very good that you raised this question. But moving in the virtual worlds always is a kind of self-experiencing trip. Does it bear any consequences or doesn't it bear any consequences? No. Yeah, maybe you can state in more detail what you mean using the fact that there are no consequences to the way I behave. What do you mean? Well, I think this is what I tried to say in a very pointed way. Just think of a game where something is destroyed and then it's made again. But this is not really what I'm interested in. If you use VR, there are people who say this did not happen, truly happen. This simply happened within my computer. But at the same time, there are companies who are really afraid about the fact that there are very specific data about where they have their company seat and that they maybe have to endure a shitstorm. On the one hand, it's just a game. It's not real, and on the other hand, it's really taken serious because it can have effects on a certain site here in real world. And I think we have to take two sides very serious, the way you have to take serious a game. And this would be a very awkward question, but really I asked myself, when you said that social communication always is entailed in the game and it's rule-based, so what's the difference between my everyday life and that moment that I enter into such a computer game? I think this is a very, very good question we cannot give a statical answer to. I think the room where we have the capability to negotiate, this is where we really play. The question how we develop our life during everyday life, for instance, driving a car and being a member of the traffic, it's not a game because these are kinds of actions which are regulated to such an extent that there is no space for maneuver, for a free decision. And yet, when you're a member of the traffic, there are always some moments where things can be decided. This happened to me only recently. I was about to take a turn to the left without really looking what was happening. And this moment, I leave behind my automatisms, all the hand movements I'm doing in the car. I'm very focused, and it's a kind of playful way of acting. I have to discern what's going around me in our surroundings, I have to act in a very cautious way. I have to see how far away obstacles people are, and this drives then my decision, the way how I am going to react. I think it's, yeah, I think this is a way of description how we can perceive the idea of playing. But I'm sorry that I have to tell you that we have to keep our promises, and we want to offer the possibility to you to enter into discussion with our speakers. If not, we can continue with our discussions, but at least if you're interested and you want to ask any question. Yeah, someone I can see, although it's so dark.
Ja, vielen Dank. Ja, danke. Ich habe die Frage, also
thanks a lot. So my question is following artificial intelligence, and I think this is a consensus. It's something different, it's something foreign. But from your perspective, would it be possible to perceive artificial intelligence as something which is not foreign, something we have created? And would this open a discussion from the other ends? Are there any ideas about this? Well, this idea of generativity or the parental idea is an idea that we talk about principles which exclude each other, because your own child is very close to you, and on the other hand it's not you, so you always have to find a balance to give room to your kid so that it can develop itself. You always have to balance this situation, and this is a kind of simultaneous thing. This is something I'm focused on. I've been switched off. Was this intentional based on what I said? No, sorry. No, it wasn't. It's not either this or the other one, and you can also find the reason for it. A game, playing, one of the basic ideas of playing, what a game can do means to be able to bear the fact that you have to deal with things which are excluding each other, and there is no way out. Maybe you put a little more emphasis on the one side or then on the other side, but this means we have to deal with a very existential, systemic situation in this game. And maybe the reason for it, that it's so interesting, is the fact that something very strange, something foreign, is living together with us in the same room. So it's this simultaneous situation. Maybe we have focused too much on this foreign factor, but in the end we have to deal with the questions: what is happening in the area we share, in this intermediate room both of us are acting in? Maybe it also diversifies the question about the humans themselves. What is human when we are negotiating on a social level, where we have to acknowledge that the counterpart, the other person, is something foreign? Maybe we shouldn't stop the discussion here, but I would like to ask all of the participants in this discussion here that you took part in this discussion, for giving us ideas about your research, and we are really keen to know what you have to say about intermediate results. Thanks a lot to the public and to those listening to our live stream.
thank you so much for this hypernatural trip into the world of science. When you were talking about artificial intelligence, algorithmic behavior, and politeness, I really had to think about that very often human beings behave in a completely different way than they mean it. So I think maybe technology is a very good way to reflect on what we are as a species and to talk about authenticity and respect and our true connection to other beings. And that, to me, feels more important right now than ever before. If you are interested in learning more about the perspectives of our speakers and want to dive deeper into the discourses that we just got teasered, you can take a look into the magazines on this table, which are presented to you by Holo Magazine and which feature the artists, the scientists that we just heard. Now that we reflected on our current interface and deconstructed it to kind of like a white cube gallery for unstructured data, we face reality in the most intimate sense, directly. The way we experience reality right now is sensitive and abstract. It may feel a little bit frightening because all of our tools to find orientation are out of order. But when we are irritated and overwhelmed by the complexity of life, the connection we feel to ourselves and others is the most intense. So why don't we shift our perception to an abstract dimension instead of trying to understand and calculate with an indomitable mass of information? I feel like right now is the best time to have a short break and then enter another state of mind. Feel free to jump around a little bit, stretch, meditate, drink a coffee, or spend the next 15 minutes in a completely different way. I will await you at 5:35 to enter phase 3 of today's conference, called The Ends of Exploitation. Enjoy the break.
So, jetzt kann der in den Zoom reingehen. Okay. Der ist schon drin. Der ist drin. Du kannst mich aufschalten. Check, check. Can you hear me? Check, check. So, this is Essen Zollverein here. Hello, hello. Do you hear me? Great, excellent. So, I am the sound engineer of this event. This is my name is Mark. Hi. Give me a second, please. So, do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. Sound is good. Great. And do you see what we are sending to you? Do you see the video feed? Great, excellent. So I think. Please give us 1 more minute to check. We have to set up one other thing. Please give us 1 more minute. We have a short delay on this event, so that means so obviously we have your presentation around about between 70:35 and 70:38.
37:38.
Huh?
37:38.
Ist sein Video, läuft das im Loop? Yes, yes, you're okay. We're gonna show it. Okay, it's running. Okay, you see it. Great. So, as I said, 37 will be 37, 38 will be your presentation. Great. So, excellent. So all checks are done, and so we are ready for your presentation in a few, in around about 10 minutes. All right. So that's all for me. Thank you very much. So you can switch off your microphone. It would be great if you could keep switch on your camera. So so that we can see that the connection will be stable. Great, excellent. So good luck, have fun, and all the best. Bye bye.
aber langsam, ich wurde hier schon die ganze Zeit fast. Geht nicht. Ihr wolltet.
Nee, ich sehe das anders. Ich sehe das ganz anders. Willst du wirklich in diese Debatte eintreten? Also über Bayern will ich nichts sagen. Das wird nicht besser. Ich bin das hat jetzt alles funktioniert? Oder so. Jedes Kritiker hat wahrscheinlich bei mir den Ton abgestellt, damit wir es nicht hören.
Dann schaltet ihr das an. Bitte? Schaltet ihr das an? Ja, mach es einfach rein. Ne? Nicht raus. Am liebsten drinnen, wenn es geht. Ja, danke.
Einmal
Welcome back to our hypernatural adventure. So, where exactly are we now? What is this cyberspace that we inhabit today? Did you ever think about the data structure of your reality? The material of your perception? The electromagnetic energy that interferes with itself? The feeling of reality, the impulses and the signals that our sensors detect? Let's focus our attention on that for a moment. Let's turn our perception into an object right now. Close your eyes. How does reality feel like? What are the colors of your emotions? What is the pattern of your attention? How does your consciousness look like? Can you see the data structure of your reality? The vivid and fluid complex of electric signals running through your brain? The brightness and the darkness of presence and absence? The iridescent shimmer of the interplay between fear, anger, desire, and joy? Can you see the polygon structures of information that build the skeleton of your perception? Can you see your inner gravity, the light of your self-conscience, the power of your will? Can you see the veins, the network, the software of your intellect? Can you see the server of your being? Can you see the artwork that you are creating? Are you aware of the hypernatural forces that live inside of you? What if our interface of reality had an abstract structure? What if we looked at the four-dimensional space-time animation of subjects and objects in the knowledge that it's the virtual reality which emerges from our hypernatural forces? How would it affect our understanding of life, our desires and values? Because if what we want became immaterial, would we still want to possess it? How would we look at nature if our interface structured our experience in data of process and potential? And how would it affect our relationship to the digital sphere if we let go of the idea that space-time was fundamental to our reality? What would make us feel that something is artificial then? Would it make art science? The next guest of our conference is an artist whose work gives us access to an abstract interface of reality. Rafael Rosendahl will be digitally present today and is going to take our hypernatural adventure to the next level, with talking about his work live from his studio in New York. Let's listen to him. Please welcome Rafael Rosendahl.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I cannot hear you, so I'm just going to trust that you're listening. Can I see a picture of the audience? Is that possible? Okay. I can't hear you, I can't see you, so I'm just going to trust this. And if everything's correct, there's a video playing of my exhibition at Museum Folkwang. And so this lecture is an ambient lecture.
Hey, Rafael. It's Arno. Just to tell you, we can perfectly hear you. You must not hear us. We are just delighted to see and hear you. Go on. Thank you.
Is there any way I can see a picture of the audience?
Yeah, give us some time, but please proceed. We'll do.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the video is playing this is my website, newrafael.com. So, oh yeah, there's the room. I wanted to encourage everybody to browse on their phone while I'm doing this lecture. And I'm not going to tell you what to browse, but just Google me, look online, go to newrafael.com, and all my work is there, but I was thinking for a while about the structure of a Zoom lecture and not being here with you, and what that means, and this Zoom life that we lived, and this experiment in the lockdown. And so what you're seeing on the video is a project called 81 Horizons. There are 81 different color combinations of color in the top and color at the bottom. You can find it on my website as well. And it's a completely digital project in the sense that it's encoded on the blockchain. It's owned by multiple people all over the planet, and these people each own one color combination and these different horizons. It's the simplest way I could show a landscape in digital form. So it's very small in file size, it's very humble, and it's something that came out of the lockdown of making drawings. And in the video that you see in Museum Folkwang, we were thinking about how do we exhibit the blockchain? How do we show something that is spread out across the world but lives in a public database? And what is the best way? Do you show one work? Do you show it in its totality? And we decided to show the entire work, and the experience in the exhibition is the same experience as on the phone, but instead of your finger or your mouse going through a collection, it's your body going through a collection. And the interesting thing right now with this lecture is that Zoom is okay sending webcam signals because my body is in one place, and that means that there's not that much movement. It's just mostly my mouth talking, maybe my hands. And so video can send that through the network okay. But the video that you are seeing now locally is a camera going through the space of the museum. And that is something that I've done a couple of Zoom lectures, and whenever you share video, it's problematic. So if I would send this video right now streaming through the network, and that is the core of my work. That basically nothing changed I started working in 1999, and it's still the same thing. If you want something to work through the network, you have to go really small. And every now and then there's a reset of the network, whether it's video conferencing or the blockchain, where again, there's a problem with full video. So my whole life I've been making very compressed images, but not compressed by an algorithm that is made for compression, which right now you're seeing my face, it's compressed. It's a reduced form of me. My voice is compressed, this video is compressed, I'm seeing you in a compressed manner. If you see 81 Horizons, that is as uncompressed as it can be in a small of a, so I'm exploring abstraction as a tool of compression. So the exhibition that you see at Museum Folkwang, it's a space of 1,400 square meters, 81 screens, but the entire project is 9.4 kilobytes. And that's all the data of the owners, that's the files, the metadata, the title, all these things, the entire code of the project. And each frame, as I'm now talking to you, every second is multitudes, thousands, 10,000 times bigger than this entire project. And so I started in 1999 just with this simple question that I was animating video, and I was asking my teachers, how do I put this online? And they're like, well, the connection is slow, so you could use this codec or that codec, you can compress it this way, and it would be a reduced form of reality. And so, but this exhibition that you are now also seeing in a compressed way, you could walk over to Museum Folkwang and see it completely uncompressed, or you can go on your phone and search 81 Horizons on OpenSea or somewhere else, and that will also be uncompressed. So I'm very interested in making work that is completely uncompressed and unfiltered and real, because we're looking at the digital thing. So when you go on your phone and you see the SVG project, you see it on my website or on OpenSea or wherever, just Google it, you'll find it. That's the uncompressed version. Or you can walk over to Museum Folkwang right now or tomorrow and you see the uncompressed version. Or the book exists in a book, the project exists in a book form. I'll show it here. So this is not a sales message, but it's just that the entire project is contained in this book. So the code of the book, the code of the project is the first 2 pages of the book. Because the code is so small, it's just 2 pages. So that's the smart contract that describes the project. And then here we have 81 horizons with their color codes. So this all comes from instruction-based thinking and instruction art and art as algorithms and reducing the algorithm to the simplest instruction. So you could almost read this project as a verbal description. You could say there's a landscape. It is shown as a rectangle that is 5:6 aspect ratio. About 72% of the top is blue. About the rest of the space is a bluish green. Next one, that's horizon 1. Horizon 2, same color blue sky, slightly lighter, more apple green. Horizon 3, and on and on and on. You could describe this project. When we describe code as an idea verbally, that's called pseudocode. That's kind of how I always work, because I'm not a coder, so I work with coders and I describe things and they have to convert that either to blockchain code or browser code or any kind of code. And so the interesting thing is that we all rely on the browser and code and machines as a window and as a portal. So I'm teleporting into the room with you now, and I'm relying on Zoom and on Apple and on the lens and all these algorithms to translate my being into your space. And when I make code-specific projects, I rely on a coder to translate my idea, to beam them to you. And it's interesting to me how much control we have over how we get pushed through the funnel. So ultimately, the digital is a funnel, and we're being squeezed through this funnel. And how much of that is in your control? How much do you decide on the aesthetics of the compression, and how do you deal with do you create the funnel, or do you use the Zoom funnel, or do you use the YouTube funnel or the Instagram funnel, or is it your own funnel? But you need some way to fit your being. And that to me is a metaphor for what art is, because art has always dealt with funnels. And so you have the funnel of painting or the funnel of sculpture, and some people can fit their personality into a brush and some people cannot. Or some people can fit their personality into a poem and some people cannot. And if you look at art history, there have always been moments of new technologies, and certain people thrive in those technologies and other people don't. And perhaps it started with storytelling around a campfire, or poetry around a campfire. It's hard to know if that happened or not. And every so many years, there's a new funnel, and then artists have to manipulate those funnels. And yeah, this is a very improvised lecture because I wanted to research the whole problem of remote work and remote being and remote contact, and this very strange setting that I'm in now, that I'm talking to you, I can't hear you, I don't know how many people are in the room. So I just wanted to explore this format of the Zoom lecture, which is a very strange thing, and I hope you can feel the strangeness. Yeah, I would love to hear questions if that is possible. If anybody has a question. Because I don't know if I'm coming across at all. Normally I can read the room a little bit. I can see if you're smiling or if you're crying, and I have no idea now. So any questions would be very welcome.
Yeah. Yes. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yeah. Hello.
Hey, Rafael. This is Geert Lovink. I'm next speaker. Hey. Hello. Yes. A question. I really like the idea of the funnel. It's a very accurate description of where we are, because people think the funnel gets bigger and bigger, right? And that's not the case. That's not the case. And there's also a politics of the funnel and a design, and there are owners, people who, also decide how it's going to look like. But I'm very interested in how this relates, let's say, to your, if I may say so, digital Mondrian approach to the funnel, like very elementary, essentialist kind of going to the core in this case of the digital image. How do these two things relate?
Well, in my experience, my father is an abstract geometric painter and a great admirer of Mondrian and Malevich. And growing up in the Netherlands, the museums have an abundance of Mondrian and Malevich, I think more than any other country. But my father's studio was over there, and the television was over there with Mickey Mouse and Looney Tunes, and I was always drawn to the TV as well. So I feel like I grew up exactly in the middle of those two spaces. And if you look at early animation, it's also a very reduced vocabulary. If you look at Mickey Mouse, he only has 4 fingers because there's an economy of drawing, and if you can save 20% of drawing fingers, that's a big deal. There's a reason that he looks that simple. So the simplicity, the technology demands it, especially in the beginning of the internet. I think every time technology, there's a new paradigm, like maybe now with VR, there's a reduced set of possibilities that every time a simplification or a stylization has a benefit. And I always wanted to make works that would be ready for every new... So the best example I can give is, when I started, my screen was 640 by 480 pixels. So I made things that would be scalable, that would be ready for a screen the size of a building, but also a smartwatch. I just want to make works that are very robust, and I think Mondrian, we see that as a huge innovation at the time, but that was basically taking ideas from decorative arts and religious decoration and applying those to contemporary art. But they weren't really new ideas, the reduced vocabulary. So I think if you look at Zen gardens or calligraphy in the Middle East, there are all these, and hieroglyphs, there have always been simplistic reductions of concepts into almost letter forms, that even if you look at the history of letter forms, they were symbols. The capital A used to be upside down, and it was the head of an ox or a bull. So humans have always tried to reduce things into pictograms, letters, symbols, and I've always found this path from... And then what I find interesting, what is unique to me, is that for painters, the road to abstraction was a choice of luxury. It was just an option, and there was no necessity. And for me, it was a necessity. So I like this idea that there's abstraction for the reason of efficiency, and this combination of efficiency and... And back to your question of who designs the funnels and who allows what bandwidth of each funnel, then you see that Instagram and TikTok also dictate the way creators create things. And so each funnel, the blockchain happens to be even more severe in file limitations than anything before. So that's something that I'm very comfortable with, and that's maybe what I was saying about certain people respond better to other funnels. A painter like Picasso maybe would not be happy with the blockchain and would feel very limited. And if you give me a brush and say, just do whatever you want, I feel too unlimited. And so I'm very happy with this system-based thinking, and that's just my personality. Any other questions? Just a remark for Geert before we go to the next question. I love your title, Sad by Design, and I didn't read the book or the whole novel, only some, but the title is so great. And that's all I need.
Another question. Hi.
Hi, yeah.
Hi, Rafael. Hey, another question for you regarding the political aspects of the funnel and also of resolution. This morning we had a really interesting talk talking about the resolution of plans in computer games and the politics, what is represented in high resolution and what is represented in low resolution. I was wondering if what you were describing as the funnel is also
so my
going in
work
that
is
direction.
resolution independent. It's line-based, they're diagrams, it's what you call a vector format. So that was a very important thing to me from the beginning, that the funnel, the resolution of the screen is liquid, it's always changing, and I wanted to make works that anticipate changes. And for me, a very fundamental difference of digital work and especially code-based work. So not video is fixed in resolution, but if you think of code-based work and my visual language, it anticipates change. So I make work, traditionally we think of a painting when it's finished, it has its full vitality and then it deteriorates. And we can prevent deterioration by being careful, but at best, it's perfect in the beginning and it will lose its vitality. It will lose its color experience, the surface will break. And so the paintings we see now, and Mondrian is a good example, they're much less vibrant than when they were just made. Some people find the older work more attractive, that the same way old jeans might look better than new jeans. But I think we've accepted with art that over time it deteriorates. My work anticipates an improvement in display technology. And so the idea is that the work becomes more vibrant and more alive over time. And that also creates a different approach to preservation, that the preservation is not about keeping the work perfect as it is, but anticipating that the work has infinite potential and has to be revisited over time. So what will happen if screens wrap around every wall of your house? And can the work fill up that potential space? Or how does it relate to architecture? Or any other changes that might happen? So I see my work as instructions and as an idea that should be explored with every new possible display technology. But other than that, it is interesting that paintings age and they start to break, and then maybe with video art we will see resolution the same way, that low resolution will give it a sort of feeling of history and that we trust it because it's older.
Hey Rafael, I also have a question. When you talk about change and interaction in your work, how would you define the relationship between dimensions and information?
So the way I think about information is, I talked before about letter forms and symbols, and that's not exactly how I see my work, because to me, information implies the word meaning, it's connected to meaning, and I am very suspicious of the whole idea of meaning. And meaning implies that you're looking at something, but the energy of that thing is elsewhere. It's in the reading, and I'm much more interested in direct experience. So maybe I'm more of this feeling that with the work, hopefully it creates an energy inside of you that doesn't have any predetermined outcome. And if there's a predetermined outcome, maybe that's what we call meaning. So if you see if you're driving on the highway and a sign says, take exit 14 to go to Düsseldorf, you want the number 14 to correspond. You don't want that to do something else. But with art, I hope that if there's an exit sign, that you might end up somewhere else than Düsseldorf. So that's how I see my work. It looks very relaxed over there. Too bad I can't be there.
Hi, Rafael. Mathilde talking from Museum Folkwang.
Oh,
hi.
How are you? Hi.
Nice to see you again. We could hear you perfectly during the whole time. I was wondering if you could explain, a few years ago you, with the project Bring Your Own Beamer, you experienced it and you are still doing it. What is the impact of this project on your own work?
Yeah, so I can explain. Bring Your Own Beamer is an exhibition format that I started in 2010. And the idea is that you ask artists to bring a projector to a space and you create a spontaneous one-night exhibition. And the whole idea started from being in Berlin at the time, and a lot of my friends were making moving images. So people were very used to projecting their work. And a lot of people owned a projector, so I thought, if everybody brings their own gear, the exhibition format becomes much more spontaneous. I always noticed new media curators being very stressed because of the cost of all the materials and making exhibitions. And I was curious if we could make an exhibition that felt more freeform like the internet itself. I curated the first one together with Anna de Vries, an artist who's still living in Berlin. And we were surprised that people were so happy. And it's such a strange thing, because usually with exhibitions, especially group exhibitions, there's a lot of ego of who gets to show in the better corner, whose name is first on the press release, and all these kind of things. And here it was much more organic, where you could take your projector and move it around. And so I saw the whole exhibition as a living organism with lots of, and artists would respond to each other because they bring their laptop and the projector, and they would change works all the time. It's just very liquid. And what happened was immediately people said, oh, there's an exhibition place in Athens and they have a window the next week. Maybe I'll organize one over there and maybe over there. And it spread very quickly. And I think I used to count all the BYOBs, and I had a website where I would log everything and put it in a spreadsheet, and I stopped counting after about 500 editions. So it's really happened all over the world. And the one thing I always hear from everybody is that it was a lot of fun and that it makes people happy. And I think exhibitions can do a lot of things. They can be urgent, and they can be important, and they can be vital. And BYOB, I think, is on the fun side of things. And that was just my proposal, to create, it's institutional critique, but outside of the institution. I don't know if it will ever really be read as institutional critique, because I always thought the irony of institutional critique is that you can only do it in an institution. You can't really critique it, otherwise you won't be invited. And so this is not a critique, but an alternative, but it is a comment on why are exhibitions always heavy and serious? And is that the nature of institutions, that if you have a round of meetings and a budget, at some point it just becomes serious? And that's been the exploration, and so I see it as a way to also, it's often young artists, because older artists don't really see the point of bringing a projector to an exhibition space that they're already exhibiting. So part of the amateur feeling and the thrift store, it brings young energy and young artists, and that's a conscious choice. I think invites people who are outsiders or beginners or people who are don't have the full resume yet, and I think that's a great thing. And the other thing I really noticed was that it was a way of bringing people together who were familiar with each other's work from the internet, and then for the first time they all see each other and see each other's work, and it's a very good way to connect and to meet each other because you're already familiar with each other's work. So a big part of artists, I think artists are often introverts and they meet each other, they're shy to talk to each other, and then you have to say, what do you do? And it's very hard to explain. But then all the work is all around and we can just be like, oh, I saw that work, oh, I know that work, oh, da, da, da. And so it's this, yeah, but overall I felt like it was a very positive thing, and I never saw it as a way of saying that institutions are bad, but I felt like it was a necessary thing for a lot of, because there's so many people who start creating online because, and I use the word creating because it's broader than art. It's music videos, animated GIFs, memes, all these things, everything combined. And these people, it's often an intimidating step to go towards exhibitions, and this is a way to dip your toes, and it's not an exhibition, it's more of an event, but it's also an exhibition. So yeah, if you go to bylbworldwide.com, that's the website, and you can get a taste of it. So hopefully that answers the question. We're doing a BYOB in Museum Folkwang on August 18th. So.
Thank you so much, Rafael.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much for your hypernatural presence. It was so interesting to hear you speak about fluidity and change and how you managed to visualize all those abstract things in your work.
Thank you.
It's so important to take a step out of our frame of mind sometimes and to look at the world from an abstract point of view. But it's equally important to be aware of the consequences of our decisions and actions. In a sphere of endless possibilities, you need an agenda to not get lost. You need to reflect on what you're doing. Freedom always comes with responsibility. And if we are not aware of that, we become a slave to freedom. We become addicted to excitement. So, how can we use freedom to find forms that protect freedom? How can we use the unlimited potential of a global network that's detached from time and space to solve problems instead of creating new ones? I think we need some professionals to help us find some answers to that. And I'm happy to tell you that we have invited some to this conference. The next stop of our journey today is called Extinction Internet. There, Geert Lovink, a media theorist and internet critic from the Netherlands, will give a keynote impulse followed by a conversation with Felix Maszewski, a researcher in media and culture studies from Berlin, and Anna-Verena Nosthoff, a sociologist and philosopher from Berlin as well. Let's dive into their minds. Please welcome Geert Lovink, Felix Maszewski, and Anna-Verena Nosthoff.
So, dass wir uns ein bisschen sehen, ne? Perfekt.
So let's sit here so that people can see us.
Man kann uns sehen.
Yeah, people can see us. A heartfelt welcome to you. Thank you very much for inviting me. I am very happy that we are sitting on stage, the three of us, Verena, Felix and myself, and we split it in three parts. First, I will talk about some fragments of this very long text. I will just present some parts of it in German, but the original is in English. And the German translation came some months ago in the magazine called Lettres, and you can read it there. And after that, we will talk about the status quo. Specifically, we will talk about the matters or questions, how things are going to evolve regarding the internet and with this platform, with society in these ages of crisis, especially regarding the climate crisis we are going through. And we will ask ourselves, basically, how we are going to handle criticism, theories, and art, and how we do the reflection, and how we can intervene in Germany and in Europe according to our positions towards these questions. And to me and to you as well, the most important question is, what are we supposed to do? It's not an innocent question at all, but it is also a political question we are asking here. What are the concepts we have? And it's not only about the criticism we are exercising here, but in which the question is also in which directions these technologies are going to. Extinction Internet, about dying and extinction of Internet. Extinction Internet tells a story of degrowth and the finishing of data extraction and of moments in which the screens are turning back and scrolling, they are becoming fatal. And the brutal stops. And it is also a question of the emergency design. And also the principle of data avoidance, when we think that very soon we will achieve the peak data. And also that these present reactions of artificial intelligence and so on do not stop with capitalism and do not prevent the climate crisis from happening. To put it in post-apocalyptical terms, it is no solar punk, it is lunar punk. Extinction Internet. It's not only a political imagination of digital technologies that has been created by an electromagnetical impulse by a mass destruction machine. The extinction of Internet is the end of an era of possibilities and speculations in which adaptation is no further option. The mourning about the disappearance of the future Internet has already started for very long, as the platforms also isolated the force of imagination. It felt like there were no options for another Internet, and our task will be to overcome the entropy and the automatization, and to implement the de-automation, and also to close down server rooms and discontinue Alexa and GPT. My generation has found out very early that The internet is a kind of a pharmacon. It is toxic, but also it can heal you. The criticism of these premises, like the Californian principle, is a denial, but also an offer. We allow this analysis to be gathered and also to influence the development of things. First, the diagnosis, and then the restoration and the maintenance. It is about, as Stigler would say. And secondly, the necessary steps in order to introduce the healing process, or to start the healing process. In my case, these ideas, they date back to two works that have marked my intellectual career. It is, first of all, a work from 1977 regarding the rage of the workers' class, also regarding the promises made by the Nazis to regain their dignity, and Elias Canetti's Masse und Macht from 1971. It is a classical work that has about a discipline that has already disappeared, which is the mass psychology that I also experienced in the Kurt Auschwitz Institute in 1983 as I studied there. After that, it disappeared. Yeah, it's mass psychology. It doesn't exist any longer. So the historic Antifa question is once again today's question, namely how to dismantle the fascist psychic armor. Why are people increasingly susceptible to, for example, conspiracy theories, fake news, paranoid migration phenomena, and so on? With corrective information, you can't not even get rid of them with proper information. We need to do something else. The neo-positivism gets us nowhere and merely reproduces dominant modes of supremacy. There is a bitter lesson from the past. Deliberation will not overcome fascism. But what does that mean for today's digital question we are asking here? My question and my main work. Well, to crack the fascist code was one of many tasks handed to my in-between generation, which grew up in the long shadow of World War II, the Cold War, and the legacy of the '68 generation, my teachers. While fascism may have been defeated militarily back then at a high cost, I must say its roots remain. During the post-war reconstruction dominated by the Cold War and class compromise, the roots of fascism were not properly addressed. It's not accidental that the question of how to design, how to live a non-fascist life, as Michel Foucault phrased it, came up in the 1970s. When recession and austerity returned to the West. What kind of digital technologies of the self will have to be designed to know ourselves in ways counter to normative regimes? How to live a non-platform life while still enjoying the benefits of social networking. And this would be a central question here. I have been occupying myself in the last 10 to 20 years. I will just move on. And I would also like to comment on the question about the significance of psychological analysis, like as Franco Berardi described it. He tries to lay some basis for the psychological analysis of the 21st century, and also to formulate this connection of things. Rafael also referred to my book, Self by Design, and I'm just trying to show it there. And in this essay, I'm also trying to just to build it up from the start. That means what are the psychological and technological conditions, so that we can't make any difference more between the architecture of those technologies, the platform, and our mental, psychological, and also physical status. And it is about millions, but I always say billions when we talk about online. And I've seen it myself, how internet went up to from millions of users to 5 billion of users. And this is something that basically maybe was negotiated back then as a democratic movement, but according to this present circumstances, that we are talking about a mass movement or mass phenomenon. We are talking about billions of users, and they are also affected. And within this architecture, they are moving between. In this architecture, they have no freedom to be outside or to move outside this architecture, and that's how the internet or the network has been evolving in the last decades. And I have also to assume responsibility. So my generation has to assume responsibility for that too. And that's my opinion. Well, now we have the option or the possibility that the internet disappears. What does it mean? So people are asking me, what is the extinction of the internet at all? There are no proof of evidence here. Basically, it is about a movement that the internet itself, that it is extincted from the public debate. We have water and electricity. And it starts with gas, for example. There you already have a problematic situation. We know that these conditions or these things we use on a daily basis, that they can be questioned. We have the Ukraine crisis and war, the invasion by Putin. And we are asking ourselves, we used to have gas, now we don't have gas any longer. Well, I can really, imagine that something similar will happen to the internet. But, well, the internet being extincted in the background. Well, it's also a problem because it will disappear, like Ukui says, it will also a technical consciousness will be extincted as well, and it will only appear when it doesn't work anymore. And there is another lecture about extinction of the internet. It is about not having alternatives or a blueprint to it. That means it is about we don't have the possibility to reshape it, to recreate it anymore. And this is our moment of unpleasant truths. Not only these options have imploded, but we also face the existentially confronting horizon of finitude. It's not about TCP, IP, or packet switching. It's not about technical problems. Extinction Internet marks the end of an epoch of collective imagination that in many ways demonstrated how alternative vertical and horizontal technologies arrangements were possible. Not one stack, but many plateaux or stacks. Eventually, the stagnation and recession are mapped out in detail. But the task now is to theorize its breakdown. And here we have this metaphor. It is a kind of an optional relative that we have. There is a climate crisis, there is an internet crisis, and we need to think about it all together. That means the internet is using or consuming even more electricity. We are talking about AI and in virtual worlds, and we must say, yeah, okay, it is about data centers that are consuming more power, and people are just waking up in their crypto worlds, and they are just asking themselves, how many bitcoins am I missing here? And then they will find out that there's a lot. It's about lots of power and electricity. Now it is still small compared to artificial intelligence that is being used by so many people. We really have this literal connection here, but it is about even more. And that's what I would like to discuss with you here. And let's start with the debate. Perfect, perfect. Thank you very much.
Ich würde eingangs gerne noch mal auf dieses Konzept, du hast jetzt schon einiges dazu gesagt, Extinction Internet eingehen und nachfragen. Was war der initiale Anstoß für dich, noch mal darüber nachzudenken, dass du einen neuen Begriff prägst? Und zum Zweiten vielleicht auch die Frage, der Begriff stammt ja, wenn ich das richtig erinnere, von einer, du nennst sie glaube ich Substack Persona, und zwar Angelicism 01, die auch damit bestimmte Gedanken verbunden hat. Vielleicht könntest du da noch etwas drüber sagen, was da der initiale Anstoßpunkt für dich war, das aufzunehmen und dann auf der Basis das sozusagen in einen neuen Begriff überzuführen.
Ja, Angelica 01 ist eine, ich glaube nicht fiktive Figur, aber weiter nicht bekannt. Ich nehme wahrscheinlich an aus den Vereinigten Staaten, aber sehr viel mehr weiß ich davon nicht, und ich bin auch nicht sehr gespannt über wer dahinter steckt. Es kommt aus einer Szene von New Models
und do not research, der sogenannte Dark Forest, was ein Bereich ist, das ist nicht ganz illegal, also so soll man es sich nicht vorstellen, aber es ist doch ein Versuch, einen Dialog, eine Subkultur aufzubauen außerhalb dieser Plattform und auch außerhalb dieser Sichtbarkeit und Findbarkeit. Natürlich, weil Google steckt immer da hinten, wir können alles mit Suchmaschinen auftreiben, ja, und das ist eben hier nicht der Fall und das kreiert doch ein gewisser Freiraum, muss ich sagen, um genau diese Fragen zu stellen. Und ich sehe darin auch vielleicht Trauer, muss ich sagen, Sadness oder eine Melancholie über die Möglichkeiten, die es vielleicht mal gab, aber dass es keinen Weg zurück mehr gibt. Also diese ganz genaue Betrachtungen, die da gemacht werden, zum Beispiel mit dem Begriff Extinction Internet zu kommen, sind nochmal ganz anders als die TikTok-Generation sozusagen. Das ist eigentlich das genaue Gegenteil von der ganzen sozialen Medienlogik. Und in dem Sinne fängt es da eigentlich auch an. Also die Kritik, die wir fast jetzt 10 Jahre entwickelt haben auf diesen sozialen Medien und die ganz krasse psychische Auswirkungen, die es gehabt hat, die kulminiert jetzt, das führt jetzt zu etwas. Und ich würde sagen, es führt zu einem Endpunkt, wo vor allem die junge Generation sehr genau sieht, dass es so nicht mehr weitergeht.
Ich würde einhaken, weil ich fand das wahnsinnig spannend. Halt das her? Ist das in Ordnung? Okay. Ich fand das wahnsinnig spannend, was du eben gesagt hast, dass du immer mit 2 unterschiedlichen Lesarten so ein Stück weit konfrontiert wurdest. Einerseits diese Lesart, dass man sagt, okay, warum das Internet verschwindet in so einer Form von Totalisierung, so einer Verabsolutierung des Internets, dass es quasi so zur Infrastruktur wird. Ne? Man hat sofort dieses Mark Weiser-Zitat im Kopf, ne? Das ist unglaublich wichtig, dass es quasi im Hintergrund verschwindet und wie gesagt zu dieser sozialen Infrastruktur wird. Und andererseits eben, mit dieser Sadness, was du eben sagtest, verbunden, Extinction Internet als die Vorstellung, die man so in den 90er Jahren vielleicht hatte, dass die halt zerbröckelt ist, dass die verschwunden ist, dass die, oder besser gesagt in Anführungszeichen verschwindet, dass die aufgelöst wurde eben in diesen Plattformkonzernen, die in gewisser Weise das Internet dominieren. Deswegen hatte ich dann dein Buch auch so ein Stück oder deinen Vortrag so ein Stück weit vielleicht dahingehend gelesen, dass du auch so eine positive Wendung drin hast. Ne? Okay, es ist jetzt vorbei. Wir haben so eine Abstoßungsenergie, ne, dass wir da raus wollen. War ich da vollkommen auf der falschen Seite? Oder?
Nein, und deswegen ganz am Ende gehe ich natürlich auch wieder zurück nach Walter Benjamin und versuche da vor allem in seinen ganz späten Arbeiten, kurz vor seinem Flucht und Selbstmord, da reinzugehen und zu lesen, wie wir heutzutage eigentlich daraus doch eine Hoffnung holen, weil ich glaube schon, und das ist sehr wichtig, dass man diese dunkle, vielleicht auch apokalyptische Vorstellungen, die kann man schon auch sehr gut politisieren, therapeutisieren.
Tackled, politicized. We cannot say that this does not exist. We had this. This was shown before. when you try to treat depression, for instance, or deep-rooted and diffuse forms of sadness, you simply cannot say, okay, just do away with it, and we continue the way we have been acting before. This is not how it works. But in the last 5 years, we have seen that many social movements have arisen, and many social movements have defined this as their starting point, that there are new points to connect to, new forms of social movements which can be created from this. And therefore, there are many people who see there is a connection between Black Lives Matter, Me Too, Extinction Internet, Black, etc., etc., last generation. I think it's very normal, a very normal spectrum, a bandwidth of people and opinions we have here, which show us that the very dark feelings we have can lead to something positive. And the idea that with optimism everything can be solved and this is the correct way to tackle the problems didn't lead to anything. I think you were active in this Quit Facebook Day movement where you tried to switch off Facebook collectively by networking. That was successful to a certain extent, but it did not really hit Facebook. What do you think right now about the platform exodus? In respect to what you call stacktivism, the idea that we can bundle our resistance to certain platforms, and we are not only tackling platforms but infrastructures, and this is a multi-level thing. Where do we start? Well, stacktivism, I think this is something we can say here in Germany. This is rooted in Hegel's philosophy. When we understand that there is something totalitarian, that at the same time this offers us a lot of insights, we have to connect to each other, which so far we haven't connected yet. And I think this is the positive aspect of this movement, the synthesis that we start to see, that there is a telephone, but also there is design to the phone, there is an operating system, there are data centers, that there are companies who influence the protocols. And this is the stack. This is what I refer to with stack. There are different levels, various levels, which are all interconnected. And this leads to getting a kind of overview, a big area which is very difficult to grasp, very difficult to see, and which tries everything to not be seen and to try to make us keep silence about it, to be silent about it in the public, in particular Google. This is what Google wants. Everywhere, Google is allocating a lot of money, so we do not talk about Google. And this is something they have learned from Microsoft, then from IBM, and this strategy they imposed for Facebook. This wasn't really successful. How to disappear, maybe they will learn it now after they created this metaverse and they had this drama. Maybe they will understand it now that they should be silent, that they should disappear, and that even then they can grow much bigger. Perfect. I would like to continue on this. because you were presented to us as someone who is criticizing the network. This is something we have been trying for some years, in particular focusing on these big, huge internet companies. Should this be a task to tackle these kind of stacks? What would you say? How would you define our task of criticizing the network? Where can you study internet in Germany? Sorry. Where do you go to? It simply it's not possible. There's not one single study course on the internet. You can study theater, I think even in Essen, I think. Maybe you can study film, but you cannot study the internet. And this is where it already starts. As a medium, it has grown so big that it's a meta-universe. It is so big that it has become an infrastructure, and so big that you cannot talk about it anymore because you don't know where to start and you don't know where to finish. We have lost the starting and end points. We know who is making profit out of the internet. We know who are the profiteers who are profiting from the fact that we cannot study the internet. In the middle of the 90s, already then it was quite clear into which direction this would develop. And the programmers, they study computer science. And even there, and by the way, you can study artificial intelligence. There are study courses on AI. Even this is possible. This is what you can study, but you cannot study the internet itself. And this is also connected to the fact that the elites, in particular in Germany, but also in France and in other countries, they were very much in favor of it. They clearly stated, yeah, there are media, you can study the good media, but they stick to the fact for a very long time that the internet is a kind of fashion, that this fashion is going to go away, and then people will stop using the internet. Coming back to the roots of your network criticism, I think from my perspective, at least, there are some things similar to a very urgent question today. They did not disappear. I think they ingrained themselves into the society, like the Californian ideology we are acquainted with now. You had the essay, I think, in a book which was published in German as well, From Babel to Cameron. Would you say that looking at the crisis constellation and in particular the ecological dimension of today, are there some tasks have been added on top of this? The question of connection between technology and ecology, maybe this should be something we should focus more critically on. Yes. We keep looking to Elon Musk in such a case, but this clearly shows that one of his hobbies has become Twitter, but basically he made his fortune in payment systems, then he invested in the car branch, then rockets, and then of course social media. This seems to be a kind of playground for him. And I would say it's fascinating to see how important logistics are in this context. Just an example, the logistics do not exist today without internet. Nothing would work without the internet. The containers would not be loaded on the vessels. The entire shipping industry wouldn't work.
Vielleicht in eine neue Phase,
And therefore, I would like to try for some more time to get more insight into the different further areas and not to limit the internet simply onto the usage of media, because right now it's a universal technology which is important for so many businesses.
Well, this internet criticism somewhat turns to a kind of ideology criticism. And I was just thinking, just to be a little bit provocative, maybe we have already seen that in the 80s and could also anticipate things like commercialization of internet, whatever company groups or corporations were supposed to evolve there. Is this internet criticism failing? Didn't you manage to bring this criticism into the channels? Yeah, well, it has failed somewhat because it's too small. But it doesn't matter if you are so small that it fails. But if you have a big project like socialism or big movements, historically speaking. I mean, the other answer would be the web criticism needs to start. It is at its beginnings, and this is the positive reading or positive interpretation of it, so that you can draw conclusions. To have a kind of society criticism, that you can't have it without the internet and technology criticism, that you really need to put them together. Whether we are already at that stage, well, I don't know. But for the younger generation, it sounds like, okay, of course, but to implement that step by step, I mean, this is something that you see in the works of Benazir or Yuk Hui. This is a big task, but also a new land. Still, therefore, please start also here in Germany, because I think the situation here is ideal. People also used to look and follow Germany back in the day, but this criticism must begin here in Germany, maybe in Italy a little bit, but it must come from here. I mean, Italy, they are still social critical. Yeah, we also need the institutions for that, but we see the influence from big tech. It is something that you understand very quickly. But you also talked about AI studies. There is a computational PhD course in London for AI. We also see a Meta research financed or funded by Meta here in Germany as well. Here we see on this research level, we really see the influence by the big corporations and platforms. And how are we supposed to come there or to achieve the goals? So could you please just tell us how you managed to remain independent in your institute? Well, in Amsterdam, in our institute, we only have 3 to 4 people. We are not that big, but many people have joined the movement, and there are also many other people who have joined in Amsterdam or from other countries, and we are connected. and it has this specific pathos, so I must say. And there is a connected initiative focusing on some topics and direction, working in specific directions. We have existed for more than 20 years. This is quite a long time also for the internet. What can I say? What else? Well, it's not a secret that we don't emphasize this academic interpretation of it. We have a rather open terminology of criticism and theory. Most important are the artists, the designers, the programmers. But there is really a huge value of critical concepts. And when we talk about critical concepts or conceptions, I also see it like Ines Katiti saw that. It is a kind of a crystals. And these crystals, they can grow. And this developing or evolving of internet criticism is like a conception, a concept. And we have a new medium. Then, of course, we should have it as well, but that wasn't that easy. Well, as we are coming to the end now, I would like to open up to the audience. If you might have any questions, please feel free to ask questions. Yes, you have also enjoyed all the images that we have displayed here, right? Yeah, maybe you could say something to these images or photos. Yeah, they are memes. Yeah, it is my collection of pictures. I never talk about them individually. It is a kind of a parallel world, but it is very important to me in this to see it in this internet context that many things we do are shown in pictures and images. It's not only about texts or abstract concepts, but you can also see them, or they are visualized by memes. We have so many of them, and they have a kind of a visual value. And tomorrow's criticism will be a visual criticism. We are very much convinced of that. About that. And traditionally, I also come from the tradition of Rafael Rosenthal. I agree with many things he has said today when it comes to elementary visual language that we need to develop. And this is how we are going to express our criticism, and we'll also spread this criticism. Questions? Further questions? Oh, Pierre, I see someone would like to ask a question.
Hello, thank you for your talk. I wanted to ask, like, you said that this critique should come from Germany. But how do you envision the chain of responsibility? Who of groups, artists, scientists, the government, the private companies of who are financing projects who are not big as the top mentioned, but how do you see like the chain of professions and roles? Of course, everybody should be involved, but
Yeah, no, I understand your question. Yeah, I mean, where to start? I would like to say that there's a very important role that the humanities are playing, absolutely. Can be philosophy, can even be, you know, given a different name. So the philosophy of technology, for instance, you know, I would love if more fundamental work, very explicitly, would be done in that direction. I would also say that there still is a lot of work that needs to be done on the visual level. And of course, there was a while ago, you remember, Bildwissenschaften, but it was very small, and it was somehow, you know, very rooted in the art history, which is fair enough. But it was raising a lot of very important questions, but in fact it had no way to address them to the digital realm, or let alone to the internet, let alone to the new generation Z, let's say. So the gap in Germany between Bildwissenschaften and the world of memes was, you know, is a very, very big one, and we need to bring them together. We need to make shortcuts there and say, okay, this is our world, this is the world we live in now, and we can do fundamental, and we have to do fundamental theoretical research, but knowing that it's deeply rooted in the everyday life of the digital. So.
Ich sehe da auch ein Stück weit eine Verbindung.
I see. There is also a connection into this direction. I mean, especially regarding the development of AI and this journey and how things are evolving. You talked about philosophy or technological philosophy. You, just to refer to your text, you really extincted the internet, and you also did a confrontation with something, Bernard Sinclair, therefore the technological philosophy, and you also answered with the end automatization, de-automatization, and maybe you can find an exit out of this misery. Do you have an idea? I think this criticism, this automatization or de-automatization will become even more important. These robots that you could see in the exhibition, I mean, they are cute, but I was thinking I should really have a teaser, something to neutralize them, because I see those robots, but I don't think they are harmless, but they are a direct threat, and also they are enemies, because I know where they are being applied or used in this world. I mean, to monitor things and people, and they are used for repression. But this is a direct warning that they are, you know, fatal. These dogs, they look like that, but they would shoot, they would kill people. They are not harmless. Yeah, therefore I found it quite interesting. In the former panel, I found the reaction quite interesting. To say, yeah, you can think they are cute, but we also talked about tactful thinking, and also as commented by Gunther Andres. But this first reaction, oh, is that cute? I mean, it's very important to see it as a form of alienation. I mean, these dog robots, if they are cute or not, well, since 5 years, we have been doing an inventory about drone critique or criticism. You can't find anything about that on that. Very few people work with this topic. In this Ukraine war, they are being using massively. We predicted that, we sensed that, and now we are right in the middle of it, and we understand very little about it. Also regarding the drones, I also worked on drones with a friend from Sweden. I used them, but I always thought they are not harmless. And directly after that, I saw that there are consumer drones that could just throw bombs. Also, the cheapest drones could do that. Yeah, but that's the theory that we see in the media. If you listen to rock music with the big booming as a buffer, I mean, of course, things are coming together there. And then now, well, we need to conclude the panel. Let's move away from this drones discussion, but let's talk about the idea by Stigler to conclude. Anthropocene, you talked about that, and automatization, and maybe to finish with one term that is very important is information entropy. And I see that we are very close to that. And one of the warnings was this crisis with the search machines some years ago. We don't talk a lot about that, but there is a fundamental crisis there, because people can't find anything. They try to input or to search something, but they don't get the things they are looking for. And Stigler, this is an example of a pure information entropy. And what I also call peak data or data. You can collect even more information and so on and so forth. But if you have this entropy, if you have achieved that, the search machine won't do anything. That means the new information doesn't have any value any longer. That means you have more information will lead to less value. And this is peak data. But it is very important that we realize that, because people are talking about more data to have more and better results everywhere. That's what you hear. It's not logical. It won't work like that. Well, I don't know whether we have some time for a final question. Maybe I would also ask a question myself so that we can talk about a future-oriented perspective here. Could you please just talk a little bit of this idea of organized connections and what you're thinking about in the extinction internet?
Well, yeah, it's a very simple concept. As Rafael Rosendahl has shown us, the most simplest things mostly are those things which appear the easiest to our imaginary forces, and the complicated things are the contrary of the very weak connections we have in the social media. The more friends you have, you are happier. This is not true. Organized networks show that you can be very effective in being organized in groups of 5 or 10 or 20 people. When it starts to grow and there are 200 people, well, more or less you're able to get to where you want to end. But this idea of growth, only generated profit for the platforms, but not for us. We have to understand that small and well-organized networks can make a huge difference. Okay. Well, I think that was a perfect final statement. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this hypernatural reflection of the realm of possibilities. I must say that I really enjoyed the pictures on the screen. To me, they weirdly didn't seem like memes or something like, I don't know, something that's inside my personal reality of life right now, but more like a documentation of the time that we live in, like an artwork. Like, right now is a sort of future realm that we inhabit and not 2023. Now that we got aware of the potential and dangers of technology, as well as the things that we need to find solutions for, we should think about how we can translate theory into praxis. What if we looked at nature in the same way as at the internet and see a world full of potential? What if we found the same amount of creative freedom in physical spheres as in digital spheres? What if we transformed our minds into a playground? What if we transformed boundaries into membranes? What if we didn't see separated objects and subjects around us, but corresponding vivid and fluid energies that interact, that correspond, that shape itself and reconfigure? And if so, how would it change our way to look at nature? Would everything be nature then? Or would there be no nature at all? At this point, I would like to introduce to you to our next conference guest and artist in residency, Pinar Yoldash, who is a transdisciplinary architect and designer that will speak about her artistic and scientific work today. After her presentation, she will have a conversation with the lovely philosopher Hannah Wallenfels, who we've already met before. Let's listen to Pinar's hypernatural findings right now. I cannot wait any longer. Please welcome Pinar Yoldash.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for staying for this third phase of the conference. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm so honored that I've been invited to do this residency and get to meet really amazing people and get to produce new work. But without further ado, let's dive in. Today, what I'm gonna do is basically connect some of my earlier work to this wonderful word, the keyword we've had, Hypernature. So about me a little bit. Basically, I'm an architect. I'm trained as an architect. And I have studied extensively, basically, moving from architecture to interface design. And at the end, I did my PhD in neuroscience. So some of the things that I'll end up with will connect to cognitive science in a kind of very light way, very generic way. And I'm running a lab right now called Speculative Ecology and Bioarchitecture Unit in University of California, San Diego, at University of California, San Diego, where I do different type of works. I grow algae. Now today, I think what's really interesting for me is the concept of hypernature and its connection to this other concept that became really popular, I guess late 90s, early 2000s, hyperreality. And I remember thinking about this. I was in architectural criticism. This is a concept that also affected, it's of course resonates with media, but is born within architecture, because a really wonderful example of hyperreality of Baudrillard and Umberto Eco is Disneyland. So what is hyperreality according to them? I don't have a book definition, but basically when things become more real than themselves. It's hyperreality, right? And they pointed this out as a phenomenon, kind of like a cultural tumor or some kind of cultural itch that happened in the West, especially in the United States. And looking at, Disney architecture, which was quite criticized for many, many reasons, right? They kind of had this theory which shows that when there is a lack of history or when there's a lack of essence, hyperreality happens. So in the context of United States, I don't know if anybody had been to Disneyland. Anybody here went to Disneyland? You did. I haven't. 2 people. You did. So I don't know how it is to be there. I haven't shaken hands with Mickey Mouse. But apparently, there are all these different structures that mimic Moscow, Paris, etc., like Eiffel Towers or the Onion Domes, etc. So this was the prime example. Another good example of hyperreality is the photograph of a burger. You're trying to go to the station, you're hungry, you see this like burger. It's more real than the actual burger you're going to get, right? So this was the concept that was born in that time. And we have to understand that it's really connected to lack of something. When there's a lack of something, it becomes kind of hyper, right? And thinking about this entire context, and I immediately thought about a very famous image. And on my screen, I don't see the, the watermark, but this is an image called Bliss from Windows XP. It used to fill our mornings and nights and evenings for Windows users, right? And something that's actually really interesting because it's one of the first desktop images that is, finding this common usage, but it's also historically possibly the most viewed photograph. So it's not Mona Lisa, it's not, I'm thinking of some famous photography from history, it's this image, Bliss, that has been seen by the most number of people. Now I confuse you a little bit there because maybe you're thinking, well, what? We're confused. This is a photograph, by the way. It is not a digitally created image. Back then, this was, chosen to represent California's beauty. It's the meadow, and it's a real photograph. But when it's placed in the context of the computer frame, yes, the frame of the computer, it becomes hyperreal, right? And if you think about it, when we're exposed to screens, even purchasing something at MediaMarkt, like you would see all these really, really delicious, attractive images of nature, and we even call it nature porn. So whenever nature gets into technology, it somehow becomes hyper, right? So then I started thinking about what are some other hypernatural imagery that I've seen, that I've been using in my work. This is by Chris Jordan, another photograph from 2004. Most of you must have seen this by now, right? This image has become the poster child for plastic pollution. Now, when I first saw this image, I had goosebumps. I just couldn't help it. It was before we were all accustomed to hearing plastic pollution. And basically, this is an ultimate juxtaposition of nature and culture, right? And it's in the midst of the digestive tract of a bird, of this wonderful marine bird, Laysan albatross. We are bumping into remnants of our culture, right? This is another image, the one in the middle. The entire image is an artwork that I made. That I found when I was working on plastic pollution. And this is a chair at the bottom of the ocean, 6 kilometers down at the bottom of the ocean. Again, North Pacific subtropical gyre. I'm going to talk about it quickly. And a plastic chair sitting there. Again, I thought this was maybe an example of hypernatural. Some other images, and this is literally how I spend my days. When I'm doing research, I look at like a lot of sad imagery. And could this also be, you know, something we can consider hypernatural, right? So I'm just gonna skip through these quickly because of time. But starting with this imagery, which I think is also hypernatural, I realized that there was something really wrong with, you know, natural systems, biological systems, especially when you think about the ocean. And this project is very old. I will not spend much time on it, but I wanted to bring it up because in the morning session, if you were here, Sabrina Ratté, who made this wonderful electronic beings, it's in the main exhibition hall, talked about how she thinks about the post-human from the angle of a world where there are no humans anymore, right? Like nature, we ruined it, it fixed itself, no humans left, and then new things are happening. And I had the same, and actually we then encountered the same thought, or same thought pattern with another pair of artists, right? Jana and Lex also mentioned this. So this was a methodology that I also embraced for this project that I made in 2013 called an ecosystem of excess. I'm a research-based artist, so everything that I do has a lot of, you know, literature survey behind it, or correspondences with scientists, or even residencies or lab residencies. And for this project, I basically worked with Linda Zettler, who had discovered these naturally evolved plastic-eating bacteria, which had turned into headlines like, oh, the plastic problem has been solved. So she sent me those flashed images of bacteria, and from there on, I designed an entire ecosystem for a post-human world where the ocean was completely full of plastics, right? Again, each creature or each taxa, each, you know, element that I designed was connected to a paper. And that paper was about how microplastics in the ocean change the composition of the ocean to the degree that insects start migrating to the ocean. Because normally aquatic insects don't like salty water or pelagic ocean. So that's a major, you know, ecosystem change. So I focused on that, and I made plastic-eating insects, etc. This is an old project. Another, you know, aspect of this was how plastics came to be. And I did research on pre-production plastic pellets, which you see in the background. What happens is they escape the industrial borders and end up in the sandy beaches, you know, and in the, again, digestive systems or the bodies of living animals there. So focusing on that, I designed an entire plastic sand full of, again, plastic-loving, plastic-eating creatures. And this is Pacific balloon turtle. I come from California, so there's this phenomenon called balloon pollution in California. And I was like blown away by that, like balloon pollution, because they celebrate openings, I don't know, end of school, etc., by releasing balloons. And there I found a paper which showed that balloon, when a hungry turtle was presented a clear piece of plastic versus balloon, the hungry turtle would always eat the balloon. It's a weird paper, but it's really inspired me to design this version of a turtle that can actually endure balloons, right? And another species here, I'm just going to speed up here because I want to talk about our current projects. This one is interesting for me because I was really thinking about the impact of, and this ties to, again, Jana and Lex's work and Sabrina's work. our kind of unintentional hand, right, on these biological systems. Here, Coca-Cola again, and I was fascinated by the fact that in nature, there's this phenomenon called food-based pigmentation. So certain creatures acquire certain colors based on the food they eat. Not us. I wasn't eating, you know, raspberries or glittery things to have this. But birds, especially, for instance, some migratory birds are really good at this. And I realized that, well, plastic pollution is a big problem, and again, I found another paper that showed that 30% of the content of a marine bird's digestive tract was plastic bottle caps. I thought, well, if they keep eating this for, you know, eons and eons, maybe they will also show Pantone colors. And I came up with Pantone colors, meaning corporate colors. So I came up with like the Coca-Cola red bird or the avian pink, the sunny blue, you name it. Now, this is an old project, and I did see a plastic bottle cup attached to a bottle at the airport when I landed here. So things are changing, which is good. Is the change fast enough? We don't know. So then I also had to really, I don't know why I did that back then, but you know, I wanted to really make sure that these creatures would live and survive and they would metabolize plastics. I didn't want to come up with some kind of far-fetched fantasy. We're already surrounded with so much of it. So I designed organs. I really thought about this, guys. I think this one would work, actually, because it has these vesicles inside which would host different types of bacteria that Linda's team has discovered. And if you pass, you know, seawater in it, it could actually filter things. So I'm just going to skip some of the installations. This is turned into a continuing installation, and right now it's, I think, in Switzerland. Now, next hypernatural image that I want to talk about. This is another, you know, interesting image, and I'm sure some of you might have seen. I'm not sure about the 1993 Coca-Cola ad, but I'm sure some of you might have seen the situation with polar bears at the very Nordic border of Russia and how they're kind of coming down to villages and such. So I also thought this was really interesting, a very interesting juxtaposition. I'm just going to play this, and I need sound. Do I have sound? So following this, I came up with this project called Global Warming Yoga Studio. I'm throwing in like very different format at you here, but again, I was fascinated by the fact that, you know, we're creating this hypernatural situation, especially for this, again, legendary animal, another poster image for climate change, right? And I designed a yoga studio. I was practicing hot yoga back then, and I'm really interested in activating our body for basically creating longer-lasting memories. Again, you know, back to neuroscience. When you're acting upon something, your body gets more involved, and that does create a different type of sensation in you. So I had these heat lamps. There were 317 of them. So I wrote global warming on the mirror. This type of yoga is very popular, again, Californian. Bikram yoga, it has different names here. I don't know if it's popular in Berlin. But then people could come and practice here. People performed in this like in 3 different locations. So now let's come to the project that I'm showing here, and I think I have enough time for this. The images I'm going to show and like the work I'm going to show right now is mostly digital, right? I work in the digital domain, and all the apps that I primarily use are industrially acknowledged, kind of, you know, industry standard apps. And most of these apps would have updates, right? And you'll have to update your computer because they are trying to get more and more hyper-real. Right, the rendering has to become super real. And so I thought about this. Can we take the music from this? Yeah. I thought about, because I just want them to kind of rotate. So while I was working with this software, there's always this push to make the more realistic thing, but I really, coming from where I come from, I wanted to play with this, right? I like that some things are almost cartoonish and some things are more stylized, but there's also this realistic aspect. That's kind of a vague place to be. And I'm just showing some characters that I worked on. This one was, this is a project actually that I'm constantly meaning continuously working on, and it's called Genetically Designed Gods. It's 9 characters, all of which are genetically modified, and it's looking at a maybe near future where a certain genetic modification of even brain tissue could be possible. And this character you're looking at is an athlete. I don't have the full film, time to show the full film. She's an athlete designed and sponsored by Nike. And at some point, she's winning all the competitions, etc. This is a time where Nike is, running the show. There are no national Olympics. It's all corporate Olympics. This is not my idea. I'm totally stealing this from Ursula Le Guin. And she's competing, and then she gets bored, and she becomes Artemis and starts fighting against Nike. Now, these are some studies that I did for the current work here. And I don't know if you've been to the mixing plant yet, but I have 2 pieces there. One is Hollow Earth. It's sort of this diorama piece that I envisioned in that space. And I'm just going to play this while I'm talking about that, because I also realized that I don't have a good documentation of the other work. So just gonna go back, and this is supposed to loop. But again, I started in the digital domain, and the keywords that I started with for the project at the mixing plant, thinking about hypernatural and thinking about not just, images and creating more flat images, but really actually modifying our bodies to the degree that we become hypernatural. It's already happening, right? I designed these characters, and let me see what's in the back. Okay, I'm going to come there. And the other pieces in the chimney, and it's a time tunnel. Coming from architecture, when I saw the chimney, I was like, oh, okay. This is a vertical tunnel, so if this was 90 degrees down, we could walk. And I also really like the fact that it was the end of the coking plant. And I have some short film there. I don't want to talk about it that much because I don't want to ruin the effect. But to kind of, come back to the theoretical framework, or the more, critical framework that these works are born within, right? Real or not, all stimuli gets processed in the same systems. It doesn't matter if what I'm seeing is real or if it's, produced. Earlier, SOFF was talking about this too. We build our own reality, right? All animals build their own reality. There's actually a wonderful thinker, Jacob von Uexküll, biosemiotician, who talks about this. And he calls this the Umwelt. I know in German it means environment, but the way he uses it is more like the world that you build, and you build it via your own sense and action organs. So all stimuli, regardless of the fact that it's real or not, if it's digitally made or if it's, the work of the hand of evolution, it enters the same system. And if we start treating each stimuli equally, it will cause problems for us, right? So those are the thoughts I'm having, but I'm going to stop here because I have 10 seconds left, and I'm going to use that to turn around and sit in my chair.
Come and join me. Hello. First and foremost, thanks for this wonderful and a bit wild ride through your artworks, research, hypernaturality. Mm-hmm. And I have so many thoughts and so many, it's created so many nervous stimuli in my head that I wasn't quite sure where to start. Mm-hmm. And I think the easy way out for a philosopher is always to start with a definition. If you don't know what to do, you go back to what are we actually talking about. Mm-hmm. So if you're okay with it, I would want to step back a little bit before we address your concerns or questions again, and go back to the very beginning of your presentation. And you started with the idea of the lack, that the hypernature and hyperreality is basically a lot of times caused by a lack, a real one or an imagined one. Maybe it also doesn't really matter which one. And that started me thinking, this whole conference, we've been talking about hypernatural forces, hyperreality. I think there were a lot of definitions in the room.
Right.
I'm not quite sure if we've ever agreed on one. So while I was listening to that, I tried to come up with my understanding of hypernaturality at the end of this basically conference day. And what I took away from it is basically that hypernaturality exists only by human design. We have created the possibility of an artificial authenticity. So hypernaturality is always an exaggerated simulation of a nature of some kind of nature that has never existed or that hasn't existed in this way it is presented, because it's better than the real thing, or it's sparklier, it's sleeker, it's shinier, it's in some way filling a lack that is perceived there. And in that sense, it feels to me that hypernature has become, and this is a bit of a thesis I want to throw out there, has become a culture, has become a culture in disguise.
It is,
Is that something that resonates with your understanding of it?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we're all cultural producers here. I never really thought that I would be actually working on culture, which is very anthropocentric. I thought I would be working on non-human animals, to be honest, when I started working on these projects. And it always connects to the human again. And I'm like, oh, okay, culture. But it's so clear to me that all the issues that we're faced with right now, and I'm focusing on, environmental issues. I'm not gonna talk about inequality, war, etc. I'm gonna leave that to another panel for another person. But when we look at, the environmental crisis we're in, and Timothy Morton just says all art is ecological, right? And that's where I am. It's really clear to me that, look at plastic. It's not about the material itself. It's really about the routines. It starts with the routine, and then it becomes kind of like a habit, right? And then it becomes kind of a behavioral pattern, and then gets multiplied. People kind of copy it, and it becomes like a social behavioral pattern. It becomes almost a tradition, right? And when something becomes a tradition, then it's almost like cost in culture. And I think consumption, consumer culture in general, I always think about how do we there are triggers, we respond and we don't even think about it, right? So I think all of this is cultural at the end, yes. But back to your question, I think it's what we were doing here, is perhaps our way of responding to losing nature, right? We're being separated. Maybe we're feeling a separation anxiety.
Yeah, that completely resonates. And it directly, again, gave me a couple of directions to go to.
Right.
When you said you never, we are all cultural practitioners here in some degree or another, and you never imagined yourself on this anthropocentric side of it. That is something I wondered, is this too loud?
I'm just gonna be like this. No.
Am I too loud?
I'm sometimes touching this mic, so sorry guys.
When I look at a lot of your work, that was something that really spoke to me, because in some areas it's so clearly transgressing certain dichotomies, and you, in your art production, also very clearly transgress certain dichotomies. You are coming from research, you're doing artwork, you don't follow some expectations there, and at the same time, you said yourself that you wanted to move from just calling out for attention to also offering solutions, and to addressing, because this huge environmental issue is so obvious, to also address those big crises that we've created as humans. However, the way we are doing it, and I would say you as well, is coming from a very anthropocentric perspective, and the offering the creating artworks or creating microbe or bacteria that would eat plastic are then a human-created solution to a human-created problem. Is that something that worries you sometimes?
Of course it is, and I'm glad you brought that up. I didn't have a slide for that, but I have this really big architecture installation in Venice Biennial, and I titled it Hollow Ocean 2048. So I'm just going to refer to that paper in relation to this question. In 2006, Boris Worm, a scientist, publishes a paper. I don't recall the full scientific title because it's long, but it's really about the impact of biodiversity loss on the oceans. And the paper does these, talks about these calculations and fishing and fisheries and fishery health, etc., numbers, and says, and spits out, a year by year 2048, it is likely that there will be no, marine life left in the ocean. No fish left in the ocean. They don't use the word fish, though. They use marine life, right? And then this becomes news, for instance, in National Geographic, and then the title is, the paper is Biodiversity Loss, Impact of Blah, 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 and the title is, Seafood Might Be Gone by 2048. Like, really? What you're thinking about is, like, you can't have sushi, like, that's the problem here? So, I mean, it does make sense in a way, because it's our animality. We are in our bodies, and like the body desires things, and we're in our immediate environment. We always respond to our immediate environment, right? But at the same time, there's just something really wrong there, right? So my concern doesn't really lie in protecting human race, etc. My concern lies in really protecting biological systems at large as a unity. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I still feel that there is some tension, but I think maybe there is also tension that one cannot get rid of, and that might lie in the very foundation. If we see that we cannot get rid of our desires, and the seafood is an example. Right. We are conditioned in a certain culture and environment. It's our first response.
Right.
Then, I mean, the wanting to help also is part of human nature.
Exactly.
And, that's wonderful as well.
Empathy. Yes. Exactly.
Historically, it hasn't always had the best results either.
No.
But I think in this tension, there's also even within just the existence of the artwork or the desire for the art, there lies an interesting different tension. If we, for example, look at the polar bears that you that you showed, there we can see at the very same time the desire for the nature and the animal, and we can see the exploitation of it. And this whole panel is somewhat framed under the question of the end of exploitation.
Right.
And I think in the polar bears, I think this time you didn't even mention it. It's the first CGI very.
Oh, I forgot to mention that. Yes.
Maybe you can tell that a bit later.
Yes, it's a historically significant point we have to make. It is the very first CGI. Animation,
and it has been such a success, and people. It caused. There was a lot of desire to then create more of those polar bears, to then create movies based on that technology, and as this technology is closer getting to the nature that is being lost, this technology itself is exploiting the environment. Also the Bliss example, every of the billion views, every energy that is used is basically part of the exploitative system. So even I think in the desire itself to create something that is lost at the same time by that, there might be a tension that we at least need to acknowledge. Or,
I completely agree.
Sorry, that was really not a question. But it was something that when I looked at all the examples, that really made me wonder, because if we desire, dislike so much if we desire the images of nature so much that we create better natures and we end up creating better images and simulations and virtual environments that at the same time are hurting the environment that's surrounding us and that is still out there.
Right.
How do we recombine this, or is that even possible? Do we actually call attention to the environment by creating environmental aware digital art?
This is a good question. It's like kind of a paradoxical, almost like speaking of tunnels, a maze question you asked me. Okay, let me enter the maze here. I have a couple of thoughts about this. Number one, there needs to be environmental art, and it's already happening. A lot of us are responding to this. I've been doing this for quite some time now, and it really cherishes my soul when I see other people kind of making beautiful work. So that has to happen. Why? Because we are cultural shapers. We are literally, I sometimes call myself what do I call myself? A synaptic sculptor. And people are like, I'm like, it's what I'm doing, guys, because our brains are learning machines, and every experience that you have leaves a trace on you in your nervous tissue. Like, let's not be super focused on the brain itself, like the entire nervous system, entire body. It leaves a trace on you, right? And art is one of the best ways to orchestrate the human sensorium. It's one of the best ways, like we can do this. And once you actually send like an intentional, arrangement of stimuli to the audience, and they respond to it, first by receiving it, right? Maybe they're checking their phones, but it's going somewhere, I don't know. Then perceiving it, and perceiving is more conscious, doesn't have to be completely conscious. And then emoting on it, which means we always have an emotional response, every single thing. I don't want to, there are no volcans among us. Some politicians, yes, I'm pretty sure some politicians have removed their emotions completely, but we can't make, any decision. We can't just stop emotion. So emotion is there, right? And it's very important for art. And again, I think it's Deleuze and Guattari in What is Art? Sorry, What is Philosophy? And funny, they answer What is Art in a book called What is Philosophy, right? They're saying that art is the intensification of sensation. So we intensify it, and then we meaning artists, and then we can orchestrate this, and it's perceived by the audience, and there's an emotional response. But then it can also become conscious thought, and it can become something higher level, right? Higher level meaning there's a sequence of how stimuli is processed in the body. So that's what I'm talking about. Like the stimuli hits your ears, 180 milliseconds. It takes longer for it to become a thought, but the artwork will trigger this sequence, right? So,
and your artwork a lot of times doesn't only trigger one stimuli, right?
Not at all.
Speaking of the hot sauna or the global warming, it seems a very clear decision of you to involve different senses that are stimulating the body even more and bringing the body that might be lost a little bit into that reflective process.
Exactly. That's why I love Stephanie's work. I love visceral work so much because of that, because I want to have access to every sense that my audience has. I want to have access to my own senses too, because I'm working on myself. I'm my own test subject, right? But let's go back to the question, and the role is here, that thought could stay with that person when it becomes a memory. Right? We're very good at making memories. Some nations aren't. I'm Turkish. Turkish people can't form memories, obviously. We keep electing the same guy again and again and again. I'm like, okay, like this. And back to this, that's very powerful in creating culture. So by making this artwork, it might not feel like it at the moment, but you're creating a different thought, maybe a different memory, and that's sort of the synaptic sculpting. Because for a memory to form, the neurons have to communicate with each other, and when that happens, they stay like that. So they actually geometrically change, literally. So that's sculpting, right? And that's cultural sculpting too. Like that's how we build culture, right? By exposure to these kind of novel experiences. So Yeah, while I agree.
I have to admit, when I heard you talking about culture for the first time, that was really an interesting experience for me. It was on the Zoom call, when I wasn't really sure what kind of culture we were talking about, and that might bring me back to this philosopher's how do we define things problem.
Define culture.
I was first like, maybe also because there are so many awesome marine biology or other biological references in your work, maybe she's talking about bacteria culture, and and our own body is made out of so many bacterial cultures that are also constantly redone and are being sculpted or could be re-architecturally designed. And I was like, oh no, this is probably a more traditional understanding of the cultural understanding, of an understanding as culture as a basically umbrella term for collective conglomerations of social norms, behavior, institutions, whatever. And then I thought how wonderful it is that so many thought-provoking pieces that you show have all those layers to it, that one can go in from each academic discipline or from each sense or stimuli one approach it, it opens up basically an umbrella of thoughts.
I mean, thank you for saying that, but we just mentioned Umberto Eco. I mean, for the longest time, I loved their concept of open work. Like, I can't control what the audience will feel, emote, think, remember. I can't completely control it, but I can put them on a trajectory on the path, right? And that's possible. This is not esoteric. There's a science to this, and a lot of artists hate me for saying that. But I can do this, right? And then, of course, I start thinking about, like, as you mentioned, layers, like, what are the certain senses we can use? Multimodality is a term here. What are the, like, even how the audience will approach the work? Like with the time tunnel, we noticed that you have to look up for 4 minutes, and I don't want to do that to someone who has neck problems. So all of these things actually affect, like how you, what you get out of the work, like adding references, etc. So it's very, how to say, it's a challenge sometimes, but when it works, it's very rewarding.
I think since we are nearing the end of this journey, and I hope the audience has had a chance to watch your exhibits at the exhibition either before or will in the next days, I think my last question will address the works that you've already mentioned now, but that maybe not everybody has seen. Would you maybe want to take us a little bit in the process of how you envision this works in this specific site? Because this place here also has a really weird renaturalization heritage, being a mine that is a very industrial place that now looks very artsy tonight and very different.
Right.
What was, I think, like the main stimuli that you wanted to hand over to the audience, and that they might take on their journeys to new and different worlds in the next days during this festival?
Yeah, to be honest, when I first came here, I didn't know what to expect. I've been working on climate crisis and fossil-related stuff for a long time, so I'm not no stranger to the facts and how serious the situation is. But the site, again, architectural space, nothing can beat that. Scale, nothing can beat that. The site really kind of like warped me. Like it kind of like, I don't know, paralyzed me almost. There were so many moments where I almost, again, felt the presence of coal from different parts of the world, because when it was first founded, the coal came from here, right, Essen. Coal was from the Ruhr area, but then it's gone, then it's becoming important. So I just started seeing, feeling this kind of, history of molecules coming in molecules, living in bodies, getting into this, etc. But it took me literally 10 seconds to realize that this is the crime scene. Like 100 years from now, we're gonna go. There was a time where human beings were burning fossil fuel. Can you believe it? And they built these structures for that. And I was like, this is a crime scene. So that was my take. That was my first impression. Back to the tunnel and the specific site. I chose them because when I was studying architecture, I had this one professor who dressed really well. I had a crush on her. And she once said, if you're a true architect, you walk in the site and you hear your name being called. So I was like, am I hearing my name? I was like, okay, I think I do. Yeah.
Thanks for letting us hear your name as well.
Thank you for the conversation, and thank you for staying with us, dear guests.
Thank you so much for sharing this Hypernatural project with us. It was so overwhelming for me to hear more about how this work that you've created generated and what kind of thoughts led you to create it. So, before we continue our journey with the last part of Phase 3, we will have a 20-minute break. Feel free to spend it in a way that feels right to you, but make sure that you're back on time, because what is next will be great fun.
Susanne, Susanne, du hörst mich, ne? Hier vor dir, Susanne, guck mal hier hin, da, bei der glühenden Hand. Wärst du schon in der Lage, da irgendwie einen Sound von deinem Rechner zu spielen? Ich krieg Vögel. Und die sollen wahrscheinlich auch im Hintergrund so stehen, ne? So dschungelmäßig. Okay. Dankeschön. Der andere Rechner, kommt der schon? Jetzt gibt's was zu essen. So, die ganzen Pizzatürme irgendwo noch. Ja, aber wir müssen ja irgendwann mal umbauen, ne?
Eine Frage. Hier wird es nochmal spannend mit dem Festplatten. Spielen?
Der zweite Rechner spielt. Der erste ist noch nicht dran. Okay,
die beiden. Also jetzt geht's richtig ab. Jetzt
also
kommt, wenn die Falafel kommt, geht's richtig ab.
Jungle by Night. Kennst du die Band? Ja, aber die ist richtig cool. Jungle by Night.
Ist das mittlerweile angeschlossen? Das war noch nicht da. Jetzt ist ein R15 mit außerdem.
Kommt jetzt. Du hast ein Fax. Du hast da so ein Fax.
Das will gesehen werden. Das ist nicht sagen. Okay. Das ist das Fax. Sagt, dass es gesehen werden möchte.
So. Ich habe da auf dem zweiten Licht das Testen als Zwischensatz. Ja, so. Wollen wir den Rechner, nicht den Susanne-Rechner, den anderen Rechner von, ist das Adrian? Adrians Rechner? Boah, Glück gehabt. Du warst der erste Name auf der Liste, deswegen dachte ich, könnte 50-50 Chance. So, spielst du schon was, Adrian? Ah, das Windows-Plop habe ich schon mal gehört. Adria, das ist super, aber tu dir selbst einen Gefallen, schalt die Systemsounds noch ab.
Welcome back, humans and other beings. I hope that you enjoyed our adventure so far and that the design of your new interface of reality is almost finished so that we can install it after the next part of our program. The main thing that I have learned today is that the closer we look at things that we understand as one-dimensional phenomena, the more complex and interconnected it gets. The closer we look, the harder it is to draw lines, set boundaries, to differentiate, and to isolate. Everything seems to be a giant network of relationships that we frame with our attention. We see what we want to see, the macrocosmos or the microcosmos, fantasy or reality, entertainment or education, art or science. But what if we were aware of that? What if we looked at everything as a mirror of our interests? What if we used platforms for different purposes than they were created for? What if we focused our attention on reflection instead of consumption? Our next conference guests do exactly that. The artist collective Total Refusal is a pseudo-Marxist media guerrilla who will reflect on politics of extractions in the video game Red Dead Redemption, while playing it live in front of us. The video game is intended for audiences 18 years or older due to violent content. It is your own responsibility to be aware of that and decide if you want to watch it. Are you ready for it? Let's play! Please welcome Total Refusal.
Okay. So, hello everybody.
Hello.
We are up in the sky. Are you ready?
Yeah, we are ready. We are Can ready you make like a a Freddy. countdown?
You're ready like a Freddy? Okay. Then I'm calling it in. Okay, it's
Yeah.
a 3, 2, 1, go. We don't hear the game sound. Now we hear it. Thank you.
Wait. Okay, everyone made it safe?
Yes, I landed safe.
Okay, where are you?
Safe and sound, everyone
Ah,
okay?
yeah, I see someone.
Okay, we meet at the
Yeah,
the
let's
sign.
meet at the sign.
All right.
Ah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, hello and welcome also from my side. And welcome to the gaming world of Saint-Denis, the central city of Red Redemption, the video game. We are going to have a look at this city and especially at the NPCs of this world, which are the non-player characters, like for example this guy that is just passing us with this coach. These characters inhabit the game world, and we are going to look at it out of a perspective, a specific perspective, because we do really, I would say, a crash course in Marxism, basically, because what you see here in this world, it's the society in the turn of the century, and it's early stage capitalism time-wise, what is represented here. And we are going to give like this little crash course of Marxism. And then who are we? You are currently seeing myself, or my character, which is this small German boy. I'm going to be one of the tour guides and also the camera, so you can see everything through my eyes. And then also we have here the girl. This is Leonhard. Hello. Leonhard has a special role in this tour because he's going to be our driver. He was selected for this because he's also the best driver we have. And then this robot here, this is Adrian. And Adrian is also going to be the DJ, and he's going to be responsible for the music during our tour.
Hello.
Okay, Leon, can you maybe get a coach for us? Okay, it's already here.
So
it's
this is a red one.
This is a nice coach.
Okay, so we can just hop in. So we're gonna look at the city, Saint-Denis, and we're gonna start in the Menschen Quarter.
Yeah, we're currently in Uptown. You can see it by the... Okay, yeah. Leonhard, by the way, is the best driver of the collective.
Moment. We already had some technical issues.
Yes, I mean, this is maybe...
So...
Okay, we are on track.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is Uptown. You can see it by the terrible big buildings. Okay, we go straight.
Yeah, we are here in the quarter of the rich people, of the wealthier classes, the owning class, and we are now observing actually what this ruling class people look like. Sorry, madam, sorry, no. It wasn't by my intention. So, and how do they behave, and what's the purpose? So, let's stop here and go into this.
Why is this cowboy shooting at us?
Oh no, what, let's take him.
Yep,
so.
Okay, you have the cowboy? Okay.
Not the...
He's still shooting you?
Sorry, we don't want to have violence. I'm
no.
look
Usually violence is not our
at this
thing.
building.
Okay. That's why I'm cosplaying a little girl.
Yes, okay. Okay, go slow. We're here.
So we are here in this, I would say, late 19th century mansion, and we are entering the backyard garden. Maybe we will find some bourgeois there.
Yeah, hopefully. We're a bit slow, but it's
we
okay.
can run maybe.
No, I think we,
So, hello guys. Here is a gentleman.
Oh, hello sir. Hi.
What is he doing? He's reading the newspaper. In capitalism, the life of the owning class, or the bourgeoisie, consists of politics, arts, and leisure. In the USA, prestige doesn't derive from family background like aristocracy in Europe, rather than from private property. It is showcased by conspicuous consumption, demonstrative idleness, and leisure. Therefore, we can call this guy as a representative of the leisure class.
Yes, and that they do leisure activities obviously doesn't mean that they don't work at all. It's just some free time thing to distance yourself from the life of working people by practicing unproductive work like education or dedication to aesthetic refinement or art, maybe. Bonjour.
And obviously they're speaking French.
Yes, that's important.
And interestingly enough, while today's upper class calls themselves succeeders or high-level performers, we can kind of call this into question because they seem really chill, but they still are also super wealthy. So maybe we can find some other NPCs?
Yes, I think if we go on the other side of the house, maybe follow the girl, yeah. Okay. Maybe we find someone
here is a fellow.
Someone is working. Okay. This gentleman certainly doesn't look like he's living here. He apparently is working here as a gardener. Let us observe him for a while. Looks like he's digging some sort of hole. No, he stopped. Okay. So apparently there are people working in these terribly big gardens of these terribly big houses, but we don't think that they live here. And we think they're just here to work in houses that have bathrooms that are of the size of my flat. Okay.
Maybe let's get back to the coach, because that raises a question. Where does all the wealth come from? Like, how can they afford these big houses? yeah, maybe we don't really find the answer here, I would say.
So,
yes, so we are transferring now. I think we go a bit back, and then yeah. So you have to make a huge U-turn with that.
Yeah, it doesn't beep when I
no,
go backwards.
U-turn. Okay, so
maybe some music.
Yeah, maybe some music. So we have a little transfer ride incoming. You can see clear. No.
Oh.
Sorry, lady.
Yeah.
Excuse you.
It's
Leon
your
is our
fault.
best driver. We already mentioned it. So we are going to listen to a song on the way from the Rosie Chain Gang. It's called the Southern Prison Blues. Was du dafür?
So, we are here in a completely different setting. We are in a completely different part of the city. Here is the other entrance to the city. It's nice jump.
Thank you. I kind of landed on the floor.
It's the entrance to the factories, to the working places. We don't see any green here, any parks whatsoever. We instead see factories with their chimneys. And people do behave differently. They look differently. They represent workers. Let's have a closer look to the NPCs here. Let's follow me.
Yeah. Don't run so fast, German girl.
So, for example, this guy. What about this guy?
He's working.
Yeah.
He's clearly working.
Yeah. And not all of those representatives of the working class actually working here, but he does. Some of them work even more than 14 hours and do a lot of work. Some never stop working. So we can ask, who profits from this enormous workload?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's no land register in the game where we can look who owns all these factories and look that up. But obviously we can kind of connect it to the mansion we just been at and assume that it's belonging to the bourgeoisie, to the owning class. And they run these factories for one reason and one reason only, and that is to generate surplus value, as Marx would call it, or profit.
So, yes, profit is the very core point of capitalist production. And this might be a good moment to drop a quite rather orthodox conceptualization of capitalism in three main regards. Regard number one would be the private ownership of the means of production, causing a social division between owners and workers. And key point number two would be the institution of a free labor market caused or shaped by the double free worker that we're going to explain later on. And key point number three is, and this is the very core point of capitalism, the dynamic of capital accumulation causing a profit-oriented conflict between the capitalists and most foremost an exploitation relation between owners and workers.
So, as we said it already, the business owner wants the business to grow, to make profit. Therefore, the capitalist production cycle is following three steps that we briefly want to introduce as the dynamic of capital accumulation. And this also generates this very important contradiction, main contradiction, the Hauptwiderspruch by Marx.
So he obviously stopped working. He's in a very interesting position. Okay, so maybe we go to the process of capitalist production cycle that Marx highlights in 3 steps. And we're going to start with step number 1, and it's a very easy step. The capitalist invests. He invests money, he or she buys the means of production for a certain amount of money, like the machines and materials that might be in these caskets, and of course he buys the factory buildings, and this is very important, he buys the workers who are themselves means of productions or commodities to the capitalist.
Yeah, exactly. As Adrian said it, to the owning class, and everything is means of production, even the workers. And there's the step number 2, which is that the workers themselves, they do not own a single inch of this factory, but they produce commodities, like these boxes, for example. And to go back to the term that Adrian also introduced, the double free worker, it's actually about this, that they are free on 2 occasions. On the one hand, they are free because they are free to choose their work, kind of. On the other hand, they are also free of the means of production, of owning parts of the factory.
I mean, one could say they are free to choose between working or starving, so I guess that's some sort of freedom. And so here we come to step number 3, and here it gets very interesting. In step number 3, the capitalist sells the produced commodities, but, and this is the core point of capitalism or capital accumulation, the capitalist sells the commodities for a larger amount of money than he invested in step 1. So he paid for the factory building, he paid for the machines, and he paid for the workers, but crucially, as if magically, created out of thin air, he receives an extra amount of money as profit. And the question now is, where is this magic extra money called profit, or in Marxian terms, surplus value, where does it derive from? How is it generated?
Marx is very clear about this. The extra money comes from unpaid extra work. For example, this guy here, he might work about 14 hours, but let's say 14 hours, and he just gets paid for 10 hours. And these 4 extra hours, he generously but unintentionally donates to the capitalist. This is precisely what Marx means with the term of exploitation.
And following Marx, Nancy Fraser calls this dynamic of capital accumulation the dirty secret of capitalism. Because, of course, yeah, it's a quiet secret, and it's dirty too. So anyhow, because of course, formally in the work contract, there are no unpaid hours. So it will say if it's 14 hours, it's 14 hours. But the wage, the unpaid hours, are taken quietly in a very abstract manner by the capitalists. And this simple logic creates the main point of conflict within capitalism, the Grundwiderspruch, the Hauptwiderspruch, how Marx would call it, the main contradiction, and it's the conflict between owners and the workers, which we call the class struggle too, because the less money the capitalists spend on the workers, the more profit or surplus value he will create, or she.
And here's another conflict that comes into play, because even if they would choose, for example, the owner of this factory would choose to pay them better, then the owner of a factory that produces the same goods wouldn't do so, and then they could sell the goods that they produce for a cheaper price. So they could then dominate the market and become a monopoly.
And to make this very clear in some, okay, he's attacking me, sorry, we are here in good terms. Yeah, in good terms, yeah, we don't want to fight. Okay, there is another one. Okay, maybe we leave this place.
Yeah,
the workers are getting very hostile.
Yeah, for some reason they revolt against us.
Even if we are here to defend them. Yeah. It's exactly like the cultural bourgeoisie, like us.
Maybe they don't want us, maybe they feel paternalized.
To be friend with them.
Okay.
And, yeah, they don't like our bourgeois habitus.
Yes, the good thing about being a robot is that it doesn't hurt too much. If
can you? Let's go, no?
I'm trying. Okay, I'm gone. Let's go. Let's run fast. Sorry, you workers, we didn't want no harm. Okay, so after we hopefully escape successfully, we will make a conclusion to the chapter of the... They're still running after us.
I don't know. I don't want to
That's
look
bad.
back.
Okay, German boy, run for the hills.
No, there's no one. It's okay.
Okay.
But now I lost.
We lost everyone. Okay, follow me, German boy. We run around the wall and make a conclusion to the factory chapter.
Okay.
Hopefully, we are not longer followed by these very angry workers. Okay, so around here, and soon we will be back at Leonhard.
Oh, I will pick you up.
There's a coach. No, just say where you are, so we find you. We're on the way.
Damn it.
Someone is yelling. Okay, for no good reason the music started, very sorry. Okay, so we try to make a conclusion for the factory quarter chapter, and we want to make it very clear. The system of capitalism forces the capitalists into a competition on who pays shittier wages to the workers. And the workers who, okay.
This is unsere.
So here I am.
Yeah, and the workers on their side who don't own anything here except their workforce are in a competition to be the cheapest workforce, taking the lowest income. And of course, as you can determine by the overrepresentation of people of color within the global working class, the dimension of race plays a huge role in this exploitation system, because obviously paying bad or shitty wages to people who are not privileged in terms of race or nationality has quite a positive effect on profit rates. So this might conclude it. The robot is getting back, and okay.
So as we are here in the coach, we can talk about transport.
Yes,
maybe.
Will you transport us on the railroad?
Maybe
maybe this improves.
Okay. Maybe I should talk more than drive next time.
Yes.
Like in the age of steamboats and railroad, traveling obviously was a privilege of the welfare classes. And when all the factories were built around the cities, huge masses of the workers had to be transported. First, it caused a huge chaos because private businesses took advantage of this huge amount of people. And then the state regulated and funded also the ticket prices. This is exactly why and where public transport was invented for.
Yeah, exactly. So the benefits from public transport resulted from the pressure of efficiently exploiting masses of workers, you can say. And then here, maybe that's nice, because this street we are going up at the moment, we are now in downtown, and it kind of represents something like Kurfürstendamm or Istiklal Kadeshi or Maria-Hilfer-Straße maybe. It's this kind of downtown street that is flanked by boutiques and shops and banks and cultural institutions. And we can kind of assume that all the boxes we just saw in the industrial quarter, all the goods, that they are traded and sold here to the middle class.
Yeah, and to lose a few words on the middle class structurally belongs to the working class, as they usually do not own much of the means of production and need to work for their money. They are often employed in the public sector, like maybe schools or the like, and they help to keep the institutions and the society running. And yet they do not have such a strong motivation to revolt, for they get a much larger cake, a much larger piece of the cake. Here we go. Not the cake, the whole.
Therefore, the middle classes, the poodles of capitalism, propagate and maintain the ideology of capitalism.
Yes, we are leaving the middle class district now, and we are headed, hopefully, straight to the slums of this town where the working class is living. So we have to go on to the left here. Mm-hmm. Yes, okay.
I have a handbrake. Okay. So.
Okay, you're a fantastic driver. Mm-hmm. Maybe we can park at the very beautiful church over there.
So it's built in the federal style, some neo-Gothic style.
It's your favorite style?
Yeah, invented as a counter style for the Baroque, the European Baroque.
All right. We should not talk about the church, right?
No.
Okay.
So we are here in the poor quarters. Here we want to ask, how do the workers live? How do they spend their free times with? And let's analyze their living conditions.
Yeah, obviously having the first district in mind with these really prestigious buildings, this looks quite different. It's more like small shacks, and yeah, the streets are not really taken care of, which is kind of interesting compared to that the people who probably live here take care of the garden of the owning class, but nobody maintains this district or takes care of these yeah, infrastructures and buildings.
And what you can see here, the man sitting or kind of sleeping on the floor in the middle of the day, points at something, and it's that not all people from the lower classes work. Some, like him, lie around all day, and they are what Marx would call the industrial reserve army, meaning the unemployed. He probably pretty likely doesn't have a job. And the industrial reserve army has a very, very interesting purpose for labor and capitalism, and it's that there is always a huge group of people willing to take your job, and this puts a lot of pressure, obviously, on the people who are having a job, because you can lower their wages. And you will always find someone who's probably doing it for less money. I think we are not finding the woman we are searching for.
We should make a walk.
Are we making the parkour?
Yeah.
Okay, follow the German girl.
No, someone came. Stop.
Okay,
Stop.
I go back.
Stop. Oh, yeah, she just sat down. She's here. She's here.
Exactly
She's ready to wash.
Perfect timing. Okay, so obviously now we have our protagonist here to talk about the poor women and their work. That's also this part where I want to drop our film that is currently showing in festivals. It's called Hardly Working, and it's also taking place in Red Dead Redemption. And it's kind of, there are a lot of similarities to this live tour, because what we did is that we made a documentary of 4 NPCs, and we followed their everyday and their work routine, and made connections to late-stage capitalism and what work how work is represented in this game. And the women of the poor classes, they really do nothing but work, and they have 2 options. They even work as either as sex workers, or they do reproductive work. And the work, in the reproduction work, of course, it's unpaid, and what they do, it's fully on display. I mean, usually it's like this hidden reproductive work, this invisible work that you couldn't see, but since they are displayed on the streets and they don't really return to their houses, you see something like knitting or making laundry or sweeping the streets in the public space. And interestingly also, they do not have children in the game, because this is an action adventure, and if you would be, if there would be children running around, you would be able to shoot at them, and that's something like a border that the game doesn't cross.
It's too dangerous for children.
Although we are children in this as avatars, but you cannot really, you don't have NPC children.
I'm a robot. Children, let's leave.
Yeah, let's do the parkour.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're doing the parkour.
This unpaid reproduction work is actually what Jason Moore called the femitariat, like proletariat. So let's walk through these backyards.
Okay.
And I take the coach.
Okay, back to the coach. Yes, I mean, maybe it's a good time to leave this very uninviting neighborhood. All the best to the people living here. Okay, so while we are on the way to our next chapter, we're gonna listen to another song. It's a classic by Nina Simone. It's called Ain't Got No Life. The music is a bit quiet.
Oh, Guy.
No.
Ah, damn it. Entschuldigung.
Spielt's?
Okay. Oh.
So.
Whoop.
This is our next step.
Okay. We just encountered the soup kitchen, so we might take a short music break and say something to the soup kitchen. It's a very interesting place.
We can definitely try to answer the question, what happens if the people from the poor districts lose their jobs?
Yeah, the sink and swim capitalism doesn't provide per se a framework for social justice. There are few liberal democracies in which the weaker parts of the society can go to hell. Someone else needs to take care for the poor to survive. In the USA, this role often is taken over by private initiatives or clerical associations who do this out of individual benevolence.
I mean, this soup kitchen apparently is closed. I'm trying to get in, but it's not working. This welfare society or Salvation Army is called St. Francis Welfare. And the Salvation Army, meaning these charity institutions, have a very important function for the capitalist society, because it's sparing the ruling class from encountering the ugliness of people dying on the streets. Like, that's a very bad thing to watch. You don't want to watch someone dying in the street, so that's the minimum. And it has an even more important function. It's keeping alive the Industrial Reserve Army, because if you don't have them, then you can't use them as pressure against the people who are working. So, and you could use them later, of course. Maybe they are willing, to be exploited at some point.
Remember the Ever Given accident?
Ever Given accident in the canal,
Yeah, in the canal. I'm now having a Ever Given situation with my horse.
This is indeed an Ever Given situation.
Give me a sec.
Okay, let's listen to some more Nina Simone. Let's keep the music up. Okay. We are now driving to the glass house. Can we have the music a bit louder?
Sollen wir es vielleicht wieder heller machen? Das Wetter? Also für mich ist es jetzt gleich.
Are we still on the, yeah.
Yeah.
Here it is.
It's
the
quite dark,
greenhouse.
but I used your lamp.
Yes, I have recharged my steam batteries.
Via USB?
Yeah, USB steam batteries. That was a thing in 1900. Okay. Do you see enough?
Yes.
Okay.
It's very comfy.
Wow, the greenhouse. Such a fancy place. Algernon wasp. Exquisite. It says.
Nature.
Nature.
All around us. Capitalism shapes the concept of nature as a social construction. And now, this is the most important information for this whole, maybe, tour. Climate change is not caused by humans, but by the class society. Mostly by the imperial bourgeoisie of the past 500 years. Nature represents what the owning class does not want to pay for. It's something which is for free. Categories like man, women, civilization, savagery, society, nature are ideological definitions from where racism and sexism derives from. According to Jason Moore again, these groups, including women and savages, or as the capitalists would have called them, savages or indigenous people, are what Jason calls the biotariat. Similar to the proletariat, they experience exploitation, extraction, and colonialism.
And so, following Marx's analysis that the human workforce is ruthlessly exploited to generate a maximum amount of profit, obviously the same goes for so-called natural resources. The dynamic of capital accumulation does not care about ecology, it only cares about profit. Nancy Fraser stated something interesting on what Moore calls cheap nature. Much like technological innovation, new or cheap resources can boost the profit rates just for a limited time, but when they enter the capitalized zone and become commodities, they stop to generate extra profit. They are no longer cheap. This implies that the exploitation of human labor will always remain the core source of capital accumulation on the one hand, and on the other hand, at the same time, this means that getting new natural resources is in the interest of capital, causing a situation in which, following Moore and Fraser, the demand of cheap nature rises faster than capitalism can secure and reproduce it.
Yeah, and we have quoted him a lot tonight, but back then, 1842, when Marx was still a journalist, he actually wrote an article about the timber theft law. And in this article, he already kind of established the role of the authoritarian bourgeois state in context of with the rise of capitalism. Because capitalism didn't just develop through technology, it also developed because of the state guaranteeing property rights. And back then, in 1840, before this timber theft law, people were able to collect all this firewood that the tree was shedding, and even though the tree or the land was owned by someone, of course, this was free to take. But after that law, there had really harsh penalties that took over, and it was no longer nature kind of deciding to get rid just of a branch and this being something to be able to take for free, but it became property. Kind of containering today that you also cannot just get food that was already put in the trash from supermarkets.
And I don't know, maybe this is a good time to travel to the church and talk about the confusing relation between humans and nature, which are both definitely and indivisibly entangled with each other. And also, we will talk about how capitalist society appears as second or false nature rather than a human construct, which it is definitely. And on the way, where is our coach?
The coach is here, follow me.
Okay, we follow you. We have some other followers.
I lost you.
No, follow the pigs.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
No, I lost the pigs.
Okay. Then we do some magic real quick. Oh no, I see you. Stop, German boy. Turn around. I'm here with the pigs.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there is some bourgeois gentleman smoking the cigar.
This is where you lose people in the blizzard. No?
Yes, okay. Why is there a blizzard anyway? Maybe we change that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Talking about climate change. Change it, please.
I'm changing the climate. Yeah, it's perfectly fine now. Still.
So, come on.
Okay. Yeah, we're coming to the coach.
Yeah.
It's over here. Yeah. Okay. Come with us, friends.
Ah, yeah.
The coach looks kind of broken.
No,
yeah.
It's just snowy.
It's just snow? Okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. Yeah, we have overcome. Okay, while we are on the way to our next chapter, the church, we are going to listen to a fantastic song by Big Mama Thornton. It's called Hound Dog. Can we have it loud, please? Because, yeah, loud music is good.
Okay.
Okay, so we should skip things.
Yeah, let's go directly to
We are skipping the church. The church apparently is not important. Yeah. Maybe we can go to the art gallery on the way.
Yeah, let's go to the art gallery.
I think we have time for that.
Yeah, it's an art context, so let's not skip the art gallery.
Yeah, we're skipping the church, but we're going to the art gallery.
Is it here? So here it is, I think in this street.
Okay, are we in the Ever Given situation again?
Yeah,
but we can maybe hop off and go to the art gallery without Leon.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's leave it here.
Oh, the pics are coming.
Yeah. Okay, so where is the gallery? Ah, here, gallery.
Galerie Laurent.
Yeah. So we can maybe think about all these injustices that we saw in this game, and maybe art has an answer for that. Do you think?
Maybe art has an answer. Could have an answer. I mean, art can be subversive and can be game-changing, right?
Yeah. Let's see.
Nope, there's nothing there. It's an empty void.
Yeah, empty void.
Oh no, the pigs are running into it. Maybe we should follow. Maybe we find some transgression in there.
Yeah, let's follow.
All right. Okay.
What happens?
Okay. Is art saving? No, everything is like before. Art didn't change it. Okay.
Where we had been before.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Yeah.
Oh, the pigs are coming out of the gallery. The pigs are well.
Then let's go to our last stop, no?
Yeah.
Okay, so we are entering our favorite stop. It's the execution site.
Oops.
So come on.
Yeah, I'm coming. Adrian?
Yes, I can. Oh, you're with the coach because it's like right in front of the gallery?
No.
Oh, it is. I'm coming back.
A bit slower, Leon.
You're driving
Adrian
away.
Ist noch nicht.
You're driving away
Leon,
from the.
Stop.
You're going the wrong direction, and we are late on time. Therefore, we skip the. Oh no, that's not you. Are you on the right? Okay, let's meet at the execution site.
Okay.
Okay. Na, wo gehst du jetzt hin?
I follow all the pics.
Okay.
Okay.
The pics are nice cookies. You can follow them.
Yes. The pics.
Here we go.
You will find me.
So yeah, thank you for riding with me. Here we are, fam. Safe travels and catch you on the flip side. This is where the magic happens. Thanks for rolling with us.
Execution site is where the magic happens.
So we are actually here at the Guto Square. It's something like what in video game is called Easter egg. Like Guto actually was someone who was hanged on an execution site because he was assassinating back then President James Garfield, and therefore he was hanged. So we are on this site.
Yeah, and this is quite an important stop for us to also talk about the authoritarian state apparatus, but this was actually more a chapter from the church that we
That's
didn't
true.
do.
Yeah,
in
we
this
have
tour.
skipped the church chapter. It was about saying back in the days it was.
Anyways, at this execution site in the game, you actually do. You help to kill an outlaw, which is actually really desperate and horrible scene in the game.
Yes, so we might try to come to the last chapter, and we start in the 19th century, around the time the game we are in right now, Red Dead Redemption 2, is set, and it's and in this time industrial capitalism was on the rise in the United States, and the laborers had to work for 60 hours in 6-day weeks. It was terrible, and of course in Chicago there were protests on the 1st of May in 1886 at the Chicago Haymarket.
And this May Day, or Labor Day, was born here. Millions of workers took part in the nationwide strike for the 8-hour day, striking fear into the hearts of the bourgeoisie. Someone was throwing a dynamite to the policeman, and the policeman caused a huge havoc and killed a lot of workers with their guns.
Yeah, they basically shot into the crowd, and this incident is well known as the Chicago Haymarket Massacre. And in its aftermath led to a huge show trial, but surprisingly not against the police, that we couldn't talk about, sadly, but against the anarchists. And 7 of their union leaders were sentenced to death, even though none of the alleged anarchists were proven guilty. And one of the anarchists who was hanged on that day, August Spies, famously claimed,
"You can't live like a herd of cattle forever."
let's spam the world with cows too big to be enslaved.
Yeah, this is a big cow. Okay,
So,
this is a very big cow.
Uh-oh.
Okay, maybe we can make another big cow. Here you go.
Okay, mal kurz raus.
Okay, are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay. And maybe we can listen for the final scene to music this time. Maybe not.
come with me into the balloon. Let's get away.
Okay, I'm just adding 1 or 2 cows. I know we are late, but I think we find time for that. Just keep going. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we sitting again? Okay, we're sitting. So what's happening?
Ich glaube, wir können runter von der
Should we come over there? What's happening now?
We will have the last moderation, but you can either sit here or go off stage, as you like. Yes. Okay. Thank you for sharing this hypernatural experience with us. It was so much fun to watch, but also a little bit irritating and interesting. A weird mix that I really like. Now we've come to the last phase of our journey today, called All is Becoming Generated. After we deconstructed and reflected on every aspect of our interface, gathered new perspectives and tools to improve our understanding of life and interaction with our environment, it's time to install our update. So, what does it mean to change your life? What does it mean to change yourself? What does it mean to change your perception? Human beings tend to be very afraid of change, and often even more than they are afraid of death. They'd rather live a self-destructive lifestyle and change the world around them than their own ways of thinking and living. Yet, it's never change that is painful, but letting go of our habits. It's frightening to step into a brand new world, especially when that world is not around you, but inside of you. It can be overwhelming to look at your surrounding without any source of information or interpretation. But that's when we feel alive. That's when we don't have a picture of reality, but experience it directly and sense ourselves to be part of it. If we don't let go of everything that we think the world is, how could we know that we are right with our assumptions? If we don't give our paradigm the chance to prove itself wrong, how could we prove it to be right? So, what exactly are we afraid to lose when we let go of everything? Do we lose orientation? Or do we lose our autopilot system? Do we lose our values? Or do we lose our expectations? Do we lose safety? Or do we lose convenience? What do we possess anyway? If everything is just temporarily existing, like our bodies, and therefore our experience. Isn't it beautiful that there is always a longing for something new that creates a next now? Isn't it the most natural thing to want to be alive? Isn't every adventure found behind comfort zones? Isn't our sense of reality and self always present? No matter who we are, no matter what we've experienced, no matter which language we speak, and what data structure our interface of reality has, whether it's science or fiction, nature or technology, information or abstraction, we all play this fantastic game called life. And it's the best virtual reality simulation ever. We write the storyline of the interplay. We design the atmosphere of it. We decide if it's dystopian or a utopian adventure. We make the decisions that create the future. In every second of our lives, we build a new now. Let's enjoy this magical process together by listening to the last part of our conference today. An immersive 4D sound experience called Human Weather Machine. It is generated by 92 speakers and was created by Monum Studios and is performed by William Russell tonight. I recommend to close your eyes while listening. As your interdimensional neurotransmitter, I sign off my services now so that you can install your update. Thank you for sharing your presence with me today. I had the best day of my life. Enjoy Monum and get home well afterwards. I hope that you enjoyed our journey. I love you. Bye.